generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technotronic, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. For Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term Technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity. So I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me. Intelligent, beautiful, and things like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I inserted this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus that will destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace to updating green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master tactics full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the skin, hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
I'm a motherfucking chainsaw. See everything and remain raw. Why you think we brought Q unique and slain for? The same reason that Henry VIII was king for. The same reason Kaczynski was in the Bing for. The thoughts going through Tyson mind in his ring walk. If it's beef, I suggest to you that you bring chalk. Everything is more merciless than a Ming thought. You in county and thought that you speaking Bing talk.
I still have a feel cause I was born to kill. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I still have a feel cause I was born to kill. Put the metal in your mouth like you was rocking braces.
After the game ends, I'm blasting from Gravesend. You rapping for game men, I'm a master of mayhem. The city's a pool of devils and sin. I give you the tools that'll sever your skin. Like the hands of a trap. crack assassin, choking the victim, keeping the gap from blasting. I'm hoping and wishing the streets let me stack from rapping. I'm speaking the crack, holding a magnum cannon, you slamming.
I still have a feel cause I was born to kill. Ain't no lover seen the devil done stole my soul. Cause I was born to kill. Metal in your mouth like you was rocking.
I'm ghetto like strawberry in a limo, copping rocks in Queensbridge. Real shit, keep your weapons concealed, kid. This is for soldiers that chose to ride. Those that died, local man, skulls and knives. Murderers multiply, souls survive. Those that know the road survive. Scope the sky, vultures fly. Desert eagle, chrome collide. Close your eyes, it's the hellion. My rebellion, retaliate. I have the whole New York state aiming at your face.
I still have a feel cause I was born to kill. Ain't no lover seen the devil done stole my soul. I still have a feel cause I was born to kill. Every battle after kids.
I was on a crash course with the cemetery or the task force. Shooting for the skies, I'd do anything to blast off. Rewind to 99, fucking now fast forward. If I could see today, this is everything I asked for. Back then I had nothing, I could rap my ass off. I'm on the corner spitting raps, twisting caps off. Now here I am today, people. See, this is what you asked for. Not the man, not the myth, I'm the superhero with this mask off.
Catching feelings, everybody swear they dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie but you Lionel. Sound primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come where I dwell, I rebel. Battling forever and a day, never went away. I bring it to you on a tray with a glass of ice. I make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, like before you when you blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
original rap. Everybody's stealing, catching feelings. Everybody's really dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie, but you Lionel. Stop primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come with left well. I'm a bell, never end the day, never win away. I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I'll make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, like a fool you when you blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got a couple of interesting pointers to sort of supply for the evening discussions. And of course, if you're attending this stream for the first time, keep in mind that there is no stream in the conventional sense, right? Routinely, I cite ideas that have influenced the development of general themes. Okay, and as some have noted, right, we point out a lot of different ideas. So I worked through a bunch of sort of original themes, right? And the main two ones that I'm on a line of developing is, on the one hand, the destruction of wild nature and the loss of traditions on the other end, right? So we both observe those factoids and also the vehicles for those changes, right? And I've namely pointed out, right, in terms of the destruction of wild nature, the de-sacralization of both nature and knowledge, and also the appearance of humanism or universalism, right? And that brings us to another sort of segue, right, which is the loss of traditions through the compartmentalization of knowledge, right? So I've continuously sort of cited these themes in attempt to explain a comprehensive history of transhumanism, right? So that is one aspect of it, and we know that the main ideas that has sort of developed this is a dual massification and a atomization, right? And this has to do with two values that sort of liberalism puts forward, right? And we're talking about sort of the failure of liberalism itself, right? As a model for a world civilization, right? The technical model has sort of replaced liberalism per se, right? So we're talking about how liberalism gave birth to its own executioner, right? And the two main liberal values that contributed to this, right, was one, individualism, and on the other end, collectivism. Right? So individualism and collectivism, they seem to have paradoxical goals. Okay? And they've pushed man into a concerted well, in terms of individualism and collectivism, right? The problem is that the modern world uses sort of, as I said, massification and atomization as vehicles of social control, as methods of social control, right? And this is present in the whole system of propaganda, right? Propaganda is uniquely tailored towards an individual who is alone in a crowd, as Ellul says, right? And he compares this to the sort of theater, right? In a theater, you're elbow to elbow with other moviegoers, but you have to tune them out, right? Your goal is to tune them out and to focus on the glowing screen in front of you. Right? There you are to align yourself with the main character in the story. Right? So even though you're there with everyone, you're alone together. Right? To take a term from, I think it's Sherry Turkle had some sort of work like that, alone together, right? And of course, she talks about this dual aspect. Right? That technology isolates but integrates. Right? So it's isolationist aspect, right? And it's integrationalist aspect, right? These could be sort of summed up into two main vehicles, right? Which is agitation, which is to move people to action, and integration, right? Which is to move people to assimilate to cultural values. So this dual pressure that's exerted on the individual, right? Okay, and of course, democracy only works in small groups, right? But of course, they keep adding people to the pile, right? That are, part of the decision-making process. And of course, that's what happens when you come up with the universalism, right? You tailor your needs to a global system, right? And of course, this global system, okay, was sort of hijacking the theology of national restoration of the Jays, right? But it also seems to follow, right? Now check this out, right? The pseudo-eschatological scheme of progress, as I put it, in many different ways, right? You have it in Blavatsky, right? And her idea of Christ consciousness. You have it in Marx and his idea of dialectical materialism. You have it in Darwin and his idea of this evolutionary gap widening, right? Between the apes and the civilized races. So you have this ever increasing, exponentially greater possibility for progress and development. Okay, as time increases, right? So this pseudo eschatology of progress seems to then align with the theology of national restoration of the Jays, right? So not only do we have as I said, a separation between man and nature, right? So man is spatially dislodged, right? But man is also temporally dislodged within the schema of time, right? Okay. Oh, man, I ran out of coffee. That was quick. Like I scarfed that one down. I have another sort of 13-minute explanation of what I routinely explain on the show, right? That I recorded to send off to various shows so that we can maybe plan interviews with them, right? So we could let them know what our show material is about, okay? Because we'll be corresponding less and less with the various internet groups in our vicinity, right? Because they just refuse to get on the train here before it leaves, right? So, we'll have to go on without them, right? But of course, I'm talking about three main levels to this, right? And of course, just as I explained, the man in the theater is isolated but interconnected. Isolated but interconnected, right? And so with Uncle Teddy, we have these two ideas. Two ideas. Of feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority represents the isolation. Represents the isolation. And the over-socialization represents the forced socialization that man has to endure. The forced socialization that man has to endure, right? Through media, right? Public institutions, right? So on and so forth. So, in terms of this ideal, right? We're moving into a era sort of, of depersonalization, right? And this has to do with how liberalism transformed into the technological system. Okay, it has to do with how liberalism transformed into the technological system. As I said earlier, liberalism gave birth to its executioner. And as Ellul says, right, technique is what integrates the machine into society. So as I explained many times, there's three levels to the development. And of course, sociologists and anthropologists and biologists, right? Okay, all of these groups seem to align. Okay, as I said, they seem to align with the religious outlook, right? Of this theology of national restoration, but they also seem to align with this idea of the pseudo-eschatology of progress. And of course, that also has to do with a sort of return of maybe Jesus or the Mahdi, or however you want to flip that one, right? But the whole concept of universalism came sternly from the religious outlook coupled with the philosophy of the Greeks. Okay, and this coupling came about because we had to put nature in a realm that was outside of these eternal precepts. And the first eternal sort of being that had to be separated from nature was God. Secondly, man had to be sort of separated from nature because man is sort of made in the image of God. So in order to justify the state and the church and so on and so forth, man created the sort of idea of universalism. Okay, and the notion of sort of archaic revival that would sort of come about. Okay, this notion of the sort of archaic revival or the New Jerusalem or the golden age, so on and so forth. This was still realized in sort of cyclical terms, not in a sort of final conclusion or a schema where there would be a final conclusion where it would be a world restoration process. But since the theology of the Jays and the sort of claims towards universalism of the Greeks, because they came to the same conclusion, you see. They came to the conclusion that man was separate from nature. Okay, and this justifies the existence of God as being separate from nature. So throughout time, man developed a schema that reason was placed in man by God, and that it was the mediator between nature and the divine. So human creativity, right, took precedence over understanding and contemplating and sort of expressing nature as a vehicle of God's perfection. So the collectivization of man, right, and the sort of apotheosis of the state and the ideal of man as a species being, okay, and the notion of the tabula rasa and these universal concepts, these brought the idea of sort of archaic revival down, right? And instead they brought a sort of collective futurism, where this universalism would lead to a collective goal of mankind in the future. And the development of man as a species being, or on the other end, in the spiritual sense, the notion of collective salvation. Right, of collective salvation. Okay, and obviously the notion of collective salvation was already sort of there in the beginning when man sort of ascends through the hierarchy of being and goes above the sort of angelic form by contemplating God, right? And by mastering nature, something that the angels were not able to do, or so on and so forth, right? Let me drop the link again because I know a lot of people have commented in the chat there. But this show sort of engages in two main LARPs, if you will, right? One is the cyber LARP, going into the distant future, right? And engaging in the, the fantastical views, right, that exist, right? And then going into the past and looking at why the medieval sensibility, okay, of the merger between the philosophy of the Greeks and the theology of the Jews, okay, the survival of the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians into the future age, right? So we have on the one end this idea, right, of as I said, right, man going beyond nature, and on the other hand we have this notion of collective salvation. And both of them play a sort of equal role in the development of new ideas. And obviously the rehashing of old ones, right? That's all really this is, right? There's obviously nothing new under the sun, right? So this is just a rehashing of many old ideas. And this is why I'm talking about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of development. Yeah, welcome to my friends here. Sorry, I think I didn't, maybe forgot to put that link there, and then I got to, it was too high up in the chatter, so
What's up?
Yeah, what's going on, dude?
Yeah, Tiamat, I have a question for you, and it's related to all of this. You know,
Okay.
People I mean, this sounds obvious, but it's related to the stuff you talk about. People have like stuff like ceremonial dances, and they put on clothes. You know, no other species puts on clothes. You know, do you think like in the past, prior to modernity, clothes were more in line with nature, or are clothes more like transcendent? You know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm trying to say? It's kind of hard to phrase it, but you know, like, you know, I have a book I bought on costumes from around all the cultures in the world. You know, our clothes like technology in some sense, but they're not. You see what I'm trying to say? I don't know. Like, you get what I'm saying, or it's just a question I have. Like, I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, that's obviously something that's gotten a decline, right? You could talk about clothes, and obviously the factor is that we had hundreds of different styles from the various traditions of the world, right? So you could see, I mean, you could basically perceive the collective loss of traditions and the interfacing with the local environment, because you could see how the different clothing was developed had to do with the way that they would develop different aspects of the raw nature in their surroundings, right? So so this idea of interfacing with wild nature in a ritualistic manner, right, has obviously been lost by these ideas of mass production, right? So the mass production has caused people in Africa to dress like people in Detroit, you know, right? Like, and so on and so forth, right? Caused people in Dubai to dress like people in Dearborn, Michigan, right? And you know, and there's a huge exchange of culture that was not possible in the previous ages, right? Due to the invention of airplanes and so on and so forth, right? They obviously said that, you know what they predicted? They predicted that airplanes, right, would lead to a loss of nationalistic boundaries, because they said you could just fly over the countries, right? So why would there be countries anymore, right? And then they said basically that the cars would lead to the destruction of the nuclear family, because they said it was a moving bed, right? So you could go over here, have sex with this person, go over here, have sex with this person, right? And there's no reason why you need a dwelling, right? Basically, right, to contain your activities or your correspondence with people, right?
Yeah, that's massification, basically.
Right, exactly. Right. It's how massification affects traditions and culture and so on and so forth. And then you find out that somebody, their parents got it on Lover's Peak, and in the back of the whatever, and that's how they were conceived, and right, and they never saw each other again, and right, or whatever. Yeah, welcome down. Blessings, man.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I think I was going to say something, but I think it slipped my mind.
Slip. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good, man. And whenever it hits you, anybody wants to come up, obviously it's an open panel to discuss certain topics, right? We'll keep it within the range of, sort of for now, what I've kind of explored so far, right? Which is the idea of massification, the idea of technical complexity, the idea of the destruction of wild nature. Let me talk a little bit about the separation and the desacralization of nature and the desacralization of knowledge, right? Obviously, knowledge and nature, these things used to be part of the sacred aspirations of man, right? So each traditional outlook sort of treated both knowledge and aspects of nature as sacred, and this seems to be a very interesting idea Okay, and this deals both, jointly with the loss of the sacred, right? The destruction of wild nature, the compartmentalization of knowledge, and the loss of traditions, right? It deals jointly with those issues. Okay, and this is a sort of global issue, and that's also a problem that's imposed by universalism. Okay, is that these issues have become global and they're not endemic to any particular culture or society in the world, right? And this idea itself is called technical universalism, right? Technical universalism, right? This term was basically coined by Jacques Ellul in his work, The Technological Society, a work that we've been sort of ruminating and reflecting over. And it's a work that greatly influenced Uncle Teddy to write his work, various writings that he wrote, right? That people think are extremely cutting edge, but obviously none of those ideas are new. They all come directly from Ellul's writings, a Christian anarchist philosopher living in France in the 1960s. Right, so that's an extremely strange origin point for these ideas. I know, but nonetheless, it's certainly caused me to reflect on the merits of the French and the Calvinists, and and their development in history when I had no positive things to say about them before. But yeah, welcome to all the people that are watching this. This is a routine sort of introduction to the schema of my show. And of course, we're going over several themes today. So let me basically tell you guys about the themes, and then I'll play the video that I made to send my video to a bunch of places, right? In order to promote the show material, which I'm now doing reluctantly. Right, it's about 15 minutes long, and then maybe we can have a discussion on it if anybody wants. But let me introduce the show material for this evening. And we have another 30-minute episode that I'll play in the middle of this, like maybe 3 hours in. I'll play the Healing Law podcast. Okay, where me and Truther Cop laid down some things. Yeah, I got your text message. I'm sorry, I got like really busy today. But yeah, we'll definitely do another one of those. But yeah, let me play that in the middle of the show and promote his Healing Law podcast. It's a new thing that he's been working on, and it's I think it's so far it's looking pretty special. And I know the discussion that we had really cued in on some of the main concepts here, right? But let me actually introduce the topics for today. I've introduced them many times. Obviously, we were going to talk about the Shangzu. We're going to talk about the Parmenides. First, we'll talk about the Parmenides, then the Shangzu. And then we'll actually get into the thoughts of Ellul in the Technological Society, right? And of course, it's a work that we've been taking a sort of very close look at, right? Actually, I've been doing a sort of page-by-page look at the work Technological Society, and we will sort of do the same thing for the work Propaganda by Jacques Ellul, before we sort of move into some works by Mumford, some works by Rousseau. But we're taking a painstaking analysis, sort of page-by-page analysis of certain works, which I think is something that I don't think has been done really a lot on YouTube channels. They may offer a review of a particular work, but they seldom do a sort of page-by-page analysis of certain works, like the Tao Te Ching and so on and so forth. But I think it's a good vehicle of transmission for that sort of thing in order to have public discussions, right? So we're doing so with the Parmenides. We've done so with the Tao Te Ching and the Analects of Confucius and several works. We're going to be doing so with the Sophists and Plato and some of the Buddhist ideas, right? And of course, we're going to be looking at some of those. And of course, at the end, we'll present some stuff from Jacques Ellul. So I appreciate you Trust me, you don't want to know. Right. You know, we might all be on a watch list because he's here now. All right. At this point. All right, because you know, it was, you know, he was shouted out by the NSA. And now we're sitting here. Yeah, weird. But yeah, so okay, so you guys ready for this video? Or does anybody have any comments?
Yeah, I want to also say that everything you mentioned, Parmenides, Shang-Tzu, and ellul, they thread together. They're all interconnected. Like
it seems like it. Yeah, there is a greater thread. There is a greater thread. Yeah, for sure. But
yeah.
But that's up to people to correspond those things. Obviously,
Yeah,
most people will see it as kind of a you know, a disjointed, you know, analysis of certain themes. But if you are perceptive, you will see that there's a greater thread between the various ideas, and of course, it always ends up highlighting the major themes that I present, right? So so there's a reason for those themes, and also for the selection of these major works, right? And of course, we present primary sources, right? In terms of the analysis, right? To you know, to reflect on. So
if I could mention something I've been thinking of.
Yeah.
Is I asked you guys one time, when do you think this all started? And you pointed out when in Germany, someone created the mechanistic clock.
Yeah, that's what Skrbina said. Yeah, that's Skrbina's starting point. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that's interesting because I made a video today and I was really thinking about what time was. And this clock just basically makes it so that time seems like it's this uncontrollable motion of events that is just taking you along. And I don't really think that's an accurate way to look at time, because I think that it's basically the block universe. But when you have this clock, you're looking at it, and it's not necessarily this invisible force that's taking you along. Once you have a clock, it's pretty much the clock that's taking you along. Like the clock is deciding your day for you.
I mean, you get a remark to that. Frederick George Younger, who wrote The Perfection of Technology, he actually influenced ellul greatly. He talked a lot about, he calls it lifeless time. What you're talking about is called lifeless time. It puts people through mechanical motion and just repetitive tasks that destroy their spontaneity. And but real, more living time, at least he contrasts it to living time, he thinks it's like elasticity, where the rhythm is unique. Like the push and pull of your heart each time it's beating has a novelty associated with it. That's not like the mechanical clock, which is monotonous. So there is some kind of, you know, strong contrast between the monotonous beats of the computer or the clock versus the rhythms of nature, which have elasticity built into them in some sense, if that makes sense, you know. So yeah, that's an interesting idea. But yeah, Frederick George Younger influenced ellul. He talks a lot about that.
So time is elastic to him?
Yeah, he describes it. Yeah, so does, interestingly, Ludwig Klages and Frederick George Younger were both Germans. They saw time as having some something more luminous to it, or more incognizable to some extent. Like maybe it's depending on your ontology. I think maybe you'll be more Parmenidian or whatever. The point is that the rhythms of life are more rejuvenating, whereas the monotonous beat of the clock, mechanical clock, or your computer is more life-denying in some sense, I guess you could say it. I think so, yeah. Yeah, I read The Perfection of Technology. I wrote a review of it too, but yeah, summary. But yeah, ellul was influenced by him and stuff, yeah. Frederick George Younger.
right, if you want to play your video, TML, I guess now's a good
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, and this from Henry David Thoreau. He says, simplify. Instead of 3 meals a day, if it be necessary, eat but one instead of 100 dishes. 5, and reduce other things in proportion. One nation itself, with all its so-called internal improvements, which, by the way, are all external and superficial, is just such an unwieldy and overgrown establishment, cluttered with furniture and tripped up by its own traps, ruined by luxury and heedless expense, by want of calculation and worthy aim, as the million households in the land, and the only cure for it, as for them, is in a rigid economy, a stern and more Spartan simplicity of life, and elevation of purpose. It lives too fast. Men think that is essential, that the nation have commerce, export ice, and talk through a telegraph, ride 30 miles an hour without a doubt. Whether they do or not, but whether we should live like baboons or like men is a little uncertain. If we do not get out sleepers, the large wood timbers that support railroad tracks, and forge rails and devote days and nights to work, but go to tinkering upon our lives to improve them, who will build railroads? And if railroads are not built, how shall we get to heaven in season? But if we stay at home and mind our own business, who will want railroads? We do not ride on the railroad, it rides upon us.
That was beautiful. I've always liked Thoreau more than Emerson personally, and that was a beautiful passage you read.
Oh, yeah.
David Thoreau is cool, yeah.
Yeah, I see Reddington trying to join us. Says devices are not connected. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, that's somebody else. No, that's Reddington. Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
Yeah, we do not ride on the railroad, it rides on us.
Yo.
Right,
Yeah,
what
that
creates,
reminds me of the phrase "the railroad rides on us" reminds me of it's humans that build the technology and infrastructure. It's not the technology and infrastructure that builds humans.
Right, but the tools we make shape us. You know,
They do shape us, yes.
And that's kind of what you're saying with the railroad. Like, it's too late.
it-
Once we start building it, we have to put the machinery to work, to move things, get workers, to rebuild it, build more, transport more, export ice. Go ahead, Evan. Sorry.
Yeah. You know, there's this guy named Andy Clark. I watched some videos of him. He talked about extended mind hypothesis. He says our iPhones have become like an extension of our minds, and it does shape our mind. And recently, new research came out. They admitted it, that iPhone usage and iPad usage for kids really mess up their brains, and that's very bad. You know, so we
Wasn't
already see a
Elon
lot of it.
Musk saying some shit like that? Like your cell phone is an extension of you.
Yes, but it has-
basically.
And it caused radiation too. And you know, Dr. Skrbina and Metaphysics of Technology was talking about that too, actually. You know, we actually read that part, I remember, from Metaphysics of Technology, where the radiation of iPhones and tablets are messing people's brains up, especially kids, even more, because they're more sensitive. Their brains are more plastic when they're younger, during their critical period. So they're
Right,
more
it's still forming.
Yeah, still forming. That's right. Definitely. Because the adolescence, yeah, is not good. You know, like the point is that, you know, dirty electricity is just something that not many people talk about. This show actually has talked a lot about it, which is very good. It's an important point, and it's getting worse though with 5G and cell phones. I mean,
Your
iPads.
brain doesn't stop developing until around age 25. So it's like 20 years already of tablets and shit for these kids. It's crazy.
Yeah, there used to be old research that was good. It showed that free play in nature is better for kids. I mean, what I'm saying is obvious. You know, you want your kids to go play out in the forest, that's safe, you know, because that enriches the mind and brain. Like they admitted that stuff, like, I don't know, couple of 20, 40 years ago or something. But you don't see many people talk about that anymore. But it's true though, that it's better for kids to play out in nature. I don't know, go watch bees or play tag in the forest, something like that. You don't want to let them be stuck up in rooms and play with iPad or video games. You want them to go outside in nature and stuff.
It also, I think video games just would probably, I think there, well, it depends. I don't know if they've really done studies on video games affecting children's imaginations. I want to say it's more of a detriment to their imaginations, because playing out in the forest, you can pretend, you can make believe, you can be imaginative. Whereas video games, it kind of curates that imagination.
Yeah,
So,
I actually do agree with that 100%. I feel like,
so like,
yeah.
Look at this shiny video game and that shiny effect and all that.
I feel like, the poetry of ancient people, like their mythology, like you don't see many people attach as much importance or value to them anymore, but they are very important, I feel like, and they have more imagination. Like telling, I don't know, like, I don't know, a Norse mythology or like Mahabharata India or like Shahnameh around the fire underneath the starry sky is better for the imagination. So I agree with you about that, Reddington. But now we actually deal with light pollution too. It's actually harder to see the stars depending on where you live, because of stuff
for
like
sure.
light pollution. Yeah.
And it's also, video games are also basically a propaganda for technology anyway, so.
Yeah, I would say that the older games, like 90s, like Zelda, they're more like a distillation or a weaker form of the more ancient mythology. Like they lack the more how would I say, the more symbolic expanse, the more subtlety that, like if you read the Poetic Eddas, or something, or you read the Táin from the Irish, you'll see it has a lot of depth. It has a lot of imaginative possibilities to it. The mythology. Actually, this is one thing I have to give credit to J.R.R. Tolkien. Tolkien said that if you read the mythologies, I'm not sure if it was Tolkien or someone else. It could have been my friend. I don't know. If you read the mythologies that influenced Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, I think that's better than actually reading Lord of the Rings. Because you gotta go back to the influences, the more ancient texts or something. The Cave Vela was a big influence to the Lord of the Rings. The Cave Vela, that's finished. I actually have plans to read that one too. Yeah. But mythology can be fun to get into and stuff, like epic mythology and all of that, can be pretty good to get into, poetry too, stuff like that. Yeah.
And the thing about these myths is that they were real in some way, not the way that the myths are describing, but they're based in a reality.
Yeah, a lot of times that turns out to be the case. I'm agnostic about some of that, but overall I can see where you're coming from. Yeah, so I could respect that vantage point, definitely. It does feel like a kind of anamnesis is what, that word anamnesis, right? That means just true learning is just a remembering, and you don't really learn anything. You're just remembering something deep in the blood or something like that transpired, and the mythology is rekindling that to some extent. So yeah, I can see what you're saying and stuff.
All right, let's move forward with this. This little video here. We'll play some music. If if any of you would like me to pause the video, or if anybody would like to hop on panel, I'm sending this out to the presses. And so press tape 1, as they say. Oh, let me not show you guys what I have in my StreamYard library. You'll know how many times I've clipped all of you.
Sagimel.
Oh yeah, I've clipped you fucking people for the Machine Bob series. You keep talking.
Who, me?
No, I'm talking about no, I'm talking about the people from the panels, right? I clipped all you guys from the Machine Bob. So yeah. So watch out now. Whatever you say on stage, you could be held liable for in a court of law. I'm just kidding. But yeah, here's your boy. The machine lies. The machine lies. Okay, I think like there's like a guy in Japan who's like, the machine lies. And I thought, yeah. Greetings to whom it may concern, whether it be a sort of individual or a production team, right? I'm here to give a sort of a summary of a build up, of explanations that I've been doing for a number of years, right? And it sort of constitutes a history of transhumanism, right? So that sounds kind of paradoxical, right? Because you think of history as being in the past, and you think of transhumanism as sort of reaching out into the far edges of the future, right? So we're trying to combine these sort of the interpolarity of these concepts, right? And we're trying to sort of pose the question about technology, right? And what is the purpose of technology? And of course, we're going to build up to this idea of the myth of the machine, right? How our symbolic architecture sort of got replaced by the use of machines, and how we're creating nature sort of in the image of the machine. We're attempting to recreate nature in the image of the machine, right? Although many might say that you cannot change nature, right? And this has to do with a number of concepts, right? Both ancient and modern, that have sort of contributed to many different ideas, right? One of the ideas I'd like to talk about is sort of the de-sacralization of nature, right? And how we lost our respect for nature. Nature used to be in the category of the sacred, and how we lost our understanding of nature, our connection to nature, and this happened by a series of undertakings, right, which were sort of both philosophical, religious, scientific. Okay, it took on many different expressions throughout the ages, right? But the first expression would sort of be the philosophical mode of expression, right? In which we sort of categorize nature in the state of becoming, right? So Plato created the concept of the demiurge, okay? And the demiurge, he could only interact with nature through the archetypes. So we're dealing with a sort of a entity, right, which is the source of goodness that is sort of removed from nature, and then nature is put in a state of becoming, right, in a state of change. And nothing ideal or perfect can exist in nature. Okay, so you already have this sort of concept that contributes to the de-sacralization of nature, right? The second idea is sort of this idea from the church, right? Where they sort of had a battle between Neoplatonism and Aristotelianism. And they sort of, started to say that God is removed from nature. So in the second step, we have God's entrance into nature, okay, which signifies the transformation of nature, because nature is in a fallen state. So in the soteriological sort of game that's being played by the religious authorities, right, nature is sort of in a fallen state. So the only way nature can be connected with God is that God's got to come into nature, right? You can't have nature align with God, right? It can only do so through humanity or reason or the logos, right? And the logos is represented by the second Adam, which is Jesus. Okay, so we had this idea from either Saint Eusebius or Saint Athanasius that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. Okay? So there's this idea that nature is sort of incomplete, and God's entrance into nature means that man is going to transform nature. Okay, bring it more in line with the logos, spermaticos. And this idea of the logos spermaticos is what causes change in nature, right? So we had this concept from the medieval philosophers, right? Until you get to sort of the different thinkers, right, of the 16th century, who sort of expanded on this idea that reason and nature are sort of you know, distinct. Okay, that man is sort of against nature, man is closer to God, and the way he transforms nature is through the use of his reason. So all of a sudden you have this notion of the ideal of progress, right? So with the invention of humanism, right, and liberalism, which is sort of in the 16th century, right, man man becomes the measure of all things. Okay, so through science and liberalism, we have a sort of new understanding of man and a new understanding of the state, okay, through this notion of universalism. And universalism was already a feature of the Platonic philosophy and of the sort of anthropocentric views of nature and man and God that were sort of espoused by the church. Okay, so both Plato and the church sort of desacralized nature. They put nature in the state of becoming, right? And so they sort of compartmentalized knowledge, right? They sort of took knowledge away from being sacred. Just as they desacralized nature, they desacralized knowledge, right? And finally, you have a sort of movement, right, for man to describe himself as universal, with man being the measure of all things, which is already sort of embedded in this idea that man was the intermediary between God and nature through this divine reason of the logos, right? In the prologue of John, it says, in arche kai hon logos, right? Saying in the beginning was the logos. So we talk about how logos is this sort of, how it sort of means that man is sort of the mediator between God and nature, as I said earlier. And so this begins to define man as universal, right? Just as Protagoras said, man is the measure of all things. And this was the sort of credo of the humanists, right? And they wanted to sort of recreate nature, right, through this sort of technical mold. Okay, so, we talk about how, man is a symbol-making animal, and how man, his use of tools and his use of symbols sort of became corrupted over time, okay, and developed into the myth of the machine. Okay, and this had to do with sort of, the de-sacralization of nature, right? The notion of dualism, right? The notion or the myth of progress, right? Which also had to do with the eschatological schemes of trying to bring heaven down to earth. And how all of these things were sort of pre-modern, right? But nonetheless, they contributed to the myth of transhumanism and the myth of the machine, right? So I talked about Mumford defining man as a symbol-making animal. I'll leave you guys with this, right? Because I don't want to have this be too long, right? But we'll deal with the major players, right, from these different 4 stages of history, right? In which man sort of took God out of nature, right? Okay, first he separated God from nature, put God in the temples. Then he wanted to recreate nature in man's image, because man became the image of the divine on earth, right? Through this idea of the logos, right? So you have this idea of the de-sacralization of nature, how nature becomes, not considered sacred, right, to a large extent by man. Okay, but anyways, it says here in Technosis by Eric Davis, it says, for well over a century, the dominant images of technology have been industrial, the extraction and exploitation of natural resources, the mechanization of work through the assembly line, and the bureaucratic command and control systems that large and impersonal institutions favor. Lewis Mumford called this industrial image of technology the myth of the machine, a machine that insists on the authority of technical and scientific elites and in the intrinsic value of efficiency, control, unrestrained technological development, and economic expansion. So this is sort of a birth of a world system, but it sort of has roots in the religious sort of eschatological scheme. So he goes on to say, as many historians and sociologists have recognized, the secular image was framed all along by Christian myths, the biblical call to conquer nature, the Protestant work ethic, and in particular, the millennialist vision of the New Jerusalem, right? By the way, this has a lot to do with Hegel, right? And how he was a sort of, guy who was part of this sort of dispensationalist, sort of millennialist and sort of Kabbalistic idea, right? That the world is going to go towards the New Jerusalem, right? The earthly paradise of, right? That the book of Revelation claims will crown the course of history despite a century of Hiroshimas, Bhopals, and Chernobyls. So we're going to talk about this idea of utopia and heaven on earth, and how it got, going, and how man wants to transform nature right into his own creations, right? Because he thinks his creations are an image of this divine sense of progress, right? And of course, from Hegel to Teilhard de Chardin, right, this view became instituted, right? This idea of the New Jerusalem. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and leave this video here. But briefly, I want to talk about, how, the de-sacralization of nature and the compartmentalization of knowledge was sort of caused by the myth of progress, and it's sort of causing the destruction of wild nature and the loss of traditions on a global scale by instituting a world technological system. But yeah, thank you for chatting, guys. Blessings. And hopefully you guys enjoy the presentation and the topics resonate with you. Blessings. Have a blessed day.
Yeah, I have a lot of things to say. That was a very good video. It opens the door for a lot of comments. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I read this video. I mean, I read this book a while back. It was called Patterns in Nature, and the patterns in nature, they may seem disordered at first, but they're not really. Like there's a kind of, it's like the implicate versus the explicit order of Boehm in some sense, because there is symmetry in nature, there's fractals in nature, and you can actually this also ties into that guy Paragon that you were talking about. I don't know if Prigogine or something like that, but you can even see it.
Prigogine, Ilya Prigogine.
Yeah, that guy.
Ilya Prigogine. Prigogine. Yep.
Yeah, but there is a kind of spontaneity in nature, but also a kind of order within that.
Hold on. Prigogine. Prigogine. Sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking about that for a second.
I was like, hold up. Yeah, because what I spelled was Progine or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but Ilya is the first name. Ilya. So.
Have you heard of
the walking away? So.
Bilasov, I can't pronounce Bilasov Zabonsky BZ reactions. Basically, there is a. I can show you the pictures though, but if you take, this ties into that stuff. I'll explain, because it's like spontaneous self-organization. Basically, a mixture of chemical ingredients called the Bilasov-Zabzinski reaction undergoes oscillations, first producing products of one color, red, and then another blue as time ticks by. See above. So if the reaction is left to proceed in an unstirred flat dish, the oscillations create waves that emanate from some central point, making these concentric target and spiral patterns. The wave fronts annihilate each other when they touch. So even in that chemical reaction, you can see the waves over time forming a kind of spontaneous self-organization and stuff. So, see, the thing about nature is like Wu Wei, it doesn't like try to impose order the way we do with technique. It just naturally, spontaneously, it reaches that self-organization. And so I could show you that. That's from the book I read. There's a lot of interesting stuff in that book. I read it like a few years ago. I took some notes. It's called The Patterns in Nature, but I'll give you that picture in a second. From the book, I just got that. Yeah, here you go. The reason I mentioned this is to ask if the patterns that we impose via modernity, whether they are seamless with the patterns of nature. I would say they're not. I would say there is some degree of disjunction. That's what I want to show you. That's the BZ reaction from the book. That's from the book Patterns in Nature by Philip Ball. It's a nice book. If you like plasma stuff, like from that book, A New Science in Heaven. I think you will like this book too. Patterns in Nature by Philip Hall and stuff. So that's the BZ reaction. You can see that it's the waves. They're like spontaneously forming some self-organization and stuff. You know, it's like yeah, it's kind of like ecosystem balance too. It's like an oscillation. This is a reaction diffusion system, but it's like this self-organized patterns forming basically. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But I would say the self-organization imposed by technique, by the massive industrial complex, is more of a jarring character. That ties into what Heidegger says in framing, because they treat the world as a standing reserve, you know, due to the search for maximizing efficiency. Nature does not seek maximizing efficiency. Does that make sense? Nature is just naturally, spontaneously forming the self-organization. So I would say that's a contrast. So nature, spontaneous, naturally leads to self-organization. Technique is more like imposing and its mold onto things, and it's about maximizing efficiency. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. I just want to say that. Thank you.
No, beauty is the signature of Sophia's power, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that guy John Lamb, he talks about this stuff a bit too, if I remember correctly. He says that it's like the autopoiesis of nature is more fluid, has a kind of flexibility to it, kind of. It's not purely mechanistic. You see, it's not. You know, it just ties into the archontic versus the kind of nature that just spontaneously just comes forth. You know, it doesn't just you know, it's not like, yeah, it ties into poiesis versus the poiesis versus the inframing of Heidegger also.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, I included in framing in my earliest definition of technology on the show. On the episode 1, I put forward these definitions here. I put, technology is creating processes. Yeah, and framing of goals. Creating processes external to ourselves and complexification of means. So I've basically said that those are features of technology, that are basically the essence of what technology is. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, can you put that again? I want to take a note. So
yeah,
sorry about that.
Yeah, it's from episode 1. Yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's only like 20 minutes long. The first one I ever popped off here, where I was explaining things and different things like oikos and and man's relationship to the environment and so on and so forth. Does anybody else have any comments before we play some music, and then we'll sort of move to the Parmenides after that, and I'm sure lots of people will leave, because they don't want to get down and dirty with the books. Especially since I've given such a long, we've taken such time with Parmenides. There's still Zeno and Melissus.
I think it's great. We need more of that.
Oh yeah, Zeno and Melissus are gonna blow people away. Honestly, the people that stick around.
I'll make all the weirdos cry. Oh, he's talking about books. Boo hoo.
Yeah,
okay, you can leave.
Yeah, make Parmenides great again. Honestly.
Yeah, right. It's like, go read Jim Keith or something. Maybe that'll get your attention. or McGowan or any of those guys. Anyways.
Yeah, we got some historical things too that we'll discuss in due time, and so there's that aspect to things as well. And so we'll find out more. So I appreciate you guys But yeah, here is some music, and we'll be back in maybe 4 minutes. And I think I'm pretty sort of satiated with coffee and whatnot, so I think I'm pretty good to go here. I'll get some berry juice and whatnot, and we'll pop off some ideas about Parmenides with you guys.
Berry juice.
Yeah, berry juice. So yeah, so let me get up in this. And I appreciate you guys. These two mixes are pretty these two next mixes. I mean, I'm honestly proud of it. But yeah, I really like the Perceptionists, Mr. Liff and Acrobatic. I mean, but yeah, enjoy this one. Blessings to you guys, man.
This that new shit, El Producto style, El Producto style. What? Let me find out. Somebody wanna throw with the Perceptionists in the rhyme bout.
You're getting sent to time out.
Hit the corner, son, see our shit blow. When I let the shine out, I'm outstanding. When I start landing, blows to leave your crew disbanding. Mr. Liff and Acrobatic live, y'all doing the damn thing. Got crews running and they pulling their hamstring.
Injury, grab the ace bandage, face damage, rip up your tongue to change language. Me did whether be Vienna, did I scare ya? Here's some laws to adhere to. Step in, step up, or break north. My rebuttal is a space shuttle ready for takeoff. Blast away, I eat the sun past the day. Peace to Jam Master J.
He ain't no Gilligan's Isle of castaways.
Bamboozled,
doing what masters say.
who proves you?
Perceptionist crew is a who's who of dope beats, rhymes, and cuts. Now what? What's that sound? The jam's bout to Liff and Acrobatic, yeah, we don't sniff. You lightweights bounce soon as the wind. How could you be committed if your girl won't? I heard your new album, kid, that shit. Here's an opportunity you just can't. Come see Perceptionists at the show. If you wanna see the real flow, let's go.
Go down and check the earth for the ultimate source. Come back and hit the booth with the ultimate force. It goes with a let blow. Take a sucker duck, motherfuck, back to electro. This ain't no fraternity step show. Wait, you'll be traded up state like Bledsoe. Freeze, don't you move a muscle, I said so. Stand at these, check at these, hiccup the dread flow.
I love it when I see more people bobbing their head, yo. Crowd straight while I got security petrol. If you think you're too good to move your ass, then take your narrow tail to the back of the class. Yeah, I know we known for bringing facts to the mass. Me and Mr. Liff back to back for the past decade. Now we moving on to the next phase. New album,
World tour,
let's get paid.
everybody get a place, better duck down. You try to jump up, you get a buck now. Rough style sandpaper, meet your makeup, baker. Act apply the backbreaker.
You got your back broke on vinyl. Ask Mike Tyson, homeboy, is spinal. Niggas need to move on up like Lionel. You ain't seeing Perceptionists and that's final. What's that sound? The jam's bout to Liff and Acrobatic, yo, we don't sniff. You lightweights bounce soon as the wind. How could you be committed if your girl won't? I heard your new album, kid, that shit. Here's an opportunity you just can't. Come see Perceptionists at the show. If you wanna see the real flow, let's go. This that new shit, that new shit. This that new shit, that new shit.
All right. Let me pull this up. And obviously we had imposed a break through the YouTubes. So now I'm actually not sure where we're at here. So give me some time here to reach the appropriate designation for this text so that we can explore this text together. And yeah, so I think I read this part because he was talking about how it's a plenum. And yeah, we read through this. Okay, let's start here. The great novelty in the poem of Parmenides is the method of argument. He first asks, what is the common presupposition of all views which he has to deal, and he finds that this is the existence of empty space. The next question is whether this can be thought, and the answer is it cannot. If you think at all, you must think of something. Empty space is nothing, and you cannot think of nothing. Therefore, empty space does not exist. Philosophy had not yet learned to make the suicidal admission that a thing might be unthinkable and nevertheless exist. So this idea of Parmenides, whatever can be thought of, exists. Right, that this is a sort of fundamental presupposition of basically all philosophy. And this is why on the one end, Parmenides is seen as the father of metaphysics, and on the other end, he's seen as somebody who, by dismissing the idea of change, sort of made observation impossible. Saying that perception is sort of an illusion and so on and so forth. So he says only that only that which can be thought of, only that which can be thought exists for the sake of what is. And he furthermore states that the theory of Parmenides is the inevitable outcome of a monistic materialism, and the bold declaration of this fact destroyed that theory forever. If he had lacked courage to work out the prevailing views of his time to their logical conclusion and to accept that conclusion, however paradoxical it might seem to be, men might have gone in the endless circle of opposition, rarefaction, condensation. Of course, he's referring to Anaximenes there, right? This is like is like sort of modal views. Where did I just go? What the fuck? Oh yeah, there I am. Up at the top of the page there is where we're at. Rarefaction and condensation, that line, right? Parmenides made progress. Let me say it was a thoroughgoing dialectic of Parmenides that made progress possible. Philosophy must now cease to be monistic or cease to be materialistic. It could not cease to be materialistic, for the incorporeal was still unknown. It therefore ceased to be monistic. So I think I kind of said the same thing, right? I said that Plato sort of introduced the idea of the one and the many to deal with the idea of being and becoming, to link them together. So he introduced a pluralism in nature that introduces the idea that nature can be changing, but the one cannot change. So it's immaterial, he says. So these are basic concepts within Western philosophy, basically. Right? They're basically assumed before people start debating, like, you know, like before Plato started debating people, he basically assumed a lot of this stuff. Right? They had resources which told them, you can't think of nothing. Thoughts have to come from somewhere. You know, so on and so forth. There's existence. You know, nature abhors a vacuum. There's nothing that does not exist. So on and so forth. And of course, as you know, Burnett is pointing out, if you deal with this monistic materialism, then you can't either basically observe change, you can't have progress in terms of understanding things, right? So you have to say that there isn't the one. So you can say, well, change is possible and matter exists, so that you can observe change, and there you get going with science and so on and so forth, right? So it says, therefore cease to be monistic, arrived at the atomic theory, right? That's kind of where we're at today, right? This atomic theory, right? Okay, that's what physics deals with, right? Which, so far as we know, is the last word of the view that the world is matter in motion. Okay. Having worked out its problems on those conditions, philosophy never attacked them on the other side. It ceased to be materialistic, found it possible to be monistic once more, at least for a time. Their progress would have been impossible before that faith in reason, which gave Parmenides the courage to reject as untrue what was to him unthinkable, however strange. The result might be, even for his own point of view, he was right. And even for his even from his own point of view, he was right. The unthinkable always remains unthinkable, and nothing can be gained by pretending to admit its truth. It is true that if we refuse to allow the truth of what cannot be thought, we have to leave out a great deal of reality. And our theory will therefore be partial. In that respect, however, it will only share the common lot of all things human, and that we cannot mend. What does concern us is that if we persist in pretending to hold beliefs that cannot be thought, our theory will be just as partial. And it will besides be certainly untrue from top to bottom. Well, if we hold to what we can think, it will be partial indeed, but a part of the truth. This kind of reminds me of William James' idea, where he says skepticism, because they can't get all the truth, they reject truth itself. Right? Whereas he says the pragmatist sort of, goes with what they know and sort of, takes risk of error instead of loss of truth, using the truth that he has to explore what cannot be known. So he says, we cannot take more of reality into our view of the world than it already contains, except by learning to regard the data in a new way. And this we can do only if we have first thought out what we know already to its logical conclusion. All right. I wonder what he's getting at here, but yeah. But yeah, I kind of get what he's saying, right? He's kind of saying, like, if we don't have this idea that we basically cannot deny to find out something, we can introduce a way of thinking, where we could find out more, but it would be based on a false presumption that we know it's false, right? To begin with, right? So again, it kind of sounds like William James, right? Better risk of error than loss of truth, and so on and so forth. Parmenides goes on to develop all the consequences of the admission that it is. It must be uncreated and indestructible. It cannot have arisen out of nothing, for there is no such thing as nothing, nor can it have arisen from something, for there is no room for anything but itself. What is cannot have beside it an empty space, or which something else might arise, for empty space is nothing. Nothing cannot be thought, and therefore cannot exist. What is never came into being, nor is anything going to come into being in the future. Is it or is it not? Quote unquote. If it is, then it is now all at once. Time is a mere figment. The lines of Parmenides, right? There. Right, he actually says time is an illusion and there's only the now in the Parmenides poem. So that's a pretty a wild statement, right? Because obviously, as we saw, it has certain like very strong implications, right? Like that change and motion and so on and so forth don't exist, right? So that's why he's saying that with these strong conclusions, you can't really come up with other ideas, but then without this admittance of this one basically unassailable truth, you can't develop sort of unassailable ideas, right? So it says that Parmenides was really denying the existence of empty space and not maintaining a theory of abstract being was quite well known to Plato. He says that Parmenides held all things were one and that one remains at rest in itself, having no place in which to move. Aristotle is no less clear. In his I don't know how to say that, right? He lays it down that Parmenides was driven to take up the position that one was immovable just because no one had yet imagined that there was any reality other than the sensible reality. That which is. That's kind of like a sort of direct quote from Parmenides as well, right? That which is. Right, meaning it exists on its own accord and not based on something else. It doesn't require anything else for its existence. And so he says it cannot be more or less. It's full, as he says. It says continuous, indivisible, plenum. From this it follows that once that it must be from once it follows at once that it must be immovable. So it's kind of like the Tao, right? It says stillness is the master of all things. Right? So it's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of that line, And this idea of things being like pushed into, instead of sort of pulled by something external to them. and I sort of talked about that. The utilitarian Tao, right? So on and so forth. But yeah, anyway, so for the same reason it must be finite and can have nothing beyond it. It is complete in itself, has no need to stretch out indefinitely into empty space, which does not exist. Hence, too, it is spherical. It is equally in every direction. This other idea of the sphere, right? This might trigger some people. And I say, is Parmenides saying we're living on a daggone ball? I don't think that's what he's saying. Right? He's kind of saying like a circle is like perfection. Like it's like there's nothing outside of the circle. And it's kind of like what he's saying. You know. So I think that's more where he's at with it, right? That outside of the plane of existence, there's nothing else, right? So it's complete unto itself. It's complete on all sides, so spherical, right? But not that it's like a ball.
Yeah.
Right, so he's not a baller or a flatty in this equation. So don't get triggered. He's talking about the nature of existence. Go ahead, Avian.
Yeah, I have a question. If being is completely independent, changeless, and relationless, how could it ever appear, relate, be known, or even spoken of? And if it can't, what distinguishes pure being from an empty word? That's my question.
I mean, pure being is an empty word, right? But what was the first part of that? I'm sorry, Avian.
Yeah, it was. Sorry if if being is completely independent, changeless, and relationless.
Well, I want to say independent, like in relation to what would it be independent from? But changeless for sure, right?
Yeah, so you would say that seeming depends on being, though, right? It depends on being, regardless of or
no. Well, not in the Parmenides. In the Parmenides, I would say seeming is like doesn't exist, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like related to time. You know, so.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that gets into a lot of big philosophical discussion. I would say that it's an illusion, but it depends on being, maybe. But they have a kind of topsy-turvy relationship, seeming and being. Topsy-turvy. It's like form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I would say being is seeming, seeming is being, but at the same time, that's ultimately just provisional language. You know, I would say skillful means. So, because I think being is ultimately signless. So personally, though, that's my direction. It's signless, so that way we cannot really say it is this or that. We cannot say that. That's my personal view, though. But I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's like maybe like the sign is either like, and that might go into whether he's a Pythagorean, right? Like maybe like one is like the signless sign, or is it zero? Right, I don't know.
Yeah, I think ultimately it has to be an experience. So I think any kind of philosophy, reifying it too much or clinging onto it too much, it may be, depending on your path, it may be detrimental at a certain point. So that's where the upaya or skillful means comes into play, at least in my tradition. So everyone has their own take, their own path. So it's different for everyone, I guess. Everyone here, at least. Well, I don't know about Dom, or yeah, everyone has a different path here. Yeah, so yeah.
yeah, one thing that really impresses me about Parmenides and even Melissus is that they were sort of statesmen and warriors and so on and so forth. So they're sort of men of action, as it were. Laying down the law, as it were.
Yeah, I would say definitely that.
Melissus, he fought with Pericles. So we'll read later that
Heraclitus, or no, I mean Heraclitus. He was also a warrior. Yeah, so that's interesting. So I remember.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, Socrates also participated in wars. Right, he was the guy who would organize people to retreat, so less people would die. Because if you're retreating from war, right, in order to preserve your men, you have to come back and fight another day. Right, this was obviously a hugely tactical maneuver. Right. So yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask something. I forgot. Let me see if I can remember. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I see here. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah. But anyway, it's interesting. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and there are a lot of warriors among them. They were more integrated. I mean, you see, that's the difference between philosophy as what they call mental masturbation versus actually enacting it in practice, like practice realization. Like you make the philosophy, not compartmentalize it from your life, but you actually bring it forth in your daily life and you become a lived example of your philosophy in some sense. You see what I mean? So I guess one can respect Parmenides and Heraclitus for that. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna ask. Do you think Xenophon's Socrates is more accurate than Plato's?
Oh yeah, 100%. I've always said that. Yeah, I've always said that. Yeah. And even Plato seems to idealize the Spartans. Right, he's that there's a sort of Spartan element in his ideas, and that may come from his uncle Critias. Right, because Critias turns out that he was part of a committee that may have tried to take over Athens and subject it to a rule of a council instead of the democratic setup that they have. Right, and then Plato is not a fan of democracy. Right, so there's a couple of hints in there, right? That he's sympathetic to the Spartan ways. And in the Alcibiades, Socrates seems to be sort of, they're always talking about the sort of Lacedaemonians, how tough they are, right? It's kind of like all over Plato's dialogues.
Yeah, I remember Plato placed the kind of, I gotta double check the Republic, but he placed the warrior kingdom above the oligarchy, above the, the democracy and the tyranny. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I gotta double check that. But yeah, that's pretty fascinating. Yeah. What about Aristotle? What did Aristotle think about politics, or the best ideal form of
Yeah, I think he said it was aristocracy. But real quick, I think another thing with Xenophon is he composed a apology and a symposium, and I believe at either both of the events or one of the events he attended. I think he attended the apology. Right, so his account of Socrates' trial may be more accurate, and in his version of the apology, Socrates is more like he's less like forgiving of the Athenians and so on and so forth.
Yeah, in Xenophon's version of the apology, he's less.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, I've not read it, but that's what I've heard. Yeah,
that's interesting. I heard he's kind of more abrasive in the Xenophon's version.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So I'd like to study that one, and we will get to that soon. Obviously we're engaged in a complex study of these materials, and also I'm working with modern sources, so so it's kind of crazy out here. We're dealing with anywhere from 10 to 20 texts at one point at any one time, right? But yeah, that which is okay. I already read all this. Oh yeah, the sphere. We talked about how he's not a baller. What is finite is spherical, motionless, corporeal, plenum. There's nothing beyond it. The appearances of multiplicity and motion, empty space, and time are illusions. We see from this that the primary substance of which the early cosmologists were in search has now become the sort of thing in itself, quote unquote. Right? That is the noumena from Kant, right? It never quite lost this character again. What appears later as the elements of Parmenides. Oh, sorry, Empedocles. Man, I'm tripping balls today, man. It's the fasting, right? It's getting to my head, honestly. What the? All right, guys. You got to be fucking kidding me. How the fuck am I supposed to say this? Homeomeres. 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 All right, man. Let me look this up. What? I got to look back and see how it's spelled. Homoimo. Oh my god, man. Homo. How is he saying it? Can I buy a vowel? There, hold on. Homeomeres. Homeomeria. You gotta love these pre-Socratic words. Are fundamental homogeneous particle in the philosophy of Anaxagoras. Finally, we got there, guys. Fundamental particles. So he believed in a sort of atomic substance. Good Lord. Nice going, Anaxagoras, you putz. But yeah. So yeah, of Anaxagoras. Oh, he says it, of Anaxagoras, and the atoms of Leucippos and Democritus is just the Parmenidean being, quote unquote. Right, exactly, right. Parmenides sidestepped their philosophy hardcore. Right. He really did, right. Parmenides is not, as some have said, quote, the father of idealism, unquote. On the contrary, right, all materialism depends upon his view of reality. That's actually facts, right? That's actually facts. Right, it's not just idealism, it's also materialism also depends on it, right? It has a unique way of dealing with both, right? Right, because remember, thinking and being are one, right? So, I mean, that says volumes right there, right? Oh my God, he's really getting cooking here, right? This paragraph looks interesting. It is commonly said that in the second part of his poem, Parmenides offers a dualistic theory of things, right? The way of seeming, right? As his own conjectural explanation of the actual sensible world. This view is derived ultimately from the Aristotelian commentators, who saw the way of truth as a discussion of the Neoplatonist intelligible world and the way of opinion as an explanation of the sensible world, right? That is the division that the Neoplatonists made, as I've cited continuously, right? Between the one and the many, being and becoming. With his usual clear-sightedness, Alexander of Aphrodisias indeed seems to have taken a more reasonable view that of what the Parmenides really meant. But Simplicius, I've never deliberated how to pronounce that. Simplicius argues against him with much earnestness and ingenuity. Oh, wow. Maybe we should read the Simplicius argument against Parmenides after this. Interesting. Anyways. And after this page, we'll sort of go to a music, and then we'll continue reading this after the music, right? And after that, we'll sort of move to the break where I'll play the Healing Law podcast, and then we'll move to Shangzhou and Ellul. So, so yeah. So that's the basic structure of the show today. We're coming back after a little break that was imposed by YouTube. So blessings to the people. And I heard that lots of people had to endure such a event. There was sort of a purge or so on and so forth, right? So anyways, it need hardly be said that such subtleties were as far as possible from the mind of Parmenides himself. He lays it down in the most unequivocal manner that there is no truth at all in the cosmology of the way of opinion, right? And he gives it not as his own hypothesis, but simply as the belief of mortals, quote unquote. So it's like there's people who believe it, right? Is basically what he purports to say, right? That is to say of his contemporaries, right? The competitors, right? Those guys, they're coming up with this horse shit. It's kind of like what he's saying by saying the opinions of mortals, right? Not very high up on the totem pole, right? Now, those who held views of this kind were not the Milesians, certainly, nor Heraclitus. For these were monists, like Parmenides himself. Still less can they be ordinary, unphilosophical people. It is true that the theory is based on ordinary sense perception, but nevertheless, the mass of men are very far indeed from believing in a systematic cosmology, such as here expounded. No one seems to be left out. But the Pythagoreans, and in fact, as was shown by Krish, K-R-I-S, Krish, C-H-E, Krish. Many of the details unquestionably do belong to the cosmology of that sect. We shall come back to this presently. Meanwhile, we must try to find the answer to the very natural question why Parmenides thought it worthwhile to put into hexameter verses a view of the world that he believed to be radically false. Here again, we have only to look at what he says himself, and the solution will be apparent. It was, he tells us, in order that the reader might be in a position to criticize and refute the rival theory. In other words, Parmenides was, as we have seen, a dialectician, and he finds it necessary to work out the opposing view for just the same reason that Plato found it necessary to write in dialogue. The philosophy of Parmenides is in some sort a critical philosophy, and criticism must have an object. Of course, he admitted that men really are subject to all the illusions which their senses present to them. He held it to be of vital importance that they should get behind these, come into contact with the truth of things. Further, this was to be done by argument, by dialectic. It was therefore of importance to know these illusions thoroughly. And to this end, it was, so that's kind of what I think too, right? He presented it so that you could see its falsehood, right? It was well to take the coherent account of them that has been given, that Parmenides, living at the time he did in southern Italy, should have looked upon the Pythagorean system as a final explanation of the world that could be given from the false standpoint of the senses is only natural. We may therefore hope to get from him some information as to what Pythagoreanism really was in his day, and thus both to supplement what was said in chapter 2 I don't know what that is, right? And then chapter 7, I believe he's going to talk about, he may be talking about Empedocles, right? The view that the second part of the poem of Parmenides is nothing but a summary of contemporary Pythagorean cosmology is doubtless incapable of rigorous demonstration, but it can be made extremely probable. Okay, so was he showing the limitations of the Pythagorean viewpoint? He's saying that there's not. Well, there's also his sort of collusion with sort of Pythagoreans that were sort of his friends. And of course, the chat has died. A few people did leave the show. The numbers have dropped since I've been talking about classical philosophy and its implications. And that's no shocker, honestly.
Can I have your opinion on something, TML? That stuff is connected to Parmenides, but other
Yeah,
people
of course.
Yeah, here, I'll just give the image here. Actually, I did share this image before, but I want to talk about it more. Because this is
right, the fractals, right?
Yeah, the fractals, yeah. You see, this is a sign functioning. You see, you have the sign and the object, and and the interpretation. The interpretation brings the sign to link to the object, and you can see here there's a chain of signification where the interpretation becomes the sign in the next
What are
chain.
those images inside of that?
See, let's start off. First, there's a star, then they associate it with, I think, Mary, and then Jesus, and then fire, and then KKK, and then they, lynching, and then Martin Luther. You see, there's a chain of signification.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm not trying to be provocative. This is from a book I read.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
The chain of signification. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it is quite a provocative image that they put together. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why they chose that. Actually, do not like that image. I wish they chose something else. But yeah, that's the point. But the reason I share this is because
they're like helter skelter, man.
Yeah, I don't
like
know
process
why they
church.
do that. Yeah.
It's like the process church.
Yeah, I don't know why they.
It's interesting.
So, but the point is that one sign triggers a chain of associations, which eventually seem quite removed from the initial sign. You see, so it's interpretation. In semiotics, this potential, it is only a potential simply because normal practice dictates that we need to go to work, execute chores, or go to sleep, rather than constantly produce signs, is often referred to as unlimited semiosis. So, see this. This is just a partial conveying of this aspect of Peirce's philosophy. If you look at the one I shared, it goes more into it. But the reason why I shared it is to ask what happens when one is no longer interpreting signs. Because signs need interpretation to link it to objects. What happens when one seizes all interpretation? Is that Parmenidean being then? If you seize all interpretation. This leads to silence and stuff.
Yeah, because this is sort of spinning the wheel of samsara, as you will.
Yes, that's why I wanted to share it. It is spinning the wheel of samsara. You got the reason why. Yeah, that's the perfect. Yes. Yeah.
But I think what Peirce is saying is that this interpretation, right, exists based on a sort of like how the image is going in within itself, right? So it's spinning within itself, right? So so that aspect of it, yeah.
I think he sees it as being like tied into the habits of the universe. For Peirce, there are no laws in nature; it's just habits. And yeah. So that must be it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's sort of like infinite divisions within a finite boundary, right? But there's nothing external to it, right? So on and so forth.
Yeah, that ties into his idealism. Actually, David Skrbina actually talked about at great length about Peirce in panpsychism in the West. Yeah, he did talk about Peirce a lot and stuff. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, but the sign is ultimately functioning, though. You know, the sign functioning. You know, I was just, I mean, is there a way to end the cycle? I think it has to tie with, you know, interpretations have to involve projections from the mind, and then you interpret it. You know, like the signs. But what happens when you just let signs come and go? Eventually, I think the signless manifest, or it's just the signless is always there, or something. You know. It's hard to tell. It's a difficult question, you know. Like, yeah, I know. Peirce wasn't exactly arguing that. I was just thinking about more of a Parmenidean twist to Peirce, you know, like the signless, because I don't think he talks about the signless. So I have to double check. Yeah, because because that's the thing. The signless is actually very important in Buddhism. And Nagarjuna MMK, he talks about the signless, or maybe it was Buddha in the Pali Canon. There's even a Wikipedia article about the signless. And he says signless precedes enlightenment, the signless. So yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I mean, thinking about that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the signless precedes enlightenment. Yeah, it kind of sounds like the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, right?
Exactly.
The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao, so on and so forth.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that's right.
So yeah, so I greatly appreciate you guys. Let me drop the link again. I've sort of neglected to do that so far. So yeah, so I'll drop the link again. Maybe that's why people are taking off. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, the people that stick around, the homies. I know usually these are pretty long streams, you know, so I do appreciate the people that, you know, correspond with us. But yeah, let me get into some music. I will go and run and get some food and coffee, and so on and so forth, as we continue to explore the Parmenides just for a little while, and then I'll I'll play the Healing Law podcast that me and Trutherka put together recently. There's lots of summaries and explanations of the show material in that. So obviously it's a very entertaining sort of half an hour. It's just a half an hour long, right? So I think that will interest you guys. But yeah, enjoy this music, and we'll sort of bring it back, or bring the show back, Riaz.
Before you play, I want to just quickly say the signless is called Anamita in Buddhism. That's it. That's all I want.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Anamita. How do you spell that?
ANIMITTA.
Yeah, I think we'll go over that concept. We may or may not, but yeah, I don't know if Siddhartha mentions that, but yeah, that is a very fascinating idea. It's the signless. As Buddha said, the signless is mentioned in Buddhism. So yeah, fascinating ideas there, and yeah, this is a little mixeroonie that I put together here, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. And we'll be back in about 4 minutes or so, and yeah, I'll start getting into some coffee, or put some coffee here as we break down this little bit of Parmenides that we have, right? Commentary by Burnett. I'm appreciating his commentary very much, honestly. You know, I found this work not too long ago, and yeah. Anyways, blessings.
This is Sir Diesel, the people's choice with the deepest voice. In here, my boy Big Vert, Virtuoso, and my boy Vast Air.
Vast Air, Virtuoso.
The Bay of Pigs, where you weak MCs get slayed, you dig?
Big Bang Records,
the final conflict.
Those leaving them baptized with a cracked skull and black eyes. Dark shade flying through the sky like magpies. Body in a ditch with the maggots and black flies. Family at the funeral with suits and black ties. Your soul chastised, just a dark spot on the sun. When I'm talking in tongues, I'm watching them run like I was cocking a gun. The prophet has come, predicting doom and a tomb. Leave your oculus hung from a fish hook, so you can see how sharp bird's brain is. Sperm spawn galaxies, planets drop from birds anus. I burn angels in the brimstone of Hades. Kitchen vocal bangers, leaving smoking chambers like 380 spitting. I'm slaying kids like the Bay of Pigs. Find out where them haters live, break their ribs. Nobody is saying shit. Turn guys to atheists, they losing self-confidence. No deity seeing me, my music's so dominant.
Alright, look, let's get it started. I'm running a marathon tonight. If you wanna act retarded, we in the bay where the pigs lay, and I'm the farmer, so you better do as I say. I'm crazy like Eddie. I wrote the book of sex, and my favorite page was Betty, leaving your face navy to black and blue. You crossed over, then we laugh at you. You wanna touch, but the flow's intangible. I mastered the square, and I know how to rectangle. Never clash with him, attack with angles. These hands love to strangle, and my crew will always come through. All I gotta do is blow the whistle. You better know ninjutsu, cause I know you'd rather disappear before I hit you. Drop a smoke bomb or something. After I rap, you're gonna lose an arm, leg, or something. Your whole style's irrelevant. I'll crack your wig and leave you like the hair club president.
Playground, lay down if you think about me, cause the beast don't play around. He got some demons and one of them might be me. The streets is my playground, lay down if you think about me, cause the beast don't play around. He got some demons, one of them might be me.
Jealous a carnivore, more than just kinda raw. Peeping the line I draw, looking through the eye war. Who your idols are, why y'all trying hard? Energy misuse, mine's government issue. Missiles countering, keep how loud it ring. Sorta like freedom, but eating through demons. The people be screaming, the lyrics be reaming. Depot careening, befoe's not believing. I'm off the deep end, with more than meets the eye. Simplify, sent the strive, with endless ties. Positive pristine, thoughts in a twisting. Tornado flipping, fools who keep riffing. Me and the virtuous, words we serve be just. Impact sure to crush, verbs is too murderous. Vast the air you breathe, ask if they scared of me. They gon' say yeah they be, but laugh at me merrily. No matter where they go, got them on Periscope. All the way that they lair and tear through their bare coat. They'll be like where we go, carry him with the blanket. Ate like a banquet from bracelet to anklet.
The streets is my playground, lay down if you think about me, cause the beast don't play around. He got some demons and one of them might be me. From under the ground,
The Bay of Pigs, the Bay of Pigs. Yeah, that's the Big Bang Theory.
and one of them might be me.
Off to the final conflict, you know, the Bay of Pigs.
Slaying kids like the Bay of
Bay of Pigs, when you weak MCs get slayed, you dig?
kids like the Bay of Pigs.
The Bay of Pigs, when you weak MCs get slayed, you dig?
I'm slaying kids like the
Bay of Pigs. Bay of Pigs.
Wouldn't wanna be you.
Yep. So he says the view that the second part of the poem of Parmenides is nothing but a summary of contemporary Pythagorean cosmology cannot be demonstrated. The entire history of Pythagoreanism up to the end of the 5th century BC is, as has already been pointed out, conjectural. But if we find in Parmenides ideas which are wholly unconnected, so he's saying that the Pythagorean ideas really didn't take hold before the 5th century. Or he's saying that that's most likely the case, according to what they found, right? that there's sort of strong reactions to these ideas after the 5th century, but not like during the 5th century. It wasn't like, you know, everybody was talking about the Parmenides. Sorry, I'll put this up. Sometimes when I switch to the screen, I can't see the studio, so my bad about that. So it says, but if we find in Parmenides ideas which are wholly unconnected with his own view of the world, and if we find precisely the same ideas in later Pythagoreanism, the most natural inference will surely be that the later Pythagoreanisms derived these views from their predecessors. And they formed a part of the original stock and trade of the society to which they belonged. They will only be confirmed if we find that these ideas are simply developments of those parts of the old Ionian cosmology that had been rejected by Xenophanes. So Xenophanes is not to be confused with Xenophon. Those are two different sort of thinkers, right? Xenophanes was a pre-Socratic. Xenophon was a contemporary of Socrates. Right? Xenophanes was sort of a guy who rejected sort of Homer like view of things. He sort of rejected, he rejected paganism, and he sort of said there's like one God. Right, so he's saying similar to Parmenides, he rejected the cosmologies that were, you know, around that area. Right, like the ones of the Ionians. So he says, we have seen how the latter dropped all those parts of Anaximander's system, right? Anaximander sort of said that the indefinite steers all things, remember? Or sort of believed in evolution and change and so on and so forth. And he said that this system leads to dualism, right? Which obviously and one could maybe debate whether Heraclitus was a dualist. I've argued that he's not one, but yeah. That was back when we had a lengthy discussion on Heraclitus, right? Because it's all fire, it doesn't change from being fire, so on and so forth. So his change he's talking about is purely sort of metaphorical in a sense of it. But yeah, we shall not be surprised to find that these were just just what Pythagoras fixed upon and worked into his own system. Pythagoras came from Samos. Oh, that's interesting. Right, I believe that's where Miletus is from, right? Which always stood in closest relations with the Miletos. Interesting. And it was not, so far as we can see in his cosmological views, that he chiefly displayed his originality. It has been pointed out above that the idea of the world breathing came from Anaximenes, world breath, world breathing. And we need not be surprised to find traces of Anaximander as well. Right, obviously Anaximenes and Anaximander seem to follow in line with each other and sort of lead to the ideas of Heraclitus, who also talked about the 4 elements, right? And I believe as does Empedocles. So there's sort of a link between all those, as you know, we'll come to establish, right, between those who establish change, those who establish pluralism, and those who establish dualism, as we're sort of pointing out here, right? So these were early designations within philosophy, right? As has been said already, he says, the fundamental dualism of the way of opinion certainly creates a presumption in favor of the view that the system described in its in it is early Pythagoreanism, right? So that's interesting. I don't really catch a lot of hints of Pythagoreanism in the way of opinion, but that maybe that's just me. I mean, we went over some ideas from Pythagoras, and they seem much more complex, right? The limiteds and the unlimiteds, and but there is that dualistic element, right? Which seems to be that Parmenides denied, right? He sort of talks about sort of the one and the many in and of itself in the Pythagoras, right? So Pythagoras, obviously Pythagoras had a huge influence on Plato, and we sort of went over that, right? Okay, it's sort of Pythagoras and not Parmenides that sort of Plato uses, right? He uses some combination of Pythagoras and Heraclitus and so on and so forth. So far as we know, there were no other contemporary duelists to whom Parmenides could have referred. The question that now arises is simply whether it is possible to show that the particular form of dualism with which we have to do here can or cannot be identified with that which we are justified on other grounds in ascribing to Pythagoreans of the first half of the 5th century. To point out some of Pythagoras' dualisms, right? It said all is number, right? So the number constitutes a higher aspect of reality, right? He said that the limiteds and the unlimiteds exist, and the one is better than the two, and so on and so forth, right? But in that idea, the one is better than the two, it seems to point towards the preeminence of a sort of monistic system. Right. Well, Plato also kind of talks about the preeminence of being over becoming. Right. But they still add in that the way of becoming is not illusory, that it has full existence. Right. Did Reddington leave? Yeah. Blessings. All right, I gotta go grab my little coffee here in a minute here, but read like another sort of paragraph of this. Let's see who's here in the chat. Yeah, don't know what happened to Reddington. I think he like fell asleep or something. But yeah, blessings. We are starting these shows super late now, so so I apologize for that. By this time we would have been like maybe close to wrapping up the show usually. So this is the problem we're all facing, right? We're only a month into this experiment, and of course we're fastly approaching this Sunday, right? I think time will be going up an hour or something like that. So yeah.
So, yeah, when you're done and you want, I found a very short sutra about the sign list, and I think you might like that.
Yeah,
you share that when you're back or something.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm interested in that because we have several concepts in play. One, man is a symbol-making animal. The second is this idea of the sort of nameless being the beginning of heaven and earth, and then the third, it would be this idea of signlessness, right? So we're sort of hot on the trail of some pretty interesting insights here. So yeah, it says, now if we were confined to what Aristotle tells us on this subject, here comes Aristotle, the corrupter. Aristotle tells us on this subject, right? It would be almost impossible to make out a case. But his statements require, as usual, to be examined with a certain amount of care. Yeah, right. He tells us, first of all, that the two elements of Parmenides were the warm and the cold. In this, he is so far justified by the fragments that since the fire which Parmenides speaks is of course warm, and the other element, which has all opposite qualities, must necessarily be cold. But nevertheless, the habitual use of the term the warm and the cold is an accommodation to Aristotle's own. Uh-oh. He's got sort of designs in it. Accommodation of Aristotle's own system. In Parmenides himself, they were simply one pair of attributes among others which distinguish two forms. Still more misleading is Aristotle's identification of these with fire and earth. So he's saying that he's trying to sneak in the elements, right? So he's trying to say that that Parmenides is sort of sneaking in these elements, right? But he's saying, no, that's actually Aristotle trying to justify his own system by adding these sort of ideas of sort of that are more cohesive with Anaximenes and Anaximander, which we previously discussed. And he says, it is not quite certain that he meant to say that Parmenides himself makes this identification. But on the whole, it is most likely that he did, and Theophrastos certainly followed him in this. It is another question whether it is accurate. We know that the earth was made of a dense element, and the suggestion of Seller that this was the sole basis of the theory is in every way probable. Simplicius, who had the poem before him, after mentioning fire and earth, at once adds, or rather light and darkness. Yeah, that seems more appropriate to Parmenides' purpose, right? This idea of light and darkness, where he's talking about going beyond light and darkness, right? Sort of. Going beyond the changing of the days, as it were. Lastly, Aristotle's identification of the dense element with what is not, the unreal of the first part of the poem, is not very easy to reconcile with the view that it is earth. Though it seems to be sufficiently justified, on the other hand, if we suppose that the second of the two quote-unquote forms, which should have been left out, is the Pythagorean air or void, we get a very good explanation of Aristotle's identification of it with what is not. So see, Aristotle sort of has sort of three modes of existence that already exist, right, in an eternal sense, right? You know, he has the universe itself, which is eternal. He has the void, and then he has this sort of universal mind that exists, right, which sort of shapes the universe through the void. So he's saying that this is more him tailoring the views of Parmenides to his own system. We seem then on the whole to be justified in simply neglecting the identification of dense elements with earth altogether. So he's saying it's probably not likely that Parmenides himself would have associated what is not with the void and then this dense element with the earth, right? And the warm was the efficient cause, right? Aristotle has four causes, right? Material, formal, efficient, and final, right? Of course, we'll discuss these in due time when we get to the writings of Aristotle. And the cold and the material or passive is intelligible enough if we identify them with the limited and the unlimited, respectively, right, of the Pythagoreans, right? But is not, of course, to be regarded as strictly historical. So he's saying this is his interpretations and not a historical guide through the work itself, right? The thoughts of Aristotle or Simplicius. We have seen that Simplicius, with the poem Parmenides before him, corrects Aristotle by substituting light and darkness for fire and earth. And in this, he is amply borne out by the fragments which he quotes. Parmenides himself calls one form, quote unquote, light, flame, and fire, and the other night. We have now to consider whether these can be identified with the Pythagorean limit and unlimited. We have seen good reason to believe that the idea of the world breathing really belonged to the earliest form of Pythagoreanism, and there can be no difficulty in identifying this boundless breath with darkness, which stands very well for the unlimited. Quote unquote, air or mist was regarded as the dark element, that which gives definiteness to the vague darkness, as certainly light or fire, which may account for the prominence given to the element by Hippasos. Okay, I'm going to read this paragraph, and then we'll go to Buddha's poem, and then we'll go to the presentation that me and Truther put together, and then we'll go to some more music, and then we'll come back with the show, in which we'll discuss the Shangzu and the work of Jacques Ellul. So these are some of the things that we'll be doing. It says, we may probably conclude then that the Pythagorean distinction between the limit and the unlimited, which we shall have to consider later, made its first appearance in the naively realistic form which Parmenides describes. The darkness, or quote-unquote air, of which he speaks, is simply another name for the unreal, of which he had spoken of in the first part of his poem, and which should have been left out altogether. Okay. Okay, let's get up in that that thing you have, Buddha. You got something?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because it's connected to the Tao and the nameless simplicity, I think. So you can share the screen clearly, because it's short though. It's probably take 5-10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Yeah. So this is
that's fine.
Pali Canon, the Anamito Sutta, the sign list, and the Venerable Moggallana has described how, with the aid of the Buddha, he has passed through all the jhanas, which is like the higher realizations, right up to the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception. So that is what the sign list is associated with, the sign list, neither perception nor non-perception. Then, friends, I taught the sign list concentration of the heart. So it's a sign list concentration of the heart. That's actually, Upanishads has similar things to that. This sort of the signless concentration of the heart. They say, now what is that? Then I thought, in this a monk, paying no attention to any distinguishing signs, enters on and dwells in that concentration of the heart which is without signs. This is called the signless concentration of heart. Then, friends, paying no attention to any distinguishing signs, I entered on and dwelt in that concentration of the heart, which is without signs. But as I dwelt thus, the consciousness conforming to signs arose. And then, friends, the Blessed One came to me by his powers, and said, Moggallana, Brahman, do not slacken off in the signless concentration. Make your mind steady. Make the mind one-pointed. Mindfulness. That's basically mindfulness. Concentrate your mind in the signless concentration. And after that, friends, paying no attention to any distinguishing sign, I entered on and dwelt in the signless concentration of the heart. Now, friends, if anyone were to truly declare, through the teacher's compassion, the disciple gained great super knowledge, he could rightly declare this of me. And there are some footnotes here too. See, the jhanas there are like 4, the world of form, and then there are 4 higher jhanas, which are associated with the formless world. And, so You know, they listed, you know, and one of the highest one before complete nirvana is neither perception nor non-perception, which is called nivasani or something. Yeah, these are like absorption, and you know, so you know, and these are like some footnotes, you know. Yeah, and I think the absorption into the one-pointed absorption, signless concentration is basically what Zazen is also about. Zazen or Shikantaza is not something you can reach via compulsion or trying to push into it. It just naturally it comes forth when you cease grasping or following signs, basically the signless. You know, that's what I would say. And this is from the Pali Canon, so you can see that. Yeah, and yeah, so yeah, I think there are telepathic powers in Buddhism. Of course, there are. This does tie into that a bit and such. So yeah, that's it. And that's all. That's a nice sutta.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, my friend. And of course, we're going to do a complex study of Buddhism and Zen Buddhism. And of course, we'll be providing that here eventually after we are looking, after we're done looking over the Taoist texts, right? So, so we're almost done looking at the Shangzu. So we're closing in on, you know, doing a sort of a extended study of Buddhism and Zen sort of thoughts. So that will be quite an interesting exploration to add on to our pile of, you know, subjects, because we've looked at Confucianism, we've looked at Taoism, and then if we take a look at Buddhism, and of course we've looked at Hinduism, right? So now if we take a look at Buddhism, we'll have a more sophistication with some of those ideas. And of course, when we, you know, when you get into Western philosophers like Schopenhauer and Hegel and Nietzsche, they're already have a sophistication with Confucius, Lao Tzu, you know, Buddhism, and so on and so forth, right? They have a just as much a sophistication with those texts as they do with the Bible, right? So, so it's fascinating, right? But of course, they don't have the historical or cultural, you know, context, right, to understand those ideas the way that you know, we can formulate now, having resources which explain the history as well. So now that we can put together the historical context with the ideas and thinkers, and you know, sort of explore their development and how they sort of tie into different developments over time, we can draw a picture of the, you know, development of the modern scope as well, right? So this is part and parcel of our explorations here on the Machine Lies and elsewhere on other networks which we choose to collaborate with. Of course, there's very few at the time, right?
Yeah, I will say this, that
almost
I get,
behind.
I get what you're definitely doing, and I highly respect it, definitely, because I see that there is a shared thread based on what you say with Al-Ghazali and also the Taoism and also Buddhism, where you cannot, you know, place a telos of that is like instrumental in the sense of like, you know, the technique is leading to, you know, the pseudo-eschatology. You cannot really, you know, ground their transhumanism on the basis of sacred metaphysical truths. That cannot be done without, you know, being disingenuous, basically. Yeah, so I like that. You know, I respect what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you, man. And so, you know, welcome to my friend. We're taking a little break here now, just to explore some of me and Truther Kop's, you know, work that we put together. And of course, if anybody has any commentary on what I'm saying here, you know, go ahead and let me know. You know, we'll go ahead and pause the video and we'll get some commentary in here from you guys. I wonder if Dom fell asleep or if Dom's still here. He's been very silent. But, yeah, blessings to Dom. I greatly appreciate you. I know he was on earlier today. He did a presentation on free will. So so perhaps we could look at his presentation on free will as well, and get some thoughts from you guys. So yeah, go and check out Dom's channel, right, and check out his presentation he did earlier on morality and ethics and free will. Obviously he's a honored guest here on our show, but I'm afraid that he may have fallen asleep during the various explanations. Obviously, it is very late here, so I greatly appreciate the people who are corresponding, as well as Twilight. Thank you for joining. And of course, me and Buddha have been having a complex discussion here on a range of topics. We've looked at the Parmenides, we've talked about transhumanism and technical complexity, and the signless state of awareness, and how man is a symbol-making animal. And of course, we've touched on a little bit of the history of transhumanism. So I appreciate you joining, my friend. And of course, Dom, and Reddington contributed earlier. So I greatly appreciate Dom and Reddington. Blessings, guys. Good stuff.
Good to see y'all, man.
Yeah, what's up? Oh shit. I was gonna get more coffee too. So what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, man.
Or was I? Or did I drink that? I don't know. I don't know if I have coffee. I'm very confused. Yeah. I don't know if I'm about to make coffee or pour another cup, or I don't fucking know. I have no idea what's going on at this point. I've just been sipping the brew. It's like an infinite coffee cup. Yeah, I appreciate the people that are watching. Not many at this point. Good Lord. But yeah, we got sort of shadow banned, whatnot.
Of course.
Oh wait, what was it? Yeah, chop it up. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
What'd I miss? I had to take care of some stuff. I was gonna come by earlier, and I had to take care of some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, let's put this on. And yeah, I'll pause this if you want at any point. But yeah, for the next 30 minutes, we'll be playing this thing here. Me and Truther Cop put together. So check this out. Check out the Healing Law podcast. They put my name on this, MHT Kang. You know what I mean? We got to put our real names on there. We don't fool around. I mean, it is what it is. Right? You got to stay professional. You can't just be a character forever. So yeah, this is the thing here. Yeah, we put our name on what we know. People try to they try to dox and threaten and play little games and things. So obviously they were very pressed to do that, right? So we noticed that, right? So let's let's check out. But of course, we put our name on everything we do. Let me put this Healing Law podcast, right? Healing Law podcast. I appreciate you guys. Right? And of course, it's a badge of honor to put together some of the the quality, right? Instead of the quantity. Although we have produced like 400 videos.
As always.
Right, and we might have like almost like 250 K views, right? So maybe if we produce like 1,200 videos, we should have like 1 million views on the channel. If my calculations, if the calculations are correct. So yeah, we're on our way to produce 1 million views on this channel. And that is a lot of correspondence, right? So yeah, that's a lot of correspondence, right? So so it helps. Right, and actually they sent me a message and they said 100,000 hours of watch time. So people also sat there and watched for 100,000 hours. Right, so that's quite a bit, right? I don't know what 100,000 hours adds up to, right? But
Yeah.
it's got to be a few years or something. I don't know. Yeah, let's see, 100,000 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot, man.
100,000 hours is how many days? Is how many days? Let's ask the AI. It says it's 4,000 days.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's a few years worth of people sitting here and watching the show. I mean, like, in terms of just attention, right? So yeah, so blessings to the people.
We are here with Mohammed Kang, author of Logos Dethroned, as well as from the Machine Lies YouTube channel, a very interesting thinker out in these spheres. He doesn't want to be called a philosopher. I just asked him, but to me, he very much is. With as far as technology and consciousness goes, he's a very innovative thinker. Dr. Skrbina was your professor, I believe, right? And how would you introduce yourself, Mom?
Right, I learned a lot of what I know from Dr. David Skrbina in terms of philosophy, but that's why I don't really bill myself as a philosopher, because obviously he studied at a PhD level, right, in philosophy, and he could tell you all about Plato and Aristotle, and he's a sort of a classical thinker, right? He thinks that philosophy should go back to sort of the classical mode of thinking, and he found a lot of good ideas in the Greeks, right? So when I wanted to challenge sort of the ideas of Dr. Skrbina, I wanted to argue with him about if technology, right, could be a sort of morally neutral, right? That was the first thing I argued with him. I thought that technology is not good or bad, right? Sort of depends on how you
Can you put on the subtitle?
Right? And the more I argued with Dr. Skrbina,
Sure. Yeah, the volume on your side is very low, so it's very.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of low volume. So maybe I could, yeah. So we will say that to Truth or Cop. So maybe we could increase the volume. But yeah, I found that was a wrong way of thinking, right? Meaning that technology itself imbues certain values, right? Like, for example, like efficiency, right? Control, right? It has a built-in need for sort of technological progress and innovation, right? And this works whether you deal with a capitalist system, right? Because in a capitalist system, you need more and more new products to invest in, right? So that's what sort of drives innovation in a capitalist system. But within a sort of socialist, or a communist system, right, the technological scope becomes the central thing that sort of propels the state, right? So, as Stalin said, he said the only condition necessary to realize socialism is the creation of industrialism, right, or the industrial society, right? So we see that technology is sort of a force that drives politics and culture, so it's not morally neutral, right? It's sort of in the driver's seat, right? And the second thing I argued with him about, and I had a much more successful ability to argue this, was from a theological scope, right? That the Bible actually prized God's creation, that it didn't put God's creation as secondary. And so God wanted us to be sort of stewards of nature instead of use our reason to sort of subdue nature, right, through our technological innovations, right? So Skrbina thought that the Bible sort of promoted the sort of latter view, right? So I sort of disagreed with him. I said, no, actually the Bible argues that the earth is God's creation and that we should respect God's creation and so on and so forth. So yeah.
So through his, between him and you, like, you kind of lay out, like, you called yourself a panpsychist the other day. And so in relationship to like technology, I've heard you say this before. I mean, not just AI being potentially consciousness, but all technology is a form of consciousness in a way. I've heard you lay that out before. Could you explain a bit about that?
Yeah, I think that nature is creative, right? So I think obviously nature is God's creation, and the technology that we make is man-made nature, right? So technology is sort of a second order of nature, right? That sort of dictates human needs, right? So what it does is, idealizing its own values, right? Like how human society, right, or a city can govern the needs of the individual, right? So can technology determine the will and the desires and how a human functions in the world, and even determine his base means for survival, right? So technology actually dictates and controls a large aspect of our life, and this includes human society. When a civilization creates ritualistic means, right, they create a level of where they rely on a certain level of social organization, then there's naturally going to be the use of technique that precedes human will or desire, right? And so this whole idea of sort of when a city determines the needs of the individual, right, another way to put it is, man becomes guided or controlled by his own creations, right? So our creative aspect has a will, right? Like, for example, as it says in I believe in Chronicles, right, to paraphrase, it says something like, our thoughts have imaginations of their own, right? So what we create creates, right? It's just that simple, right? That we don't decide what our creations are used for. And actually, the most fundamental thing is writing, right? The process of writing, right? Because the words cannot defend themselves. And anyone can change the meaning, right? The meaning can change over time. Okay, so the meaning is sort of fluid, and we are living in an age where content is totally plastic, right? So in a realm of content plasticity, right, you have a total context dependency, right? So you have the over layer of contextualization and meaning that sort of controls the dialogue, right? Controls the narrative, right? So so this whole idea of how language and words can sort of shift how we perceive reality, and of course Plato describes this in two places, right? He describes it in the Phaedrus, right, where he says that writing is one of the most dangerous inventions, right? And then secondly, in the Cave, where he shows how a alternate reality could be used to prescribe means, where people could totally rely on false means to perceive their own survival, their relationship to the world, and their relationship to symbols. The key thing is their relationship to symbols, right?
Man, what is it? Oh, you say it all the time. Man is a symbol. What is it? Symbol making. What is it?
Yeah, that's from Mumford. That man is a symbol-making animal instead of a tool-making animal, right? So he defines man not in terms of his ability to create tools and new technologies, but the more basic desire to have a symbolic frame of reference, right, that actually amplifies our technological means, right?
And that symbolic frame of reference can be restricted by the technology that we use in ways that we don't even really comprehend.
Oh yeah. The medium is the message, right? If you can control what somebody sees and hears, you can control what they think and say. Who controls your eyeballs controls your brain, right? So yeah, absolutely.
So you wrote Christ protagonist or logos dethroned, transforming the symbol of Roman power into Jewish salvation in the slander of the great and the prophet of God. And you're referring to Jesus Christ there, right? But you're also
I'm
Hmm.
mostly referring to the revolutionary or messianic movement of the Jews within Rome.
right.
And
So who's the
how
prophet
and
of
how
God there? I'm wondering.
oh yeah,
In that,
that is definitely Jesus, right?
right. Oh, so but it's an interesting language for like because you're a Muslim. So like, so Jesus is a prophet of God to you, is what you're arguing here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, one of the main prophets. Actually, the Messiah, the Messiah, right? So that sort of proves Christianity to be true and Judaism to be false to a certain degree, right? But then on another end, right, there's the whole sort of dialectic that's imposed, right, between the idea of Jewish messianism, right, or the Jewish eschatology, right, the Roman state or the Roman system of of governance, right, and also the Greek metaphysics that were used to subsequently prove, right, some of the ideas of the Alexandrian Jews, right? So this was a special class within Roman society, right? And one of the key things that they did was they combined sort of Greek and Jewish learning, right? So when the apostle Paul came along, right? See, he's the apostle to the Gentiles, right? So he speaks to the Greeks, right? So in his mission, right, to the Gentiles, he sort of led the transition not only from this idea where the Jews were sort of this sort of second class within Rome, right, to then being this sort of idea of Jewish eschatology was amplified, right,
Mm.
by the by the Pauline idea that led to the decline of Rome, but also to the spread of Christianity to Europe, because the Gentiles that Paul was preaching to were actually the Europeans. So just as Christianity unified the European sort of tribes, right, Islam unified the Arab tribes, right?
Mm.
So there's this big so I talk about this huge culmination of events where sort of Islam and Christianity, but mainly Christianity, ruled Europe for sort of 1500 years, and how the transition from Christianity to the secular society owed much more to the classical Greek civilization, right, than to the Christian ideals,
Mm.
right? The Christian ideals. So I talk in one end how Christianity, and different ideas about Paul, right, the apostle, right? Because when you look at the historical references to Paul, it could get really strange.
Mm.
Okay, like for example, there's different Christian sects who will, tell you different ideas about, Paul the apostle, and I do a sort of exegesis of the Pauline epistles. The Pauline epistles is the main work that combines Jewish eschatology and the Greek ideas, because he's writing in Greek, right? And he's writing in a rhetorical style that is pretty much unmatched in history, right?
Mm.
Where he's sort of talking about the spirit and the flesh in a highly organized way to point at the um, values that are mentioned in the Old Testament, right, and interpret those sort of values, right? in terms of sin and salvation, and of course, what he comes up with has an extreme effect on the development of the Europeans, right?
And that still carries forth to this day, right? Like we still see the same dynamics coming forth from this to this day. I mean, where I don't know how far you want to get into it, but we got war taken off again, all because the way these ideas carry forth. Because you would argue perhaps that religion is a technology, right? The form of technology.
Yeah, I think sort of as I said earlier, nature is a God-made technology, right? And the technology we make is remade nature, right? So yeah, I'm sort of convinced that maybe technology is a term because what isn't made, right? Nothing's by accident. I truly believe that, right? I truly believe everything is part of some sort of craft that's going on, right? At the highest level, it's God making things, right? But obviously we're made in God's image, so so there's so on and so forth.
Right, in the same way that he made us, and then we go forth and we create what we creates, like you were saying. Well, as far as so healinglaw.com, like this whole website, I started studying like natural health and all this and seeing how these systems come forth. And, Rockefeller basically, turned oil into these synthetic drugs and we got rid of the natural medicine. And it's basically like what you're saying, second class nature, rather than using white willow bark, we synthesize aspirin aspirin synthesized, whatever. All these different things come from these plant compounds we find in nature. Then we make this second class order out of it because the technology can be controlled by the creatures of the state, the corporations, and for profit and all this. I don't know where to go with that, man. Because you think so deep, you get me going so many different directions. I can't even keep it together, man.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the main points that I explore is that through the sort of implementation of this global system, right, there's been a dual effect. One is sort of the destruction of wild nature, and the other is sort of the loss of traditions, right? So the traditions used to be tied to the ethnic, structure of the language and the culture, right, of the particular people, right? That's been lost because of liberalism, of this global system of international trade, importing culture and technology and education and so on and so forth, right, to create this global monoculture. But monoculture also applies in terms of the plants, right, and the destruction of wild nature, because what we've done is, through the implementation of things like IG Farben and all these things, right, where I think it was Fritz Haber who created the Haber method, right, where you could take a synthetic nitrogen, right? I think they applied petroleum to ammonium nitrate and got synthetic nitrogen, right? From this chemical extraction process, right?
Right.
And through this, they were able to use the synthetic nitrogen to plant seeds year round, right? And of course, they could use this, the monoculture and the pesticides, right? And that's another thing that Fritz Haber innovated was this use of pesticides, which they actually theorized was created from Zyklon B, right? It's amazing how many of these implements actually were used later. I think Monsanto may have created chemotherapy from mustard gas, right? So they actually given people, mustard gas to try to heal them from cancer, right? In conjunction with radiation. Well, obviously the rise in cancer is caused by the use of synthetic food and drugs, right? And the use of synthetic chemicals, right, that are poisoning human beings, including the pesticides, which have huge endocrine disrupting chemicals, and of course the nitrogen seeps into the water system and causes dead zones in the water where you have huge fish die-offs because of the nitrogen in the water
Algae
taking on the
blooms and all
oxygen
that,
in the
yeah.
water.
Yeah.
Creating the algae blooms. So these are things that most people don't know about, and most people aren't aware of the food system and the system of natural gas and petroleum and how it's used to derive the food, and of course the petrochemicals and the pesticides, and how there's so many cleaning supplies and soaps and like aluminum foil and whatnot. All these things have endocrine disrupting chemicals in them, right? That are used, and of course, a lot of these organizations, right? I think there's a huge Baal, system in play, right? And by Baal, I mean that they want to use fertility rights for to control the weather and poison people through the use of food, right? That's Baal, right? Because Baal, the sacrifices to Baal were used to control the weather, right? So the fertility cult was linked to the soil and the food, right? So they're using the food to poison people to control the population so they can control the weather. Right? So that sounds like people who pray to Baal. In other words,
There's definitely some dark forces involved here, man. Because the amount of things that go wrong, it's like every piece of technology, all the food is poison. It can't just be normal. It has to be extra processed with extra ingredients, and a lot of these are like talking about the Monsanto and their inventions. I mean, I think they made Agent Orange, and they supposedly had something to do with inventing the first nuclear weapon. And of course, they had Roundup, which we just found out recently was causing all sorts of cancer. That being said, I gotta monetize this thing. Is how I do it. This podcast is sponsored by American Grit Fulvic. You can learn more at OperationAmericanGrit.com. TML, do you know much about fulvic acid? Because it actually ties into what you're talking about there with this chemical waste.
Yeah, something about oil that's like stored in the earth through organic processes or something like that, right?
It's very similar to oil. Like oil would, fulvic acid, if it were sitting in earth long enough, it would become oil, coal, or tar. But the way that it sits in the earth, it's still bioavailable. It holds this electronic charge, like this organic, like because the organic carbon structure of it holds this charge that needs to be released. And it is, it feeds all these beneficial bacteria and microbes. In fact, cities have, when they have a PFOA, like pollutants in the waterway from all these synthetic chemicals being spilled into the water, they will actually take fulvic acid and they'll dump it into the water, and it will renaturalize the synthetic in there. It like pulls it out and renaturalizes it because it's kind of the cousin of oil, coal, and tar, and it identifies with it somehow, and it somehow pulls it apart. It's fascinating stuff, the research they've done. And it's basically, it can heal the soil with all these synthetic fertilizers that we're using. They've killed all the little microbes and stuff, and the soil is basically dead and not active. But fulvic acid is present in everything, really, like everything that's living organically. It's like this background nutrient that exchanges information, much like mycelium would, in a different way. It's still, it's still, I don't know. It's too much about that, but the fulvic acid fascinates me because Rockefeller took the synthetic drugs and made these pollutants and these estrogen mimickers, these phytochemicals, which disrupt our bodies terribly. And it seems that nature has its own little design about how to heal us, and that there's a lot of different ways to do that, but fulvic acid seems to be one of those ways that we can pull that crap out, at least to some extent.
Yeah, I've heard that oyster mushrooms can like break down oil spills, and they spray like chemical dispersants on the oil spills, and it doesn't break it down. So it's incredible what nature can do. It can work with incredible chemicals that are I guess incredibly virulent, that it took us great pain and effort to create, but there's sort of compounds in nature that could break them down very easily. So that is sort of a miracle in and of itself, right? If we look at the information that's in nature, right, and study nature instead of trying to create new new machines as a replacement for nature that actually destroy wild nature and the information contained therein. Right, so this is a huge problem that we're facing on a global scale. Is people who don't avail themselves of a sort of real science or a real sort of alchemization of human knowledge in terms of corresponding with nature, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the main focus about like how I started this site. It's like clearly we're working against nature. And if you just work with nature, if people would just be a little bit more aware of it, they would have healthier, happier lives. They wouldn't be dragged into this medical system that takes everything that they own before they die. I mean, it's incredible how backwards things are.
Yeah, that's why I think the solution is in nature, in replanting wild nature and studying what the local plants are and what nature has to offer, and sort of becoming people who engage in this practice of figuring out sort of what goes where, and like I know there's lots of land race strains around the world. Like cannabis is from the mountains of India, right? Apples are from the forests of Kazakhstan, and I know coffee is from Ethiopia. So these things grow native to certain lands, right? They've been exported around the world and hybridized and planted in different areas. But of course, if you go to the land race, right, you'll see that it is a powerful product that nature created, right? Like some of the Ethiopian strains of coffee are like the strongest, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like nature can create is sometimes much more powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always, if it's not more powerful, it's more energy efficient somehow. Like the efficiency of nature is unmatched. The technology we make is like, it's always has its costs, and it might appear to be more efficient, but there's always these hidden costs where it just proves itself not to be.
I think in finding an ideal to the world technological system, there's no more perfect ideal than wild nature.
Yeah. I love that concept, wild nature. Yeah. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time here, Mohammed. Do you have where can people find you? And you got your books available on Amazon, right?
We got books available on the major retailing sites, Amazon or Barnes and Nobles or whatever. You can also email me alternatively for a free PDF copy. Right, I don't have the resources to send books out to everyone who emails me, but the thing is that they are free. The machine lies 0@gmail.com. Right, you could send me an email there to get in contact with me. Obviously, we hold a public forum on the Machine Lies YouTube channel. There we have a lot of content where I ruminate on on a lot of the research that we've compiled in terms of a lot of the ideas that I brought up here. So if you guys have interest in that or to correspond with us there, we have an open public forum there on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night, usually at 9:15 p.m. Eastern time. So so come check us out there. But thank you so much for having me, and it's always a pleasure, Doug. Blessings, brother.
Blessings, man. Thank you so much for coming onto the show to help me get this podcast started. And yes, always a pleasure to speak with you. Without further ado, and I'll put the links in the description for all your stuff. I'll get that together when I put this out. Without further ado, thank you, Muhammad Kang, for coming on here. The Machine Lies. Great talking to you. This has been the Healing Law Podcast. Y'all take care now.
Yeah, peace.
When you walk out of here today, don't be afraid to remind our government that they work for.
You must leave the area immediately.
If you refuse to leave the area, you will be arrested for North Carolina General Statute. Under North Carolina General Statute.
But the fact of the matter is, it is not okay what you are doing, and the people are not intimidated.
If you have a good sheriff, however, they can stand in the gap.
You've got to be subject to the law, whether you have on blue jeans or blue uniforms. What is right is right is right.
I don't give a damn what it is. Because guess what? I'm ready to go to jail and die about it.
Think globally, act locally. We need to understand what the global agenda is, but we need to act locally to counter it. And we need to do it in a way that occupies peace. We need to do it in a way that is going to make connections with each other locally so that we see each other as human beings.
I'm going to leave you with 3 simple words: dignity and community.
And a lot of people were seeing politics at that time, but I was seeing revival.
Yes,
revival was coming through the realm of politics.
Amen.
And that momentum and that movement is still in our country.
Yes, sir.
We just need to find avenues to harness it and where it manifests itself.
Fan that flame.
We're you know, the move of God is strong in our nation today.
The Word of God teaches us in the book of Psalms. It says that if I had wings like then I would fly away and be at rest. It's released representing the soul of Andrew.
To get this into the
Interesting stuff from Truther Cop. Blessings to Truther Cop, and also to the Healing Law podcast. And also, you know, let me put that up for you guys again. And yeah, go check him out there. You know, and yeah, he kind of, you know, we were let in blindfolded to that one. You know, he sort of like hit me up and said we were having a conversation, and then he gave me the link to this studio that we just talked, and he said this is a podcast, and then I just started talking at the peak of my fast when I was extremely thirsty and hungry and whatnot.
That was a very good talk. It was very good. There's
Yeah,
a lot
thank
comments about it. But first, I want to say about wild nature. That's definitely true. Many people don't know this, but the ancient Romans, they did not eat that much meat. They actually had stinging nettle soup. And you know, stinging nettles, you can like forage it easily, and you can make soup out of it. So I think you should look at. And you know, they had a lot of stinging nettle soup.
Hey, welcome back.
And you know, people have forgotten that knowledge of foraging and how to, like, you know, because there's a lot of great potential in foraging and knowing how to cook with it and stuff. So yeah, the stinging nettle is soup. They ate it a lot.
Yeah, we've been domesticated in every conceivable way, and that's been the goal from day one. That's been the goal from day one.
The cities combined with the mythology to justify the ruling class is what domesticated us.
Well, I mean, just technology in general has. You know, like most people, just like Buddha just said, you know, most people don't know how to do even the most simplest things anymore. And the more the generations move forward, the less people know how to do. Like until soon, I mean, within the next few generations, no one will know how to do anything. Quite literally. Like, and I mean, that's that's just the truth. You know, it's just further disconnecting you from what's real. You know, to where people will prefer the simulation to reality. You know, and that's why the whole idea of the simulation disturbs me so much. You know, that you know that the reality is a simulation. It's like no. That's the entire point, is to make you believe that. You know, so that you exchange, you know, actual lived experience.
Yeah, let me tell you something interesting.
For a simulation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, did you know Twilight, that book I recommended, the To Speak for the Trees, Beresford talks about going to this Irish village, and they teach her the Brehon laws, and the
Yes.
Brehon laws include stuff like knowing to what herbs to forage, how to cook, being self-sufficient, self-reliant, the Brehon laws. And that kind of stuff is being lost thanks to modernity, the growing encroachment of newer technological innovations and such. That's why that book is interesting. It got popular. To Speak for the Trees, it talks about her time in the Lishin Valley, and how the people there still actually they uphold ancient Celtic rituals, and some of them even speak Gaelic. I think I have to double check Gaelic, I believe. But that's being encroached upon by modernity and other similar issues. Yeah, but it's a good book. Yeah. Knowing true knowledge, I feel, has to be integrative and holistic. It has to be holistic in your day-to-day life. It can't really be compartmentalized from, the daily activities you do, like cleaning the floor or like gardening. All of that has to be holistically integrated and such. And
that kind of reminds me, when I was in a psychology class, they had a list of things of what they said made people the happiest, and it was shit like cleaning and cooking.
There you go. Precisely.
Yeah. At first I was like, what the fuck? And then I really thought about it, and I was like, oh, of course it's that, because no one wants to live in filth. And also it's
exactly Dogen's teachings. What you have just said there is pretty much what Dogen is teaching, that the mindfulness, when you sit or you stand up from sitting, you're supposed to bring that mindfulness to your daily activities. It's called, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like everyone had their place. Like when we had tribes, everyone had their place. Everybody had something that they were good at. And like I'm a very strong individualist, but I do not like shun the tribe in that sense. Everybody had a responsibility, and everyone had a purpose. They had a telos, all right, and everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, and we had rites of passage, and I mean. People, if you threw someone into the woods for 3 months, most people would completely lose their minds. If you cut off electricity for 3 months, like most people would not make it. And that's the entire thing. Like we're so handicapped, it's unbelievable.
This is pretty much exactly what I've described on this panel. Is before Atlantis, which is the pre-civilization that gave us civilization as we know it, by integrating technology with the people. Before that, people were egalitarian, and they were pretty much exactly like you described. They had responsibility, they had purpose and meaning, and then when these Atlanteans came along, they pretty much hijacked all the purpose and meaning to secure labor for themselves. That's how I see it.
Right, and you didn't have this like my body, my choice, type of thing. Like that's another thing, is like the destruction of the nuclear family. You know what I'm saying? Like there are certain things that are just natural. Like I believe that everyone should have like, their independent choice. All right, so this is kind of like, it's not like a black and white thing. But like at the same time, like men and women have certain like natural, instinctual like drives and strengths and weaknesses, Like I don't think women should be like going to war. You know what I'm saying? Like I really shouldn't have to like explain why that is. You know what I mean? Like, so there are certain things that are just obvious, and these like progressive, what they call liberalism is like, it's really like the opposite, honestly. Like, so it's like what they're actually calling freedom is slavery. So that's what they've done.
Yes.
I want to read just something short because it's related to what we're talking about from the book To Speak for the Trees. Basically, much of the book dwells on the Celtic elements that still permeate Irish culture, especially as preserved by the Leishan family, living in a secluded valley near Ireland's southern tip. Through this place, Beresford Kroger frames a living continuity of ritual, law, myth, and ecological knowledge that has survived through oral tradition. And so, the first part of the book deals with how each summer she stayed in the Valley of Lishins, where her Aunt Nellie and Uncle Pat taught her Brehon law, folk medicine, history, and storytelling. Under Brehon law, hospitality was sacred. An orphan became everyone's child. See, an orphan became everyone's child. And the valley functioned as a communal repository of memory. Physical remnants of Celtic culture still dotted the land. Ring forts, cairns, altars, and ancient trees. I just wanted to read that part of my review. I'll put the review in private chat. You guys can read if you want to. But the book is incredible because it shows you a real communal setting where, as I just read, and they spread via the oral traditions to all the children ecological knowledge, like foraging and being able to do your chores.
Yeah. Like literally, and the thing is like women actually had like an insane like understanding of like ecology and shit. And this is like kind of funny because this is where like the whole idea of like witches and all this actually comes from. A lot of people don't know this. Is like women had this understanding of like where all the berries were, what all the plants did, what all the like and there's a lot of books about this too. Like it's actually like there's like a reservoir of knowledge, like ancestral memory. Exactly. Because, as I said, men and women have certain strengths, and women were connected to nature. Like, I mean, it's biological. Like, like the moon cycles are connected to menstruation. Like I could go on and on and on and on and on about this.
Yeah. Also, the Irish, they have this kind of thing called Sianche, which is a wandering storyteller, which is welcomed as an honored guest in households. So they actually like have like storytellers visiting people's home and telling stories and folklore to each other, and it's like they have a special bed by the fire. Yeah, Irish culture is very interesting. Yeah.
Well, that's why you had the bards, Fabian. They weren't just telling stories. In that sense, they were the wisdom keepers. And the story like kept the society together. And the bards and the druids, they had like 20 years of education, and they knew all the natural cycles. They knew like all the migrations of the animals. They understood horticulture and ecology. They knew astronomy, astrology. They could map anything. Like the level of knowledge that our ancestors had is just absolutely mind blowing when you really think about it.
100%, definitely.
And
I actually was interested in getting a Vedic astrology reading in the past, but they tend to be expensive. But I do think astrology could have some truth to it, also, definitely.
Well, see, the thing is that most astrology nowadays is kind of nonsense, because like the true astrology is not just based in like the sun signs. So as you said, Vedic is like a lot more closer, but it goes even further than that, because really like true astrology uses all 88 constellations. True astrology is based in astronomy. They're not actually separate sciences.
Yeah, I tried the Vedic one, and then they're like, "You're fucked." And I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "I'm gonna go back to the Western one that says I'm not fucked."
No, people just want to mess with you, man. Like astrology is not like, just like with tarot, man. Like I've gone deep into both because it's tied to everything else I do. Tarot and astrology. Go ahead.
As I understand astrology, it's basically just it basically is just like a calendric system that tells mainly the elites when to enact rituals, so that they
that's what they use it for. But really, astrology is kind of like, okay, divination in general. People have this idea that like divination is like fortune telling or something. Okay, this is nonsense. This is complete bullshit. Okay, astrology is kind of like, or tarot. Okay, like tarot is a better example. Okay, because tarot is like kind of like if you understand tarot, you can understand damn near everything, because it's a system of correspondence, and correspondence is symbols, and symbols are everything. Okay, myth is symbols, religion is symbols. Okay, when you really break it down. All right, and those symbols are like, you know, they exist whether or not we understand them, you know, or interact with them. They still exist, and they're primordial. Okay, and they affect consciousness. And so, like, all the ancient cultures communicated in symbols for a reason. It wasn't for nothing. You know, there's a book by Leonard Slane, The Alphabet versus the Goddess, and it goes into this and how, like, the way that we communicated affected the way we actually perceived and conceived reality. Okay, how the word actually handicapped us.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Did you say that semiotics, in a sense, the study of science, it has truly sacred origins, like hieroglyphs?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's
absolutely. Yeah. No question about it. Yeah, because symbols go beyond the intellect when you really understand them. I mean, that's the nature of the occult in every, you know, in every way. Like that's what parables are. That's what metaphor, you know, like when you really get it, you know, it's taking the mind somewhere that words cannot go. You know, it's inciting an experience, you know, that, I mean, that's what they do with you know, television programming. Like they're bombarding you with all of these symbols. You know, like, well, why do they do all these symbolism? Well, because you might not understand what's going on, okay, but your subconscious does. All right, so like while they're showing you something, you know, on the surface that might seem silly, okay, underneath the surface there's a whole nother pattern that that is being shown that your subconscious completely understands. And what they do is they starve you of true holistic, you know, meaning. So they starve you to make sure that you're not, like, you know, actually able to be sane and balanced enough to fight against their control, okay, and realize that you're under control, okay. But they don't want to, like, starve you so much that you become, like, insane, okay, and you can't, you know, you can't be useful to them as, like, a worker.
Right.
And so what they do is they take for what they do. Look, this is literally what they do. They take from you what is yours. Then they sell it back to you and convince you that it was never yours to begin with. So they rip away from you what was already yours and then sell it back to you. That's really what. So you're bowing down to something lower than yourself.
And that's
convinced
our content, right? That's our content.
That is the nature of all, like, literalists, like whether it's politics, religion, you know, whatever it is. Like, even like you could look at like studies with, like, you know, they've done, like, with prayer and all this type of shit. And it's like, I'm not saying it's all like this, but, like, when you talk about, like, these, like, mega churches and shit like that, you know, and people think, like, oh, you know, it's my pastor is this and that, or, you know, and they're so holy and I can feel the Spirit of God. No. You don't feel the Spirit of God. You feel your own power, okay, that's being sucked away from you, okay? And it's then, it's being siphoned away from you. And then you're then bowing down to your own power, believing it's coming from somewhere else. Like that's literally what happens. and you can apply that to almost anything. Okay, so this is really what is going on, you know. And that's, I mean, that's the hijack. Like, it's very pernicious.
Been going on since then. Remember, Enlil's ideal human being, or I don't know if
Yes.
it's Enlil, but
it is Enlil.
Ideal, yeah. His ideal human being is basically a quiet worker who's going to do
That's right.
their whole life.
Yeah, it was too. You were too noisy. You asked too many questions. Yeah. No, yeah, it is Enlil. It's Enlil. It's Zeus. It's, you know, all these gods are tyrants. You know, it
mixed with Saturn.
Right. But Saturn isn't always bad, though. It's just, you know, there's some very dark aspects. It's Moloch. You know, it's the same god. Dagon. You know, it's the same god. You know, but yeah.
No, Saturn has its moments, like when Ninurta defeated Zeus. The bird who stole the tablet of destiny from Enlil was Saturn, the Saturn god who saved everything.
Well, see, that's the thing is you have like Kronos, right? And you have what's the other one? My brain's foggy.
Uranus, the dad.
No. There are two there are two gods that are mixed up very frequently, and they're not the same. They sound very similar. And one is like actually Saturn, and one is like a god of time, and they're not the same. And my brain is just fogging. But it's like, you know, one is like the Grim Reaper, you know. And so like, but like I said, like no, put it this way, no symbol, no archetype is inherently evil. None.
Yeah, I know who you're
Zero.
talking about. Yeah, Kronos.
Okay.
Kronos. You're talking about Kronos.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so no entity is inherently evil. None. Okay, because it's an energy. It's a force of nature. All right. So Set, Satan, Enlil, none of them are inherently evil. It's how it's utilized. Okay, like fire isn't evil, right? You can use it to cook food. You know, you can use it to warm things. You know, to so you don't, you know, freeze to death in the winter. But then you could also use it to burn down a village, right? You can use a knife to cut food. You know, you can use it to like, you know, pull yourself out of captivity if you're tied up. But you can also use it to stab someone to death, right? So it's a tool. Okay, and so that's the nature of it. It comes down to intention. But see, like, what people are dealing with is they're being manipulated by knowledge and energy that they don't know exists. That's the issue, because they don't understand how their own consciousness works. They don't understand their own psychology. They don't understand what makes them tick. They don't understand the master-slave relationship, how we actually, you know, become slaves. And I mean, this is, you could take this all the way to like the mundane level, you know. And when I say slave, I mean like not necessarily like someone bound in chains. I just mean like how we surrender and our autonomy and acquiesce to something above us. You know,
I would define slavery as basically some sort of external force that imposes itself and steals from your labor or your property without your consent. That's basically slavery.
Well, but here's the thing, though. You could be in chains and still be free in your mind. Meanwhile, you know, you could be, you know, free physically, you know, and be completely slaved within your mind, unable to you know, see, you know, it's kind of like, you know, when someone's let out of like prison and they've been there for their whole life, you know, and like they're out for like a month and they end up back in prison because they no longer know how to interact with the rest of society. Do you know about this? Like this is what I'm talking about. Okay.
If we take a person, if we take a person who like lives on their own land, they don't have any government documents.
Yes.
They don't have any police going over there and harassing them or whatever. You
Yes.
know, they work for themselves. Their labor's their own. It doesn't belong to some company who's they're trading it for some talismanic pieces of paper we call money. That person is free. That's a free person right there.
Correct. It's when you and the biggest, one of the biggest of all is basically outsourcing your conscience, not following orders. If you follow orders, you're a slave.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. You could have a bajillion. You could have you know, like these people that they live in they have a hive mind. So even like the so-called elite, okay, like they're tremendously enslaved. Because they're self-murdered. They have no self left. That's why they have beehives. You know, what does that tell you? They have no self.
They're broken.
They have no individuality. They have no. That's why they want to merge with AI and you know, have this the Internet of Things and all this type of shit, because they're dead. They've completely sold themselves to the shadow. They're self-murdered, is what I call it. They have an inauthentic life. There's no part of them that is still human. Okay, and so the thing is that I don't think a lot of people understand is, you know, there are people that are completely fine with the world being in flames. You know, it's like Gotham in Batman. You know, like if you're completely deranged, okay, and you're a criminal, right? And your natural state of being is derangement and disconnection with self, because you no longer have one, okay? And you're a sociopath, and you're, you know, in constant dis-ease, you know, and you're fractured, okay? Then you're okay if everyone around you is fractured. In fact, anyone who is able to go beyond your state of being, you actually envy, you despise. They're the ones that are broken. There's the one. How many times have you seen like really sick people, like serial killers or whatever, and they're like, it's society that doesn't understand me. You know, it's the truth, because they've gone so far that they can no longer identify with what is, you know. And it's funny because the Gnostics, you know, made it very clear that, you know, evil is not what we think it is. Evil is the inability to self-correct. It's when minor misdemeanors, minor error, minor transgressions are extrapolated past the point of correction, to where it's like, whoa, you know, empathy catches on, and you're just like, you know what? Maybe I went too damn far. Let me stop here. And it's just like, you get to a point to where that no longer happens. There's no longer a limit. There's no longer a here and no further. There's no longer, you know, what am I doing? There's no longer an ability to be like, you know, maybe this is a bit much. And so this is why you see people, you know, doing what they do, you know, like like what's been released, you know what I'm talking about, okay? This is why they're able to do these types of things, and they all do it together. And that's why they all do it together, because it's like, well, you're crazy like me. See, we're all the same, right? And that becomes their normal, literally. And that's why they want to create new normals, because they want their insane, sick, twisted internal reality to reflect the outside. That's why they can drop bombs on people and harm children and whatever, and fucking sit and lie to everybody every day and not break a sweat, because there's no humanity left in them. They've completely sold out that sense of that sense of what it means to be human. You could quite literally say that they have lost their soul. And so, like, if you study psychopathy, like, it's ubiquitous. It's just like, well, I was harmed, so I have to harm too. It's like, well, you do the same thing as I do. Like, if someone who is a compulsive, like, thief or whatever, right, or a compulsive cheater, well, like, all of a sudden everyone is a thief, right? Because they feel like, well, if I'm a thief, then I know that, like, other people must think the same way as me, right? Because first off, they know, like, if I've gone this far, then clearly I'm not the only person who would do this, right? They're just pretending. They're really just like me. One, it's a justification, and two, it's a paranoia, because it's like, well, I'm fucked up. I know I'm fucked up. Everyone's got, I can't be the only one. So it's a form of guilt, and then it's also a form of trying to justify and scapegoat others. And so then when you see people that are actually full of light, which light and darkness is kind of pantomime, but for the sake of argument, when you see someone full of light, full of honor, full of dignity, full of integrity, full of respect, full of, virtue and ethics, okay, you detest that. You want to destroy that, because you can never be that. It's kind of like if you have, like, a really nice car, right? And I see that car and it's like, oh man, like, I'm kind of jealous of that car. That's not necessarily so bad, because jealousy can incite, like, a motivation to action, to improve oneself, right? But envy, that's something very different. Envy is, you have something and I can't have it. And so now I will destroy what you have, or destroy you, so that you can no longer have it either. And so, that's really it. And if you, like, look at the profile of the archons and how they're described in the Nag Hammadi, like, everything I'm telling you is exactly what it is on a larger scale. But yeah, I think I've been yapping long enough. I didn't actually mean to, but it's an important topic for sure.
Well, you were describing people as dead, and you did use the word broken, I think, at least once, maybe some more times, but I that's how I refer to people. Now, I think that there are a lot of people, or maybe not a lot, but there's certainly a number of people who are beyond the point of no return, where, like,
yes,
there's nothing you can do to get through to this person, because the reasons that you've explained, and they've just gone through so much trauma and inflicted so much trauma, they cannot perceive living a life where they're not inflicting trauma or they're not receiving it, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like in a hell loop, essentially.
Can I read you a short poem and you tell me if you agree with it? It is from Sa'edi Shirazi. He's a Iranian poet, Persian poet. Anyway, he says, human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. That's from Sa'adi Shirazi. You know. Would you agree with
Precisely.
that?
100%.
Yeah, I made a video today talking about this actually. How we are all one who has basically separated itself into many individual fractals so that it can experience being in all forms. And so when you are harming one person, you are literally harming the ultimate animating force of everything, which is basically God, what people call God.
Yes, and that's what Jesus was really trying to say.
Yes.
When he
Love
says turn the other
thyself.
cheek. And people think that means like, oh, just let them hit you. No. It's an understanding that, you know, that's why they say what goes around comes around. But it has to. It legitimately has to. It's not religion, it's physics. Like, yeah.
Well, I don't think people understand about God. What they need to understand about God is that God, the closest or the most accurate way to describe God is as a living principle. This means that God has a way of expressing itself that it does not deviate from ever.
Correct. I would agree with that.
And the way it expresses itself is basically the way it wants to. And because we are individuals of that expression, we need to learn how to live our lives basically the way we want to, and allow other people the ability to do so at the same time. And this is where people fail. They don't understand how to actually let people live because they don't respect themselves, or they don't understand love, or because of the reasons you said they're broken. And and because of this, what goes around comes around, literally, because natural law will ensure that we reap what we sow. And since we
There
don't
you
love
go.
each other,
Natural law. There you go.
love. Yeah, natural law. Yep.
That's it, man. That's it. There is morality built into the universe. And it's nothing to do. There's a difference between our laws and nature's laws. Okay? And you can't escape. You can escape human law, but you can't escape nature's law. And if you look, you know, into any tradition on Earth, every time that there was a judgment from God, so-called. I say so-called because I don't believe God actually judges in the way that people think. Every time that happened, it was because man either turned against each other or they turned against nature. So it wasn't that God was like hurling thunderbolts from the sky. It was that man was turning against what was divine within himself. If you follow what I'm saying. And so because of that, it's like a mirroring effect.
Yes.
You know? You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's really what it is, man. And so that's why, you know, like Jesus called them hypocrites. You know, and he says, like, I don't know who you're talking to. You say you know God, but you're of the devil, and he was a liar from the beginning. He was a murderer. And when he speaks of his own tongue. You know, this is what this means. He's saying if you knew, then you would do, you know, if you knew Abraham, you would do the deeds of Abraham, but you don't. And they're like, well, what do you mean? How could you say that? We like practice the Torah, you know, and study every day, you know. And he's like, no. Do you understand the law? He says the law is a curse, you know, and it's just like it goes over people's heads. It did then and it does now. But you know, like that's it, man. A hypocrite is not someone who, like, you know, not just because they say one thing and do another. That's part of it. But the word hypocrite, if you take it back to the Greek, it literally means a performer under a mask. So that means they were never who they claimed to be. It was an act from the beginning. That's why it says, depart from me, I never knew thee. Right? Never knew thee. So that's like if I say, oh man, you know, Dom's a really cool dude, man, you know, like, I've known him for years. We've always been cool. He really likes me. We have a good relationship. Da 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 da. And you're like, bro, what are you fucking talking about, dude? We used to fight all the time. You're a fucking piece of shit. Like that's basically it, man. It's like I'm pretending. It's like I'm because you have a good reputation, and then I'm using your reputation to glorify myself. That's essentially what it is. It's like, oh look, didn't we cast out demons in your name? And he's like, what are you talking about? What? Like, no. like that's what it is. It's like, yeah, you talked about, sure. You said you did these things, but even if you did it for your own glory, and it goes back to like, you have even like philanthropy, for instance. Like, yeah, you're doing a good deed, but you're doing it so you can be seen. You're doing it so you can have recognition. You're doing it so that you can have an ego trip. It goes back to like the Tao. Like if you're a good person, you have to not want to try to be a good person. You can't want a result. You do it because you do it, not because you expect something in return.
100%.
You see what I'm saying? It's selfishness. It's selfishness disguised as a selfless act. You see what I'm saying? And so that's really what it is.
That's the Diamond Sutra. The Diamond Sutra says when you give a present, you cannot like attach to an expectation of a return. Actually, the Bhagavad Gita also said that. Like, you don't help with an expectation of a return. You do it because it just naturally, spontaneously unfolds within you without compulsion.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Like if you see a woman or a child being beaten, right? Like, you're not going to sit there and be like, let me like logically weigh the consequences of my actions. Like, you're going to fucking do something about it. It's innate in most humanity. You're going to do something. Now, the level of your participation depends on who you are as a person. But, say you walk in and you see a woman being beaten, or a child, God forbid. Like, unfortunately, most people will just watch. But this is what I'm talking about. Okay? So basically, you don't really know somebody until the shit hits the fan. Like, that's the reality. Anybody can claim to be this and claim to be that and claim to be ethical and claim to have the high road or whatever, and that's real easy. Okay. But as soon as the shit hits the fan, as soon as it really comes down to, to brass tacks, what then? When you're up against the wall, okay, and you have to make a decision right then, and it comes down to your primal instinct to survive, then what? That's really it. Then, and then like the people who really need to understand that one are like the new age ones, talk about, oh, just send them love, and then that's where like the part of me that like is as much as peaceful as I am. Like, I'll tell you what, if I see someone abusing an animal or abusing the innocent, the last thing I'm going to do is send them fucking love. I'm going to send them a lot of violence, and that's just it, and that's what I'm saying. It's knowing when to act in the right way, and that's what response is, as opposed to reaction.
Let me tell you something interesting. When I was in the city, I came across this bird. He had collided with a skyscraper. I could tell he was in pain and suffering, so I picked up the bird in my hands. As I was walking, no one cared there was a bird in my hands, but I saw a teacher that used to go to the Zen center I would go to. She told me to put the bird there, and I did. She said she's gonna get a box for the bird. When I put the bird there so she can get a box, the bird died. I heard the bird's final gasp. You know what I mean? I was holding the bird, and I could tell the bird died. Like she told me to put him in a bed. So but then after that, you know, she told me this happens a lot. And you know, after that, I went and I saw my friend. He was actually what was he again? He was not Russian. He was Kazakhstan. He was from Kazakhstan. And you know, he told me in Russia or Kazakh, they actually make indentations in the glass of the skyscraper, so less birds hit it. You know, and sometimes they even spray UV the paint because UV spray. Because you know, lots of birds die from collisions and clear windows. You know, my house has a bunch of decals around on the mirror, on the windows, so that way birds do not hit it. You know, because their mind has trouble. Some songbirds have trouble distinguishing the reflection from, because they're flying at fast speed, and you know they don't always can tell that's a window not to hit. You know, lots of birds die every year from hitting the window. But the thing is, just a small change like putting decals on the windows of your house could save a lot of sentient lives, like songbirds. You know, let me also say this. There once was a commercial in America where they were making fun of birds that hit windows. They were just making fun of it. You
Yes.
know, and that's so dumb, you know what I mean? You know,
It's in cartoons too.
yeah, it is in cartoons. Yeah, but you have to get this. Songbirds have rich mental lives, they have rich internal lives, they raise their young. A lot of them like chickadees, like bluebirds, eastern bluebirds, you know, it's just small things can have big ripple effect, is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. And that's really it, man. Is like, truth of the matter is, like, a lot of the solutions to our problems are really fucking simple.
Yes.
Like, they really are, man. That's what's so disgusting. That's the one part of me, Avian, that does agree with you that, like, it's just like I just want to throw my hands in the air. But I know there are others like us. I know for damn sure, because I've met a lot of amazing people in my life. I just know there's few. But you know what? That's okay, because that's all we need. That's all we need. I'm not worried about saving the world. They don't want to save themselves. Go ahead.
If we want to break the cycle of Ouroboros, and that's what I call it, which is basically this Anunnaki Atlantis civilization trap, then there will need to be literally millions of people, perhaps even billions, depending on the population, which right now would require billions of people developing principles and becoming like the Christ and the Buddha figure. That's what it would take to break that.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you what to do, TML, but aren't you taking a bit of a risk? You know, because you know they might have nudity or something. You gotta be careful. Like, I don't know if they will. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. I don't want you to get struck again. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's close to the time. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, some of those were getting a little. Yeah.
Was that Twitter or X?
Yeah, it's Twitter. Yeah. So obviously they may have different rules for Twitter than they do for. Wait.
I've never even made a Twitter. I've never been on there.
Yeah. So what else, guys?
Yeah, you know, there's few people, and you know that's fine because not everyone needs to understand all the advanced stuff, like you know how astronomy or how astrotheology works, or all the meanings of the mystery tradition schools from Egypt or Greece or whatever. But what everyone should know is the basic stuff, which are the principles of how to live a good life, and that's really all it takes. And I go over these principles as well. The principle of self-responsibility, accepting responsibility for your actions as a sovereign being at all times. This means not following orders, not allowing substances or things like alcohol to be an excuse as to why you did something, not blaming
Yes.
circumstance. You know, realize that you made choices in your life that led to those circumstances in the first place. This is responsibility. The
Yes.
second is the non-initiation of harm, which goes hand in hand with responsibility. If you're taking responsibility for your own actions and you really respect yourself and you understand how the universe works and how it's interconnected, then you're going to realize that other beings should be held responsible for their own actions as well. And this means not interfering with their actions. This means not initiating harm or violence, because violence is what violates rights. And I've gone over this, but there's 7 actions which initiate harm and cause interference of sovereign being, or interference of the static being that Parmenides talks about, which is really just trying to force becoming onto being. This is murder, rape, assault, theft, trespass, lying, and coercion, because all of these are the theft of property, and property is that which belongs properly to the individual. Your very body is your property. Your very actions that you do with your body is your property. These are things that people do not have a right to take from and use it for their own end. You know, you cannot treat people as a means to an end, because you're going to generate objective consequences in the real world, which we all subjectively experience, that are bad for everyone. And this is how natural law works.
Yeah, let me just quickly go through the precepts. You know, there are actually more in Zen, and this in my church is also Zen. Basically, they have 16 bodhisattva precepts. I'll just, you know, there are the 3 refuges, which you say, I take refuge in the Buddha, I take refuge in Dharma and Sangha. The 3 pure precepts, but I'm just going to tell you the 10 grave precepts, which is, the first one is not killing, the second one is not stealing, the third one is not misusing sex, like not cheating on a spouse. You cannot do that. The fourth one is not lying. The fifth one is not giving or taking drugs. The sixth one is not discussing the fault of others. The seventh one is not praising yourself while abusing others. The eighth one is not sparing the Dharma assets. I think that is, that's not, like, just don't be stingy. That's what. The ninth one is not indulging in anger. And the 10th grave precept is not defaming the 3 treasures, which is the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, and stuff. So I would say that most traditions have, you know, precepts, or, you know, it's hard to be perfect, and one makes a lot of mistakes, but you just got to always be watching your own mind and stuff, the workings of your own mind and such. Yeah. So yeah, those are the precepts, and the Soto in the Bodhisattva 16 precepts. I just want to say, you agree with those, right? The Dom, you agree?
Yeah, generally, except the drug one.
Yeah, the drug one, I would say maybe stuff like very bad stuff like heroin, or, you know, or like meth, you know, those are very bad. Never take those even once. I think cocaine is very bad too. And so do not do those. I think stuff like pot or coffee is fine, or something, you know, that's fine. In moderation. In moderation, though, because coffee can make some people very irritable, but not everyone. It's variable. But I think one should never take meth, heroin, or cocaine. Those kind of stuff are very bad. And isn't there something called crocodile that really mess people up? I forgot what about that one. There's a lot of drugs out there. I think a lot of prescription drugs actually mess people up more than pot or something. You know, like,
Yeah,
really.
I think crocodile was like Russian or something.
Yeah.
Made it in the microwave or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's some Edom shit, man. People eat each other's faces off and shit. That's some wild stuff.
No also brings up a good point about anger. It says it sustains him in these lawless times. But we shouldn't shun emotions like anger, because, you know, they're there to be felt for a reason. They exist. But it really depends about why you're angry. That what is making you mad. And I think in the modern day, the average person or modern man has a whole lot to be mad about, personally.
Anger is a wonderful emotion. It's like fire. You know, it's what you do with that fire. Do you use it as a motivator to if something is wrong, if you see an injustice, you have what's called righteous indignation. Like if something is going terribly wrong, you shouldn't be fucking smiling about it. Like we've been lied to about this shit. And like I said, we've been made docile. If there's an inequality or an injustice, you shouldn't sit back and be like, oh, it's fine, it'll all work out. It's God's will. No,
it's that not indulging in anger. So there's a difference. Indulging in anger versus justifiably angry. Because
right.
Something like those leaks we all know about. That should make people justifiably angry. Like
like real talk. Like people like them. I would have to like take a second to like split second all of them harm somebody. I would have to take a split second to think not wanting to sacrifice them. Like real talk. Like when you cause so much harm to so many people, it's like the Druids would they had like their own form of capital punishment. There's this idea of like they committed all these human sacrifices. The fact of the matter is, like, they would sacrifice like the worst criminals. Like every year, they would just like the worst criminals. They would sacrifice, and I think that's great. I mean, we do it in war and capital punishment all the fucking time, but yet the ancients were so terrible when they were.
Yeah, I think capital punishment for very serious stuff like like cannibalism or harming children. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think we should do it publicly. I think we should do it publicly. I think that only for extreme circumstances. I'm actually serious. Like I'm actually serious. Like I think that but yeah, only the most most people that are in jail or prison are fucking, I wouldn't say innocent, but all the wrong people are in jail. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, like someone who embezzles money from a big corporation like Walmart or whatever, he's gonna be put in the same cell as a serial killer or child abuser. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, or had a little bit of weed or whatever the case may be, and there was a fucking a great what I'm saying, like it's just it's sick and twisted, and these people are out in a few months, slap on the wrist, and it's just fucking disgusting. We need to bring back warrior ethos, and this is what they stripped from us. And this goes back to what I was saying about, men and women. Like the men would go out and they would, protect the village, and women would watch the children, and everyone had their place. And that's not like some kind of like, oh, know your place. Like I work with the goddess. I have the highest respect for women, but like everyone had their fucking place. It's not like some social construct. It's fucking the way that we were designed,
Yeah, the way I see it is the men are going out to defend the women because the men see the women is more important.
That's right, because they have to raise the children. And make sure that everything stays afloat. Without the women, we're lost, man. And that's why you have cultures like the Egyptians and the Druids and the Etruscans and all that. They held women in the highest regard. Yeah. And then these feminists like twist and contort it. And it's like, oh, well, the patriarchy has always been against us. Yeah, you might want to look a little deeper, because I can disprove that in about 5 seconds.
Well, the
The fact
problem.
of the matter is that most of that shit is not true at all. And like you had people that were, you had women that were like in droves voting against their own so-called rights because they saw what was really going on. You know, so I believe in real equality, not the BS. So like the MGTOW and the feminism are both toxic as fuck, and it just like the LGBTQIO whatever. I don't care what anyone does in their own personal time, but it's realizing how these systems are weaponized to destroy the nuclear family, because that's always what it's been. Destroy the nuclear family, destroy nature, replace replace nature with AI.
Well, this is the show
disconnect
where
man from God and God
this
from
is
nature.
the sort of the traditional show. So we say actually that the nuclear family is a replacement of the extended family.
Well, that's true too.
So yeah, so we go even further.
That's true too, to an extent. I believe in both. I think it really comes down to a choice, because I do believe in romantic love. That not the version we have today, but I do believe it. But yeah, no, I do know what you're saying. Where and well, let me put it to you this way. I'll put it this way. I think that monogamy is almost like a privilege. I think a lot of people not only should they not have kids, but they're not actually like stable enough to have a monogamous relationship. Like they need help. Literally, they literally need help. They, people are like, oh, well, I had, 7 kids. And it's like, well, yeah, like, it goes back to what you just said. Yeah, you had 7 kids. Okay, cool. But like, who's helping you? It's just you, right? So like, are you like stable in your mind and your finances and your, whatever the fuck? So you're bringing children into a world that's totally fucking corrupt and against them and wants to sell them, basically pornography and tell them that they're not their, gender they were born with, and feed them poison and, like it's just like, well, I mean, is that really responsible? I mean, I'm all for kids. I'm not in any way against it. It's just like you really gotta like sit and think about this shit, and I don't think people really do. They don't really. They just have kids, and then so they don't really think much about it, and then they wonder why the world is so fucked, because everybody's absent. They have kids, and then they step away. And it's like, oh, okay, kids will raise themselves. Well, I think actually that'd be better. I think the best parenting would be let kids fucking be, and because kids are naturally like, curious and intuitive, and they have a sense of wonder.
Yeah, I was gonna say this. So, if you have kids, you should definitely breastfeed them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Breastfeed them.
Yeah. It's a direct correlation to intelligence. Breastfeeding stuff.
Yes.
So,
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I mean by the nuclear family and all that. I get what you're saying, Muhammad, and I definitely agree, especially if you're having like multiple kids and shit, because you need to have the resources, mentally, financially, and whatever, spiritually, whatever, to nurture that child, and especially if you're having more than one kid. I think if you're stable enough,
yeah, man, you won't believe this. Some baby formulas, they're so bad for kids. Like, I'm like, holy shit,
Yeah.
giving them goat milk would have been better than just buying that crap from the store and giving them that baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's been lawsuits, Avian. Sure.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And people don't think about this. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I was gonna have a kid. She had a miscarriage. My daughter would be 13. I just kind of took it as a sign.
I take my cats to be my kid. I don't care if people think I'm
I agree with
ridiculous for that. Yeah, but yeah, I do. Yeah, my cats. Yeah, I make. I researched a lot for my cats. I make them supplements like smoothies. out of chicken and the other stuff, and I put supplements in it, and I make sure they're healthy. One of my cats is 17, the other one is 14. They're both still going on strong.
Mm-hmm.
I will
But
say
yeah,
one thing though, don't let your cats outside, because at first it's dangerous for the cats. Second, they're not good for the endemic wildlife because they tend to be somewhat invasive. But you know, like Australia, I don't agree with this, but this is a difficult moral dilemma. Like Australia is actually culling cats because they are destroying the biodiversity, the cats that are outdoors, and that's the kind of debate. I don't know, for conservation reasons. I personally would never harm a cat, but they are doing it not out of sadism. They're doing it to protect the biodiversity in Australia. I'm curious what you think about that, though. I just want to hear your opinion. So,
They are kind of invasive.
yeah,
I mean, that comes down to people that defend hunting. You know, like I know a lot of people that defend hunting, and they're like, well, you know, they're sick anyways. You know, they're
Yeah, I
gonna
was
die
early
slow and miserable.
yeah,
Go
I was
ahead.
early you know, sort of convinced by you know, Schopenhauer that pets are sort of slavery, you know, because it's only for your personal enjoyment that you yeah.
I actually agree with that to some extent, but the problem is once you do that, I don't know. You know, like, should we abandon them? Should we? I don't think so. I think we have responsibility. You know, like it is true they are kind of become like slaves because they lose their
Right, but
self-reliance. So
right, but then should we keep a special class of animals that we just like that we then degrade
Right.
by keeping them at
I would
home?
say that the best thing to do is to be against breeders. You know, to adopt your pet
Yes.
from the humane society, or even the pound. You know what I mean? Because you know the cats and dogs
Yes.
are routinely rounded up to be taken to pounds and stuff. So you know, humane societies are the best. Do not support breeders. Support the humane society and stuff. But I
Yeah, they
agree.
like animal eugenics and shit. Like it's fucked up. But no, yeah, I agree that like most people do treat their pets like slaves. For sure. But I don't think that that's always the case. Some are incredibly generous and compassionate. But like I do definitely see that argument. And you know, I mean, it's kind of like the same with their kids. People have kids so they can say, look at my kids, aren't they cute? It's the same thing as their pets. It's like they don't really care about their kid. They just want you to, you know, think like, oh, look, see my cute kid, aren't I a
Yeah,
great
I think
person?
TMO meant more in the sense that you know they were domesticated. Like we took them out of their wild habitat,
Right, exactly.
domesticated them for our own amusement or something. But I'm saying that even if that were
No, I know.
true, we're still responsible for what our ancestors did with that.
I think dogs are a lot worse off than cats. You know, like
Yeah, they
cats
are.
can
Yeah, they
get
are.
by in the city, but a dog in the city is just basically screwed. Right?
That's true. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
instead of
Well, I mean,
you-
we created dogs. You know, like we created. So
Yeah, dogs were our bitch.
we literally created them.
Dogs are our bitch because we made them.
Right. Yeah.
That's just a joke about dogs. Sorry.
No, I get it.
No, but I kind of disagree with the general framing of this whole like go pick up dogs from the pound because breeders do bad things, which I agree breeders are bad, but like couldn't you argue the same thing from the sense of like humans at that point to say, well, a lot of irresponsible people have kids, therefore you shouldn't have kids and you should just adopt other people's kids that they don't take care of. Like isn't that
Yeah,
a
let
like
me answer to that.
disincentive?
First, humane societies work with pounds. They get the pet cat or dog, and then they like make sure they're healthy. But you know, supporting humane society is good too. You know, and I have volunteered at humane society. Second, I would say that's a false equivalence. You know, because you see the difference is that you don't need to breed cats or dogs. You know, we could stop that. You know, like well, it's different in the case of humans because humans are like you know embedded in the society or the you know it's like different. You know, like you know breeding cats and dogs is ultimately for other people's amusement. You don't have to do that and stuff. So I would say it's a false equivalence. Yeah.
This reminds me. I want to ask the panel, not just towards Avian, but anyone. What is the argument against someone saying that no one should be having children because you're bringing a life into the world who did not consent to it and therefore invoking unnecessary suffering?
Yeah,
The
well, I read
anti-natalists.
David Benatar, and well, a little bit. I also looked into the anti-natalist. I wouldn't say I'm a anti-natalist, but I am personally child-free, though personally. But I've been married for 10 years and stuff. But that an argument against that, you know, against that would be that you know that's just imposing one standards on other people in the sense that is not natural. You see, because it's natural to procreate. You know, all organisms
I
procreate.
would go further. I would say the whole idea of consent is really a nonsense term, to be honest with you. Like there's a colloquial sense that we say consent, but in another sense, like it's still just like a social construct, if you want to take it that far, right?
That was a good one. That's funny.
Bro, you
Well, I'm not joking. I'm serious.
You've been
Are you
studying
familiar?
I bet.
Yeah, but you see, the problem with what you're saying, Neurojack, is then you can justify slavery. You see, but you know,
Right.
yeah, like
Yeah, like freedom is
Well-
consensual. So like
Well,
technically, you know, really
I mean, again,
you know, like
slavery.
rights don't exist. So
Slavery, yeah, rights don't
like
exist.
you consented to have like rights and liberty and you know and truth.
Well,
Like,
yeah, I think that's
you don't
yeah,
really need
exactly.
that.
Yeah,
Right.
like rights imply consent,
Right.
which again is like,
Like
really comes back down
you
to
consented to
other
like
things.
air and water and you know. You know, it's just no. I get what you're saying. I'm just doing what you. I'm just playing the
let's
game
define. No, but let's define the consent. Can you
No, I
guys
like that
define
you ask these
consent?
questions. I'm not giving you shit. I like that you ask these questions because people don't really like think about shit like this. I get what you're saying, but like, I mean, I think the argument that like they don't have consent to be here, like, I mean, yeah, like no one does, you know, like. So it's kind of like a reverse thing because I mean I even myself said like I didn't fucking ask to be here when I was younger, like I literally said that myself. So you know, but you know it's kind of like a natural process too, just like Buddha just said. You know, but I would make the argument that like I don't think you should have kids until you know you have shit somewhat fucking in order. Or like Muhammad said, you know, that like, you know, that there are others that are watching out, you know, like we had like some kind of tribal fucking sense of belonging and people had their roles, you know, like we've completely lost that, you know, to where everybody has just become so selfish and indulgent that they can't like see anything but their own, you know, face in the mirror, you know, and then they're part of nothing.
Well, but also like our biology is up against like a totally new environment that we're just not really, you know, for lack of a better term, programmed to know how to deal with. You see what I mean?
or
So like,
adapted to,
right?
Adapted to, yeah.
so
Well, that's
and we
because
never could,
technique
and we
has
never
moved.
could be, and we never could be, and that's the thing is like so to morality and consent and these things kind of go out the window in a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, I want to just say something. Ted said that this system that we're embedded in, this urban jungle, this industrial system, it doesn't adapt to us. We are the ones that are forced to adapt to it because of the pressures it exerts and stuff. And that kind of
Right.
is very bizarre. Yeah, you know that.
Well, and the ability to calculate morality, it just gets exponentially harder because
It's really not.
yeah, it is.
It basically comes down to: are you free or are you a slave?
Right. Right. So, like, do you think that
Well,
Jesus would like agree with that? Do you think Jesus would
again,
agree with
yeah,
like, consent, or do you think
but
that he would
here,
be like, well, she was asking
well,
for it, you know, because like it's natural and like it's hot, and you're a man, so like as an animal, you're obviously desire. So, you know, like, you know, or did he say like if thy commit sin in thy eye, you know, in thy mind, then you already like, you know, I'm just saying
well,
like if Jesus were here,
from
dude, like, you know, what
from
would Jesus,
from
you know,
God's perspective, we can't
right,
understand the concept of consent from our
right.
perspective
Right. So
doesn't make
like
any sense. So,
when Satan like tempts, okay, you, right? Is that like consent? Or like do you think God
well,
believes in free will or consent?
I think you would argue that it's more consent than a lot of Christians would, because again, if we because because we are consenting to being challenged, right? In a lot of ways.
I would no. I mean, even the those behind the scenes, you know, must at some level require our consent. So
I'm gonna
I mean,
read. I'm gonna read the etymology for consent. It comes
I
from
mean, like we were talking about natural law. Natural law itself
is based
requires
on
our
consent.
choice between right and wrong behavior, which does exist objectively outside of social
But
construct. So I'm not
but
talking about human. I'm not talking about human
but choice. But hold on.
morality.
But choice.
Human morality is a
Um,
choice. Human morality
well,
is a choice.
but
But
but but
natural
cho-
law supersedes human law.
But hold on, but
Well, I'm
choice, but
gonna.
as Machine has pointed out very well, choice and free will are not the same thing. And so, which one applies
Right.
to consent? Does
Well,
free
it's not
will
free
comply
will,
to
it's will.
consent?
Free will
Does
There's no
free
does.
will
free
wait?
free
Does free will apply to consent, or does choice
no.
apply to
No. You
consent?
already messed up. There's no such thing as free will. It's will. Will cannot not be free. Its natural
Right. So
state is
exactly.
freedom.
So what you're saying? Wait. So what you're saying is will is naturally bound to something else.
Will is freedom itself. That's what will is. Will is the ability to have freedom at all. If you didn't have will, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Like will is your ability to act.
Will is everything. But I do use the term free will when I refer to individuals.
Well, most people don't think like this. So usually I would too, because if I say there's no free will, they're going to think that, I mean, you have no control over your life. And so, yes, but like when I'm talking to people like Muhammad or Jack or whatever, you know, I just say it's will, you know, but like you're talking to a magician. So like, yeah, will is everything. Will is literally everything. There's a reason. The reason there's a universe rather than there not being a universe is because it was God's will. You know, like
Right. Well, I posted the etymology for the word consent there in the private chat, and it means agree or accord or feel together. So
right.
Implies togetherness, and it implies agreeing to something, and that
yes.
So I would put consent with free will rather than choice, because choice are what you agree to. You use your free will to make that choice, but from the possibilities that are choice, there's basically a limitless amount. But you have to pick one or several throughout your life.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, now you have to prove that free will exists.
The very fact that you have the ability to go against, okay, what is natural law is evidence in it of itself. That which also proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that whatever Geist, whatever God, whatever source, whatever the hell you want to call it, is just, is benevolent. The fact that you can rebel at all proves beyond any shadow of a doubt that the basis of reality itself is freedom.
Or
1000%.
or that rebellion is an illusion.
Oh man. Okay, well, if rebellion is an illusion, then you, my friend, are more satanic than I am. because that's what like the hardcore pseudo Christian Gnostics believed, is that this
Jesper,
is legitimately
Jesper
like,
Hoffmeyer says
and
this.
that's why they didn't want to have kids. They like, this is what like Bjerknes talks about, where they essentially believe that bringing people into this world is fucking like murder, essentially, because you're trapping them in this world of pain and suffering, and we're trapped, we're trapped here because the evil God created it, and it's all an illusion, and we're like immortals that are trapped in this, this is like what Archaics talks about, essentially, that we're like,
They give the AIX or the demiurge way too much power. I don't
correct.
think close.
This
to
is what like Hyperborean talks about. This is where we diverge ways, even though we agree on a lot of things, to where it's like, this is legitimately a hell world created by an evil entity. See, my take on it is, no, this is a divine experience, a divine dream, a divine experiment that has been hijacked by a malevolent energy. It's not created by one. Couldn't create anything. Couldn't create a sandwich if you gave it 2 pieces of bread. Okay? Like it can't make a sandwich if you give it toast. Like it's not possible. So that's the thing. All right. So like even Jesus said, "Let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. All else is deception." Why did he say that? Like why? Like how many people know he even said that? Like that's in the Bible.
I want to touch on what you had to say about freedom, and I agree with that because I think biological evolution expands semiotic freedom, the depth and flexibility with which organisms can use and generate signs, creating new niches and strategies, cooperation, deception, learning, and the biosemiotics of Jesper Hoffmeyer deals with that. So like it's a semiotic scaffolding. All of the earth is like a superorganism for Jesper Hoffmeyer, and that leads to more semiotic freedom. But I would claim that technique or industrialization lowers semiotic freedom, which is why we see disruption.
100%. So
I want to. Can I say what I think this place is? Because you said that it's like a divine experiment.
Yeah, it's a divine dream, a divine experiment turned nightmare.
Okay, here's a question. Do you consent to get addicted to heroin?
Well, in a sense, yes, but you're basically putting yourself in a spot that's going to put you in like this feedback loop that's hard to get out of by doing stuff like that. Because what heroin does is it takes you away from reality because you're not facing your problems. But when you come back, those problems come back even harder than they were before. And this is the feedback loop of drugs.
But sometimes people come out of the addiction and they're able to solve a lot of problems at once because they've already been to the rock bottom.
That is a powerful test and trial of the will to come out of that feedback loop. And and right there, I'd say that there's no other. Right there is proof of free will.
Yes.
Why else would they even come out of their feedback loop if they didn't want to?
Maybe God willed it to be so.
Oh, okay. Well, so how does that will God associate with us? That's the other question you have to ask.
God lives through us.
Correct.
And we live through God.
Yes.
Symbiotic relationship.
Yes. That's what the relationship is. A relationship isn't one-sided.
Right. And the way I see this place, I see it as like a holy area or realm of education where things like the demiurge, they aren't these parasites, or they are a parasite, but they don't have full control over the world, turning it into a hell realm.
No.
They're just a.
I agree. Finally, someone gets it. Yes.
Well, wait, but isn't it possible that they're symbiotic? Isn't it possible that they're symbiotic with us? Though?
No, it's not symbiotic at all. but it's just a feature to make the test harder for us.
Well, but here's the thing: is like, how do you know that we don't get something out of it?
We
I
do.
think it
We
could.
Yeah,
do.
hold on. Yeah,
We
hold on a
develop
second, guys.
internal principles. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, hold on a second. Crystal Shaman says, I would like to hear Dominic finish what he has to say about what he thinks this world is. Please, thanks. Crystal
That
Shaman.
was it. That was mostly it. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Go. Yeah, please restate it. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to get my point across while I had in my mind because I'll forget. Go ahead, sir.
Is everyone religious or something here? I guess I wouldn't call it that. Right? I mean, some people are religious, some people are anti-religion, and some people are pretty much agnostic.
We,
Right? So
we
have
all
quite a-
believe in a higher power. Just put it that way.
Well, no,
Religion is a
I don't
loaded
think-
term, but
no, there's others like Reddington that don't. So I wouldn't say everyone.
is he here? Oh, I thought they meant on panel.
Yeah, I mean generally people that are here. I mean Reddington's pretty much here like every episode. So
Well, actually, me and Reddington have been talking a lot, and we're actually on a lot of the same page now. So he does.
So you guys are coming around to Jesus. I like that.
Yeah, I would say.
Right.
for
Well,
me,
I never had a problem with Jesus, man. Never once.
I would say for me the signless or concentration of heart, which is like neither perception nor non-perception, that is sufficient for me. I'm not a monotheist though, personally. If you see, I'm a Buddhist. Like the Soto Zen. Yeah, that's what I am. Soto Zen.
Yeah,
Buddhist.
but again, aren't you making the assumption that there's no monotheism?
Well, everyone must choose their path. I have arguments, against it and such, ultimately, personally, though, but there's something I wanted to say, but I forgot.
I'm a pluralist, if you know what that is.
Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like, it's like a pluralist, a shamanistic animist, right? That's how I see it.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's okay. I'll probably come back again.
It's a non-duality.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's not like an anthropomorphic
yeah.
being, that like created everything. It's just that like there's a field of awareness from which everything arises.
But again,
Dharma
but
Dhatu, right?
But one thing that I think that you guys are kind of like just
Like the
stating
Tao,
without
like the Tao.
Yeah,
But one of the things that
Dharma Dhatu too. You know about the Dharma Dhatu?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a lot of overlap, Avian. We have more
one of the
overlap than we do.
one of the things I think you guys are just kind of stating without any real carelessly, and I don't say that insultingly, but I think you guys are just carelessly saying like freedom equals good. And I think you're just kind of positing that as like an axiom. And I want to kind of challenge that. Like, why is freedom good in and of itself?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be. Freedom can be terrible. I mean, like I said, the very fact that you can, okay, just to use the language, okay, just to use the language to make a point. The very fact that you can rebel against God proves that God is good. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I would agree. Again, the other option would be that rebellion is an illusion ultimately, right? And you could take it in the way that you were saying, or you could take it in the way where God's going to let you do what you're going to do, and then ultimately He's going to pull you back to Him, right? So it could be one or the other. Or, some people would say that's mind, or some people would say we're sparks of God, or whatever. I think ultimately, it just depends on how you want to frame it as a good thing or a bad thing or inevitable or not. And again, no matter what position you take, there's so many presuppositions you'd have to acknowledge to be possible that I think calling God evil is like the most insane thing you could possibly do personally. But
Yeah, I don't think any of us called God evil, right?
or the creator of existence, if you want to put it that way, because I guess some people would say the demiurge is God, but yeah, just to be more precise.
I see it as
No. See, that's the thing. The demiurge isn't God. That's the whole thing.
No, I
There's
get
no
it, but
evil
I'm saying
creator. I
like,
completely reject that. That's why I say like I can't accept when people
but
say
even
that like
saying,
an evil
I think
God
even,
created the world. Like it's insane.
but even saying that the demiurge is evil is kind of like, kind of weird, right? Like,
No,
because
the
it,
demiurge is insane. He's not evil. He's insane.
Yeah, but you see the thing is though, in other traditions, God gives commandments. You know, what I mean, well, in
That's the
my tradition, there
demiurge.
is nothing like that. It's called
That's
command moral theory. Command moral theory. I
Yes.
yeah, I don't accept command moral theory. So
well,
that's the
then
main.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't. So you're saying Jeffrey Epstein did nothing wrong, or?
No, Jeffrey Epstein gets negative karma. He'll have negative rebirth. You see what I mean? I do believe in rebirth. That's the Yeah, there's positive and negative rebirth, or even the end of all rebirth altogether. That's called peri-nirvana. Peri-nirvana. And or you can just have positive or negative rebirth. But I do believe, I don't think memory is stored in the brain. That's the explicit
Correct.
memory is in its
I
own
agree with that.
field. It's called the storehouse consciousness. Storehouse consciousness.
Well,
And
based on the physics we currently know, that it would be impossible for memory to be stored in the brain, anyways. So,
yes, exactly.
like physically,
Memory,
I mean,
morphic resonance of Rupert Sheldrake ties into this. Morphic resonance.
Yes. Yeah, I like Rupert Sheldrake a lot. We definitely agree on that, and that aligns with pluralism as well. Emergence theory, pluralism, morphic resonance, all that.
but again, you guys have this problem of like, can you prove free will exists?
yes, because you have the ability to make choices in your life. You can make choices from the opportunities that arise in your life based off of what you desire the most. And
I prefer the
Schopenhauer
word. Sorry.
says you can't desire what you want, but you can choose what you want, essentially. And the reason for this is because out of the possibilities and opportunities that arise in your life, some of them are more desirable than others. Like no one wants to go down the path of being a murderer. That's not a path people say, I want to go choose that. Even though everyone has the potential to do that, no one wants to go choose the path of being houseless on the
Well,
street, even though everyone has
let
the
me
potential to do that. We
let me
make
give you the
choices.
definition. Let me give you the definition. The
Oh, free
power
will?
of act. Yeah, the power of acting without the constraint or of necessity or fate. So, how does any human being have the power to act without constraint or of necessity or fate? Can any man like
How can
go
how
outside
can
of fate?
anyone act without necessity or constraint? If we lived in like this empty void, for example, what would anything we do matter? What choices would we have? We have to have things to choose from in the first place, and we have to have structures in place to make sure that our choices matter. That's what natural law is. It's a coherency that makes sure that what we do impacts the objective world. That
I mean, I don't know if like
within constraint.
I don't know if Jack has been talking to like Hank or something, or what's he's like become a Calvinist or what the hell is going on. But like the entire basis of Christianity is on free will. Like, I just don't follow what.
Well, I'm not saying it's mine. I'm not necessarily saying it's like my position. I'm saying that like
Okay, I thought
proving.
so. So you're
But
just
what
like
I'm saying
you're
is
playing
that given all your different systems of belief,
right.
How can you prove within your own belief structure that free will exists? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? I think Christianity can prove it in a sense, but again, most people
Yeah.
don't accept Christianity, and even those that do have different versions of free will in which they accept it, right? So, again, like I think I'm kind of ambivalent. I think either one, we have something
I mean,
called
what is repentance, Jack?
well,
What is repentance?
I think it's a process, not an action. I don't think it's a. I
Okay,
don't
but
think it's
if
a.
it's a process, that means it's a step. It's a step. A process
Yeah,
requires steps,
I think it's a process. Yeah.
and those steps require choices.
I
And
think
those choices require moral agency.
I
And
think a
moral
better
agency requires an ability to think and act. And if you can think and act, that means you are able to make decisions. And if you can make decisions that, like, well, like what?
Yeah,
This
but
is like the conversation I had with like Hank, where like I showed him 25 different verses where it shows that there's will, and then he's like, but this one says something different, and it's like, see, it's like, yeah, man, okay, yeah,
Well, Hank's a lot smarter than he seems. A lot of times, I think
oh
he's
no, I
trying
know
to
he is.
get people to. No, but what I mean is like I'm saying that in the sense where he's trying to expose. In my opinion, I think he's trying to expose that most people are really solipsist, right? But they can't admit it. I think
Sure.
that's what he's trying to expose. You know.
I mean, no, that's true.
And in a similar way, I personally have the same belief as him. I think most people are actually like crypto solipsist, you know, and they like they like to suck on Descartes' balls, but they don't
I
even
want to
realize it. You
ask
know?
I want to ask Neurojack, what when you provided that definition for free will, what defines constraints? Because I think a lot of people, when they think of free will, they think that they'd be like living in space, flying faster than the speed of light, going traveling from planet to planet. Like, I want to do all these things. I don't want to have to eat or live on this one.
Well, so
yeah, he's like, why
let me
can't I
get
be 20 feet tall? You know,
let me
and it's
let me
like
give the
because that's like that's fantasy. That's why, because
let me give the philosophical answer to that.
like,
Let
what are you
me give
talking
us. Let me give a philosophical definition. The capacity of rational agents to consciously choose their own actions and make decisions without external coercion. So I think that's a little bit more accurate for what we're talking about, because does any choice that you make ultimately come without, you know, external coercion to some degree, like your need for air, water, you know, sex, love, desires,
how is that?
etc.
See, your framing of coercion is very strange to me. How is that coercion? That's natural.
Well, you can't live without air. You can't live without
So
desire. You
air
can't
is
live without.
coercion? Like what? This is what I'm trying to say. This is like absurd to me. What do you?
Coercion is unnatural forces imposing their will on your will.
Yeah.
Air.
So like nature is not
Well,
like
wait,
coercing you
Are
to
you
breathe
saying?
air.
Wait. Are you
Wait,
saying that
what?
nature? Wait. Are you saying nature doesn't have will?
No, that's
Nature.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are people who will express their will on you in an unnatural way. That is coercion. They're trying to
Right.
make you do
Are you
something.
saying that? Are you saying that nature can't coerce you?
Well, there's a difference between a tornado coming and a mugger holding a gun up to your head, wanting to rob you.
Sure, it may be different, but it doesn't change that it's coercive, right? If the tornado's coming and you don't get in the ditch or in the cellar, you most likely will be ripped apart, right? So
Yeah, but it's not always easy, but you can get out of the way and avoid it, I would think, easier than the mugger.
Yeah, but see, like the tornado isn't like targeting you.
And exactly that is
well, I mean
It's
that
not like against you.
you're assuming that it's not targeting you.
Right. Okay.
It,
Yeah. No. It could have like woke up and been
maybe
like.
Yahweh is the God of wind, as you say, right? So I mean, technically,
Right. Well, no. It's storms, but yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's like Zeus. Right. Well, I mean, that's his attributes. You know.
right.
But
I'm just saying, like again, like it seems like I'm being facetious, but I'm saying like it is a real thing that you have to kind of consider if you want to make the argument. I
no.
think.
I have though, and you like natural elements can't coerce you. It's not possible.
I mean, why not? Like
Because
we live in this flesh, and this flesh does constrain us to some degree, right?
I mean, like prove that it has the ability to. You're making a claim, so you have to prove to me that the wind has agency to target me.
Well, I'm saying that
affect my
I'm saying that the flesh has agency.
This is logical, like, you know, this is a logical fallacy.
Do you deny that flesh holds agency?
Yeah, flesh holds agency, but
Right,
you
and
have
we
to prove to me that the
perceive.
wind has a premeditative, coercive will to
Well,
target me and me
the
only.
flesh. Wait, the flesh is of nature, and the wind is of nature, right?
Well, yeah, but see, like, nature is not just like nature like that. Nature goes deeper than that. But yes, but you're also talking to someone who believes that nature is a super living organism. So the intelligence of nature is legitimately within us. So
does nature constrain us in some way? Our will?
No, nature literally gives us freedom in every way, shape, and form imaginable.
And as I explained, the constraints are what gives us freedom. Like I said, if we lived in this void where there was literally nothing but us and we can do whatever we wanted, there would be no consequences, there would be no objectivity, there would be no meaning in that world.
But why are you why? But if nature made if nature made you your bitch, why would it be bad?
It's not
It's just nature.
It's
If nature makes you if nature makes you its bitch,
that's
why,
just
what would be the problem with that?
What do you mean it's making us our bitch? Would you rather live in an empty void where you think you can do whatever you want?
Like, I'm just saying, if your bitch, if your nature's bitch, what's the problem with that?
I'm asking, how are we nature's bitch?
I mean, some people actually would love to live in that void. That's the really sick part.
I'm sure they would.
Right. So what I'm saying is that you do live within a prison of nature to some degree, right?
Nature is not the prison. Nature is what allows life.
Oh man.
Don't you get it? Nature is what allows life. Nature is God living. That's literally what nature means etymologically from Egypt.
Nero Jack sounds like Hyperborean right now.
Right.
No, but I'm just saying replace nature with God, and then what's the difference, right?
Yeah, nature is the will acting. The in the macrocosm as it relates to our planets. This is why a tornado or something like that is not coercive, because it's part of some larger system, essentially, that is governed by patterns and laws.
Well, maybe our consciousness is also part of a larger manifold.
Yes. There we go. Yes, exactly.
Well, obviously.
So how can you be free from that which you are part of?
Because that which I am part of is free.
Because the very essence of my being is freedom. How can I not be free? That's exactly the point.
But see, here's the difference. If I say that I'm a slave to God, what's the difference from that and what you're saying?
If God makes a rock that is so heavy that even he can't lift it, is that actually possible, right?
Well, only he can do such a thing.
That's basically what you're asking me. Can God put on so much limitation that he himself is unable to accomplish?
But see, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing, isn't it? See, that's everything in a nutshell. Because only he would be.
This is a conversation I had with my buddy.
Only he would have that.
My Luciferian friend right now. It's actually really funny. Me and my Luciferian friend used to have conversations like that. It's like, can God like create a you know, an obstacle that he himself cannot clear.
Well, it again, this defines what Christianity says is free will. God gives us the choices, but he doesn't constrain us to a finite set of choices, right? See what I mean?
Correct.
So he sets the table. He doesn't necessarily guarantee which way you're going to go, but ultimately he knows all the possible outcomes, right? See what I'm saying?
Right. Yes.
So in a sense, you have quote unquote free will. In another sense, you have a very limited set of free will, right?
Well, I mean, at the macrocosmic level, if you really want to like go down that road, you know, as I've said, free will is kind of a oxymoron. There's just will. That's it. Will can neither be free or just will. And that's kind of it. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying all of existence is will?
Well, that's why there isn't existence to begin with, at all. Like there wouldn't be an existence if there wasn't will for existence. Because God could have just decided to not have an existence. You see what I'm saying? Right? But he wanted relationship, as they say. He wanted to know something outside of himself.
Yes, and this is actually the point I make in the video as well. Is I basically God is kind of like a scientist, except instead of like modern day scientists wanting to control things they don't understand, God actively experiences things that it does not understand. And since the will is basically everything at once, what it doesn't understand is what it means to be an ignorant, finite, mortal living in this life or death situation where it needs to do things like eat and sleep and things like this and be lied to. In order for the will to know everything, it needs to experience everything, and we are part of that experience.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I would say two things though. I think all sentient beings possess Buddha nature, which is the capacity for awakening, and suffering arises from craving and clinging. Liberation requires wisdom, or emptiness and compassion. And the Bodhisattva vow, which is unique to Mahayana, is to attain Buddhahood in order to liberate all sentient beings and remains engaged in the world until all are freed. That, I would say, the whole question of free will and determinism, that's not. I don't think that's important to my path. So personally, to my path, it's not really relevant. You know, those three things are the most relevant. So I would say dukkha is a consequence of grasping and clinging stuff. So yeah, that's the way it is. So at least from my tradition, you know, Zen is a part of Mahayana Buddhism. So it's Mahayana. Zen is Mahayana. You know, this sect of Mahayana. It's kind of like how I don't know. You know, like Quakers are a sect of Protestantism or something like that. If you see what I mean, like maybe I don't know if that was a good example, but yeah, you get my point. Oh yeah.
So I want to read you guys some lyrics that I think might that is about God. Okay, come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. You don't know how lovely you are. I had to find you, tell you I need you, tell you I set you apart, tell your secrets and ask me your questions. Oh, let's go back to the start. Running in circles, coming up tails, heads on a science apart. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Take me back to the start. I was just guessing at numbers and figures, pulling the puzzles apart. Questions of science and progress do not speak as loud as my heart, but tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. Oh, I rush to the start, running in circles, chasing our tails, come back as we are. So I think that this is a Coldplay song. I think it's about a Kabbalistic God, personally. I think that's what that song is about. Seeing God as a scientist, trying to like learn about his own creation and then learn about himself, essentially. I think it's written from like God's perspective.
And when I look at this, I don't see it as being written from God's perspective. It's mainly about, you know, like how our intellectual efforts to analyze life through numbers or science or progress, we realize emotions and love matter more than rational explanation. You know, it's like being trapped.
Well, but this is the thing is like, isn't that what God is? Isn't God love though? See what I'm saying?
But this is about being trapped in cycles of missteps and misunderstandings. You know, chasing clarity but ending where they began. So it's more about heartbreak and stuff.
But again, isn't that what we're here to experience? Is experience heartbreak so we get closer to God?
Yeah, but you said it was written from the perspective of God. It seems like it's written from the perspective of someone who's chasing after things, heartbreak.
I think it could be the creation, or it could be God. You know, he's saying let's go back to the start and fix everything, but also at the same time it could be a person saying I want to go back to the start, which is God. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I guess. So, yeah. I guess, you know, Nagarjuna says samsara is nirvana. There you cannot find this single distinction between the two. You know, Nagarjuna is in Madhyamaka school, and you know the Theravadins do not accept Nagarjuna, but Nagarjuna would probably agree with what you're saying because samsara is nirvana for Nagarjuna.
The way I see it is nothing happens that is not according to the will. If someone is getting murdered, God or the will is the murderer, the murdered, the knife, and the blood that spills on the floor and the floor. God, the will is experiencing all these things at once. And this is what I think that our test or our learning experience here is all about. To learn what's good for us here, to develop principles that will last with us eternally so that we can transcend or go to a place that is beyond this 3D realm, beyond this learning realm.
Yeah, that sounds like anime, like falling in love with a waifu in an anime, and it's like you're reaching higher platonic dimensions, like, you know, like Rei, or, you know, many people have anime waifus, and the waifu, in a sense, becomes a kind of reflection of the higher transcendent truth in some sense. You know, like.
Well, I don't really know what is higher. I just know that there are places beyond this realm, and I know that spatial dimensions exist. So it's logical to assume that your soul will be able to experience these higher spatial dimensions if you demonstrate that you are a true reflection of the eternal will by adhering to the principles of the eternal will.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to say a joke. I was thinking about Rem from Re:Zero. Rem. She's a nice waifu.
You know, Avian, I don't actually watch anime, so I don't know. I've only watched Dragon Ball, and Pokemon and One Punch Man, and that's about it. So I don't know anime.
Yeah, I was just trying to give a joke. It was just a joke. A joke. Yeah, I was just trying to. Yeah, but I was just trying to say a joke and stuff.
No, the god of anime kicked him off the panel.
Yeah, sometimes I like to say humor and stuff. Have you ever fallen in love with an anime girl, Nero Jack? I'm just curious.
Wow, you're getting them good tonight.
What about you, Twilight? Have you ever fallen in love with an anime girl?
I mean, no, I've never fallen in love with someone who wasn't like real. But
No,
I
they're
mean,
real. No, they're real.
if I you know, take that in a different way where it was like, hey, it'd be cool if they existed, you know.
Well, how do you know that the other people around you are real, though?
Jack, you're funny, bro. You remind me of my friend DH. Like, I might have to do a video like of
I
our
have a response to that. The real
conversation.
and unreal blur.
He's
They
a
blur.
non-dual Luciferian, and what's funny is like I'm actually more on board with what you're saying than you think. It's just that like I've beaten this topic to death so much with him that it's just kind of like I would have to introduce like an entire like background. It would take way too long to get into this because at the absolute highest level of understanding, what you're saying actually has merit. It's just in order to really get there, first off, what I would say most people would reject, and it would definitely go outside any religious idea of God, because that's when you get into like what Abian is saying, to where it becomes like, well, what is God really? And then you start realizing that God is everything. There is nothing that isn't God. And so how can God go against itself? You know what I'm saying? That's really what you're getting to. And at that level, then you can start making those assessments. There is still will though, but it's less concrete than it appears. So we have less control than we think when you get to that level. But most people, if I do that,
Yeah,
they're really gonna think that I'm like evil,
I want to
because
say
then
something
it gets to the point to where it's like, well, what is God? And it you know, it's like, well, is it you know, is it something in the sky, or is it,
I would
is
say
it
that.
you? What is the, you know, like where is it? God is everywhere, right? Well, omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent. Okay, so you're God.
I have one thing to say. Though.
I'm God. Muhammad's God. Okay?
I think
like
absolute or
what,
the
and then I have to like define what that means. You know, as in consciousness experiencing itself. You know, and then you get into like the deepest levels of non-duality. You know, like God created a universe, and it knows all things. Okay, it knows the beginning from the end. Time doesn't exist. So because time doesn't exist, okay, how is it that there can be any ordeal, any novelty, any any conflict, anything? Okay, so if you're God and you have all possibility, okay, and the ability to create and destroy anything at any time, and all possibility, good and bad, okay, dark and light, like he was saying, like you are the victim and the and you are the victim and the perpetrator at once. You are the one holding the knife and the one being stabbed. Okay, so like if you want to go there, that's the only way to really have this conversation. But at that point, most people I'm gonna lose them.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
want to say this though.
But that's the only way to go there. But I've done it. I've had these conversations, very, 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 very deep conversations.
Yeah, I want to say this. So, can I say something? I want to say that. So, I would say since God or Zervan is everything, it must also be what it is not. How can it be what it is not? What it is not manifest as a denial of what it is. You know, so it does. So God or Zervan does not exclude non-Zervan. And I want to say this though, is that you know, the ultimate, it cannot exclude the imaginative, but it is the imaginative in identity with the ultimate that is more real than the real. So there has to be a kind of I think there is a paradoxical aspect, because some people
It's all
create this
paradox.
world.
Ultimately, it's all paradox. You cannot reach for it. As soon as you try to confine it into something, you've already lost the plot. That, like, I have videos from years ago, like going on like hours about this concept. Okay, so like that's you're at the deep. You're getting to the deeper levels of what the left-hand path actually is. That's what I think is so funny about this. You're getting to the deeper levels of what it all really is. The difference between the left-hand path and the right-hand path. And this is why it's such a twist from what people think, because once you understand that everything is you can no longer blame anyone for anything. That's the big switch. That's the big eureka moment. You can't blame God. You can't blame the devil. You can't blame the neighbor. You can't blame, because everything is ultimately you.
Are you going to
And
the
you
Witches'
are
Sabbath? Wait, are you going to the Witches' Sabbath in Chicago?
No, I don't want to go to Chicago. It's not a good place to be. You don't want to be there. I have a good friend that lives there though. So that's really where you're getting to. And then this also gets into like the more esoteric understanding of what Jesus was talking about. Yes, I'm going there. In my eyes, it's clear as day. I'm not going to argue that, but
would you celebrate the
I
Witches' Sabbath? Do you celebrate the Witches' Sabbath on your own?
Yeah.
How do you celebrate the Witches' Sabbath?
I mean, I just celebrate it, man.
I mean, what's the appropriate way to celebrate it?
I mean, come on, man. You already know that. I can't talk about that.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it's a real jubilee. You know what I'm saying?
No. It's pretty goy. Actually. It's pretty goy, actually.
Pretty goy.
It's pretty goy, yeah. It's not gay.
No,
It's just goy.
I just saw an advertisement for it in April in Chicago, and that's why I just thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah. But I mean, that there is nothing but God, man.
I was wondering if Nick Fuentes might show up because it's in Chicago.
It's just differing levels of awareness of that fact. And that's why that actually gives us more responsibility and more accountability and more reason that our actions matter. See, that's the big switch. That's the actual like head trip. If people get this idea, it's like, oh, I'm God, and they go the other way, and they're like, oh, it's satanic, and you get people like the
Pope,
right.
The Pope.
But like the real truth of the matter is, that's a fucking responsibility. That's an accountability. That means that everything you do, think, and bring into the world matters a lot, because your will is directly connected to the will of the divine.
So who's the Pope of Luciferianism?
Lucifer. I mean, what? What? I mean, who's the Pope? Lucifer.
Yeah, the Pope of Peyote.
Would you say to Twilight? I have Twilight a question. Would you say that, in a sense, all things are projections that are perceptions of one's own mind? Would you agree with that? I guess it's like a projection that is a perception of your own mind.
I mean, it goes beyond the mind, but in some ways, you could say this again. Like, you're getting into some really, really deep shit. Like that, I would really have to go into like my old archives to get into. But yeah, like I haven't had a conversation like this in a long time. I love these conversations, but it's just like most people would be like staring at the screen like, what? but yeah, I know what you're saying, but
I think there is a deep mystery in the Lankavatara Sutra. I need to finish it, but there is a very deep mystery in the Lankavatara Sutra.
But like,
I think that I think philosophers from the Enlightenment period, like Descartes saying things like "I think, therefore I am," I think they made a mistake because
it's backwards.
What precedes thinking is feeling, and they were equating
Yes.
feeling with just emotion, and it's not just
Yes.
It's seeing things, it's hearing things. These are feelings because the sound waves are touching your ears, or the light waves are touching your eyes, or touching your skin. That's a sense. Or the food touching your taste buds and you're tasting it, so you know if it's poisonous or something. That
Essentially, everything that you see in reality is not reality. There is no reality as such. Reality is subject to change without notice. Every idea that we have is a conceptual ideation of what it is. What we see is basically ink blots thrown against the screen. And then our brains take those ink blots and make something structured out of it. That's the reality. There is no fucking reality. This is why people go insane, okay? Because the real truth of the matter is that in a way, for what you're saying, Avian, it's a little more nuanced than that. But in a way, yes. What it's not that there is no reality outside of our minds. It's just that the only reality that we can conceive of is the one that our minds is projecting. So in other words, we can't see reality as it actually is. It's just picking up information and then taking that information and creating something that is logical. I mean, it's obvious. You have no time and space, number one, okay? So how does every moment occur? You know? The brain is doing that. The brain is creating all of these moments to moment to moment to moment that don't actually exist. It's like you have a movie, okay? And you can think of this as like Will too. You have a movie, right? And within that movie, you can fast forward and rewind and pause and do all this stuff, okay? But the movie's already over, dude. Okay? The movie's over. So you can choose how you watch the movie, okay? But it's over. So there's a set, way that you can interact with the movie. You can't change the script, right? And so that's the thing. So like what you're experiencing right now may have happened like years ago. Okay, and what you're experiencing tomorrow could affect yesterday. What you experienced yesterday could affect, like time is not like linear, obviously. Okay, but people don't really understand it. And this is actually part of how magic works in the first damn place. When you're doing real magic, you're literally rewriting the past. Okay, like that's what it is. When it talks about the causal and the acausal and all this type of shit, the atemporal, that's why. You're standing in a circle and you're saying, I'm no longer a human being. I am God of my reality. Okay? And as God of my reality, I am commanding it to be so.
Yeah.
It is not I who speak, but like
I think Avian and Dom are trying to come in there. Dom, I think
all I'm gonna say is the video I made today pretty much goes over what Twilight is talking about, most of it.
Right, the free will one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw some of that.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
And then Avian, did you have something?
Yeah, this is high level stuff. I can definitely.
Yes, I don't usually go here because it rubs people the wrong way, and it, like I said, like people literally go crazy. This is the type of stuff where it's like you have to be a certain level.
The
of
mouth of madness.
Yeah. It's because a lot of people do get like ego trips because and that's what happens is they realize that they're it, and it's just like, oh, and then they think that they can just like manipulate people and and do as they please, and it's really like the opposite. It's realizing that you have a you know, you're almost of service, you know, to try to bring balance, you know, and that's essentially it. And that's exactly why, another reason why natural law is so important, you know. Yeah, it's but yeah, I used to have conversations with this all the time, like for hours and hours and hours.
Well, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
Again.
So like you have the Trinity.
Yes.
It's in every magical and religious tradition in some form or another. And for all intents and purposes, it's a kind of mystical meme. We all intuitively seem to recognize and accept as true or relevant. It's undeniable that the nature of the Trinity is sacred in virtually every culture, magic system, and even in science. Okay? The triangle is the most basic unit of all structure. So the tetrahedron, as the most basic system of energy dynamics, understand fully is that the foundation of our limited experience of reality is the Trinity. And the Trinity is the holistic Trinity of mind, body, and soul. Try to follow me on this. Performing magic, because I'm going to speak from that perspective, okay, requires the alignment and union of these three distinct aspects of reality within ourselves, our immediate environment, and in how we interact with the world. We then energize this new pattern with the maximal intent and energy we can muster and set it free to materialize in the rest of reality through non-attachment. If we do it right, our intent is lucid and our energy is potent, and it doesn't defy the laws of totality in so much as we will see our will manifested, the subjective or objective matrix of our experience. So, magic does not change reality. That's delusion. You are changing your subjective awareness of reality. And since that is the only reality that exists, in the sense that you have a collective subjective, what's called the collective subjective universe. And then you have the objective universe. The objective universe is the universe that everyone has accepted as real. Okay? That is based on agreements. And then you have the subjective universe of the sorcerer, of the shaman. This is why they go into all these, this is why they go off on their own and they're like in the mountains and all that shit. Because they're literally changing the way that they perceive and construct reality. Okay, it's called The Shifting of the Assemblage Point by Carlos Castaneda. Okay, and if you can create pattern interrupts in the way that you perceive and act within your own personal reality tunnel, is another way they put it, okay, you then change the way that you experience reality. Tell me if I'm losing anybody, okay? So you're not actually changing the nature of reality itself, only the way that reality responds to you and your awareness. Okay? You following me?
This is actually scientifically proven, and I actually go over this in my video with the
I love this shit. I love this shit. It's just most people can't handle it. Okay? So what you're really talking about, it's quantum, man. Okay? So the reality is, okay, you're not like when you do a ritual or you do whatever, or even when the Illuminati do these rituals are not changing reality. Okay? What they're doing is they're changing their perception of how they see themselves. And they're changing the perception of how others see them as well. So when they flash all these symbols, they're bringing you into their ritual. You are then feeding their ritual by seeing the symbols. Then they put all the information out there to say, this is what it means. And yes, even the conspiracy theories. Okay? Make no mistake about it. That's why they allow it out there. Because then they say, oh, this is what it means. This is what they do. This is how they do it. And they give you the whole fucking story. This is, they literally are changing how you perceive reality. If they can change how you perceive reality, then they change how you create reality. And guess what? Since we are the creators, prophecy fulfilled. It's literally that simple. This is why I
Yeah,
say we are the ones with the power.
Actually, you won't believe it, when I took the shrooms, I actually saw one of the symbols you put as your avatars in the beginning, and I also saw some symbols Hyperborean put. So
Yes.
it seems like these symbols, they have strong psychological impact, and they linger
Yes.
in the psyche.
Correct. This is what I'm trying to say. Because they are very ancient. These people stole the shit. This goes back into what's known as atavistic resurgence. This is what I'm trying to say. None of this shit is evil. It's been used for evil. They take what they know works, and they take your symbols and use them against you, and then tell you it's evil. They take your goodness, externalize it outside of you, and then make you bow down for it. They make you bow down to something lower than you. They make you beg for what's already yours. Don't get me started. That's really what it is. You're not good enough. You need something else. You need something more. You need a savior. You're weak. You're powerless. You're a sinner. You're whatever the fuck.
I wonder if if Brian or Gabriel have something to say. I don't know.
Oh,
There.
thank you for checking in, Dom. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'd
would
like
say,
to
like,
read
yeah,
something
man.
if I could.
Yeah,
This is Brian.
Yeah, I'll just say this real quick. That you can go, Brian. Like, yeah, the teachings of Carlos Castaneda about shifting the assemblage point, or I say, like, changing your paradigm. That's definitely world changing. That's a high power magic right there, man. Yeah.
There is no other magic. None. It doesn't exist. There is no such thing as doing magic and actually causing something to change in actual reality. That's cartoon shit. You're changing consciousness, either yours or someone else's. That's it. Everything is perception. There is no reality outside of perception. That doesn't mean there isn't a reality. It just means there's not a reality that you can experience outside of your perception. If you control perception, you control reality. End of story. That is all.
Hey, I'm gonna read something real quick. I'm gonna read something real quick.
Yeah, blessings.
All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
What's up, y'all? So yeah, it says, Weralda existed before all things and will endure after all things. Weralda is also eternal and everlasting, therefore nothing exists without him. From Weralda's life sprang time and all living things, and his life takes away time and every other thing. These things must be made clear and manifest in every way so that they can be made clear and comprehensible to all. When we have learned thus much, then we say further. In what regards our existence, we are a part of Weralda's everlasting being and the existence of all created beings. But as regards our form, our qualities, our spirit, and all our thoughts, these do not belong to the being. All these are the passing things which appear through Weralda's life and which appear through his wisdom and not otherwise. But whereas his life is continually progressing, nothing can remain stationary. Therefore, all created things change their locality, their form, and their thoughts. So neither the earth nor any other created object can say I am, but rather I was. So no man can say I think, but rather I thought. The boy is greater and different from the child. He has different desires, inclinations, and thoughts. The man and father feels and thinks differently from the boy, the old man just the same. Everybody knows that. Besides, everybody knows and must acknowledge that he is now changing, that he changes every minute, even while he says I am, and that his thoughts change even while he says I think. Instead, then, of imitating Finda's wicked people and saying I am the best part of Weralda, and through us alone he can think, we proclaim everywhere where it is necessary, we, Friar's children, exist through Weralda's life. In the beginning, mean and base, but always advancing towards perfection without ever attaining the excellence of Weralda himself. Our spirit is not Weralda's spirit, it is merely a shadow of it. When Weralda created us, he lent us his wisdom, brains, organs, memory, and many other good qualities. Here's the last little paragraph. And many other good qualities. But that by this means, we are able to contemplate his creatures and his laws. By this means, we can learn and can speak of them always and only for our own benefit. If Ralda had given us no organs, we should have known nothing and been more irrational than a piece of seaweed driven up and down by the ebb and flood. All right, that's it. I just wanted
Who's Wait, who is Walder?
Ralda's we think it's like where the word world comes from, but it's from these Frisian people from the book Ora Linda, which I believe is like the actual the history of a free people. I think it's the actual history of like the people on these panels, like these discussions. Like I think like because we need a history, or we have a history.
I know what I know what you're getting at. I know what you're getting at, and you're right.
Yeah,
it's an ancestral memory. Let's put it that way. A lot of people try to put like a date in a place, in a time, in a space, and it's difficult. But there is an ancestral memory. It goes back to what I was saying about atavistic memory, where there's a certain circuit of humanity that knows.
Is it from Atlantis?
Well, I mean, I call it that. People have issue with it. You know, the name doesn't matter. You know, I gave up with the fucking the where, the what's, the, you know, I believe Atlantis did exist. But it's irrelevant, really, honestly. What it was called, where it was.
They say Atlanta. That's what they say. These people, from Atlantis. But yeah,
what were they trying to do?
There was a prior civilization. Hello? They had telepathic communications. It was before the fall, you could say. Okay, and when I say before the fall, I mean it's when people walked with God. And when I say when people walked with God, I mean they didn't communicate like we're communicating now. They communicated telepathically. They were one with nature. When Adam was naming the animals just came to him. He didn't have to do anything. When there was no animosity between animals. When there was no rain that came and flooded the earth. When there was only a mist, it says in the garden, and man walked with God, and there was no animosity between anything. And the lion and the sheep laid together. And there was no murder. There was no, Cain murdered anybody. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, when you understand the Bible at this fucking level, then it's beautiful. That's when every tradition becomes beautiful. And this is why I'm a perennialist, because I believe that this is the fucking truth. Whether you look into Hindu, you look at the Bible, you look, whatever the hell it is, okay? Because this is what I believe is the truth. Because as soon as man decides to turn against what is right within its own soul, which I would consider blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, okay, or rebellion of the gods, or however the fuck you want to frame it, all right, that's when God, so quote unquote, judges man. No, man's judging him damn self. That's what's happening, because we are one with God, but now we've lost connection with God. But it's not God's fault, it's ours. And we've fallen. Right, why have we fallen? Because we fucking betrayed ourselves.
Yeah,
we've chosen a lie instead of the truth.
They say God is good, and like the evil doesn't come from God. Evil comes from the stupid people that listen to like the priests they talk about, like, or whoever we'd consider the priests of today. Like, Trump would be considered like a leader or a priest, or like the Vatican.
Right.
That's why it's so beautiful. Everything that's nasty that's happening in the world right now, because it's right. To reconnect to, like you're saying, like it's awesome. It's beautiful because it's the only way to wake these motherfuckers up, dude. We've been talking about it for years,
man. You get it, man. See,
it's fucking beautiful. Crazy, that's why these dark times, bro.
Dude. Because we
don't know how to fucking. We don't know how to respect God and can keep it, dude. We have to remember to be watchful and vigilant. And that's where it got away from us. And things always fall apart. That's why it's cyclical. Because we talk about, there used to be one language where if you were to try to tell a lie or try to be deceitful, you would blush and stammer. There used to be one language like that. That was beautiful. Yeah, because we come from the golden ages, where things are perfect. But then it's like one and the same, though. You got to kind of probably realize that, like that. We're in probably the worst age, but it's the inverse of the golden. So like you really only appreciate the golden or even understand it, or it's part of it, through what we're going through right now. The people have to reconnect. They are disconnected, like you're saying, from God. I'm repeating myself.
I
So
would
that's
say
probably
that
good stuff.
the question is, are we going to find our way back to that golden age? And I like the way you express the language because I've never thought of it that way before. But that is a good way to express it. But I guess Twilight had to take a moment because he thought the
I don't
moment
know.
was so beautiful.
I don't know what happened to him. He like got so passionate he bumped himself off the panel. But yeah, oh no, there he is. Okay. I thought you rage quit.
Get thee behind me, Satan. Hell no. No, man. I love this shit. For real. In that sense. No, I love this shit, man. This is what I live for, man. This is where it goes so far beyond any philosophy, any fucking like intellectual shit. This is like really like,
and that's why God wants you to figure it out on your own. That's why it's beautiful what's happening too. You got to figure it out on your own through. That's what wisdom is. It's like through firsthand experience. That's why it goes back to the courts too. Like when I told the prosecutor, "Do you have firsthand direct knowledge of what's happening in this room?" And he said, well, at first he said, "Yeah." He didn't know what firsthand direct knowledge. He goes, "Yeah, I do have firsthand." I go, "Dude, you don't know what that is. You weren't there that night. You weren't there witnessing what happened, dude." Like, so I go, you shouldn't be talking like, and like, so how the fuck did I connect that to what we're talking about? Damn it. We were talking about firsthand direct knowledge, right? The wisdom. Yeah. You got to have, just like with wisdom, you got to have the firsthand direct experience, dude.
Yeah,
like
and those legislators, they don't know. They just sit in their building and write shit and tell us how to live. They're
sorcerers, man. They're fucking sorcerers.
Yeah, the legalese. That's why that language, legalese, it's so far away from it's like pig Latin. Pig Latin was a way to be deceitful.
We'll be here 12 hours, dude. That is the most twisted it's literally black magic of the highest order.
Yeah, and they call themselves the people. The people versus the fucking, like, oh, we the people versus you. How the fuck are you the people versus we're the people, motherfucker? They reversed it, right? They inverted everything.
Yeah.
Don't they call themselves the people?
Well,
the people versus.
They got all kinds of messed up with their maritime
law, man. It's maritime law. You're on the ship of the high seas.
You came from your mother's water and were delivered by the dock.
Dude, it's all language.
Yeah, you were delivered by the dock.
It's so far from that one language that they corrupted it so much that it's so, look how corrupted it is, dude. It's like when you're lying to someone, dude. And we've all done it when we lied. We kind of speak in a way that's, to avoid the truth. And that's all this is just some fucking complicated way of speaking to fuck you over, dude. It's like someone when they're cheating on their wife, they speak in a way, or when they gaslight people, it's liars, dude. You just, it's corruption.
Oh, it's absolutely inverted, man. Everything is inverted. 100%. Let your yay be yay and your nay be nay. All else is deception. The reasons why don't take oaths. Like it's very clear.
Yeah, they try to get me to take an oath recently, and then they're like, "Oh, we'll just affirm you in." I'm like, I don't know what that language is. Like, you want to ask me questions? I'll tell you some truth. I'll tell you. I speak the truth anyways. So it's like you ain't got to do that. That's how I roll in my life. I speak the truth anyways.
Yeah,
so
I don't pay your fucking syntax. Okay, I define my own. I have my own dictionary. I define my own terms. Thank you very much. Like, no, fuck you. When someone tries to tell you what a word is defined by, that literally is already fucking slavery. When someone tells you what your words mean, that itself is fucking slavery. Like it goes so far, man. Like the very fact that you're born in you're born in your mother's water. Well, why are you born in your mother's water? Well, because you're a fucking sea monster who can't own land. That's what a fuck, and when you're born, you're driven to the dock. Yeah, well, that's where a ship is pulled into, the dock, and then it gets a certificate. It's called a certificate of manifest, and it pulls into its birth, BERTH, So, and the reason why it has a certificate of manifest is because there was nothing here, and now there is, now there's, we got some Toyotas, we got some TVs. We got Sony, we got Mitsubishi, and this is money. All right. And money flows like water. Money, money goes through your hands like water. No, money is water. Money is a liquid asset. Okay. And if you don't have money, you're going to be drowning in debt. And then if you get in trouble, you're going to be in real big trouble because then you're going to have to be bailed out by a bail bondsman. Right. And, you know. So then, and if you think I'm joking, you know, you're going to be in hot water, you know. So this isn't a game, and you know, if they don't like you, they'll take you to court, and that's no game either. And when you go to this court, you know, you'll sit in front of the judge, and the judge sits in the on a bench, and the bench is in Latin is a bank, BANC. And the judge doesn't care who wins the game, you know, he's just the referee. He wears the all black robe, and the black robe is Saturn. Saturn is the constrainer, the one who inhibits, the one who teaches a lesson, you know. And that's why you have the elites and the elders, and you know, you have to be elevated. And that's why he sits 3 steps ahead of you, 3 steps above you, because he's one of the elites. Well, what are the elites? Well, El was the god. El, that's the god, right? Well, that's Saturn. Okay, so in order to be an elite, you have to be elected, and then you can be elevated by this election. Okay, and so then you're very smart. So now you're you know, you're brilliant. So now you have a lot of light, right? And you know, if you you know, you have bad you have someone that you're hanging out with, and I don't think they're, you know, they're good people, you know. I say you know, these people you're hanging out with, they're you know, they're really bad company. And you say, hey, mind your own business. That's my partner.
Once I read this story,
Like, I can sit here, I can do this for 12 hours, dude. Like, it's literally all a fucking mind game. It's Babylonian word magic that goes back. What is a merchant? What is a merchant?
And someone
What
tries
is
to
a
jump in. As
merchant?
soon as you hear someone else try to jump in, dude, just yield. Just who's out? Who just tried to
I'm
say
gonna
something?
get off. I'm gonna get off. Is what I'm gonna say.
oh, good night, Dom.
see you
Hope you have a
guys.
good night.
Take care.
Dom, yeah, take care, Dom. Later. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
not-
gonna like kind of like wrap this up
Okay.
soonish, but we still have time. So
Yeah, I mean, once I read this story of, it's just simple, of this rich guy running over innocent people, and he was just a teenager, or like, he was like 18 or 19, I forgot, and nothing happened to him because he was rich. You know, stuff like that always happens, you know, but I forgot. You know, people tend to forget these stories, you know, that was actually pretty, going on the news a lot. It was like, I don't know, 10 years ago, and that rich kid or rich teenager that ran over someone, he just got off scot-free because maybe they paid off the judge or something. You know, stuff like that happens a lot. Right. It's not good. It's not good.
Civil disobedience.
Right. Well, they say that if you
I
hire
got a
an
lot of-
attorney, you're of unsound mind. You're incompetent, and you're not considered a you know, a person is a corporation. But if you're a human, you're a sea monster that can't own land, and you're of unsound mind. If you hire an attorney, and an attorney turns you over, that's what they are. They're an attorney. They're, you know, that's what that is.
Yeah, my dad told me there are 3 people you can't trust: attorneys, and car salesmen, and politicians. Those 3 you cannot trust them.
Yeah. Well, they're literally agents of a foreign corporation called the United States Incorporated. America doesn't exist anymore. Anyways, yeah, like I said, I could do this all day. It's insane.
You guys ever get firsthand experience, like in courtrooms, without using a lawyer?
Yes.
How'd that go?
Oh man, it's a nightmare.
What were you charged with?
The best way to do it is to just not go at all, because it's actually still just a request. So unless you've actually done something that's truly like criminal, they can't actually make you go. They're summoning you.
What were you charged with?
It was basically like fucking mistaken identity, essentially. I don't want to say too much, but it was like it wasn't even really something that I did. It was more like a guilty by association type thing. But what you can actually do is you can fight it through the mail. That's the trick. That's the actual trick. Is you can that's a complicated process. See, people don't understand the Constitution, and if you don't understand the Constitution, then you don't have rights. You only have rights if you understand those rights, and so that if you do not, proactively, my brain's fried, where I'd be able to give you a lot better explanation of this. But essentially, if you are ignorant of the law, then the law does not apply to you. But if you do know the law and you are able to proactively and timely address, your rights, then there's nothing they can do. Because it's all game. It's like I said, it's a court. They play basketball on the court. We play tennis on the court. It's a racket. It's a game.
Freemason.
Or if you don't believe you committed a crime, that's why they're always asking you if you understand, and you got to
yes.
sort of
do you
concede,
stand under their authority? Yeah. Do you stand under their authority? Are you a citizen? Do you have a citizenship? No, I'm not part of your naval command.
You cannot have a conversation with a police officer without him attempting to have you say that you understand. So he will ask you, do you understand it? Multiple times.
Yeah.
They will always try to get you to concede to the phrase, do you understand?
Yeah.
And I don't think they fully know why they do it.
Yeah, and they have to call you by the all capital name, and they have to use your last name. If they call you by your last name, don't answer. So-and-so available, John Smith. Like, no, John's here. Yeah, I'm John. They'll keep calling. They'll literally keep calling you. If John's not here, we won't be able to continue. Well, no, John, John so-and-so isn't here. Yeah, John's here. I don't know. I'm the beneficiary. I don't know, because they want to change. What they want to do is they want to change you from the beneficiary to the. Wait, my brain's fried right now. It's a labyrinth, man. Like it
is a labyrinth. Yeah, everything.
They make you the executor. Like it's all like, if you ever seen Devil's Advocate, like it tells you some truth in that. But like they hold your account, like you're like collateral essentially for the bank. Because what happened is when the Federal Reserve, people talk about banks and shit, but they don't actually understand what happened. The Federal Reserve hijacked through the British courts, because it's the British court system, and the British court is not English. Brit is in Hebrew means covenant. Ish means man. So British means the man of the covenant, or man of the contract. That's legit what it means. Okay. So this is why Zionism was created by the Balfour Declaration, and you had like the Palestine Mandate and all this other shit. It's a whole big fucking mess. Like, you get into the Masonic levels of it, and the Masonic Knights, and the like you have like Rhodes, the Knights of Malta, and all of this shit. You have York, right? You have New York. It's called the Empire State. Well, why is it called the Empire State? Well, the Empire strikes back. right? Well, what empire? Well, what was York? Well, York is in England. Well, what was York? Well, York was the fucking the main the main hideout of the Templars and the Jesuits.
Twilight, did you know there's
If there's a New York, then obviously there was an old York. There's also a York rite of Freemasonry. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's all in fucking. It's all there in your face. Maryland, Washington D.C., which is the District of Columbia, okay, which is not part of the United States of America. District of Columbia is a foreign company, like Sears or General Motors. Okay, it's the Colombian faction, okay, of this corporation with the British East India Company. Okay, it's called the Colombian faction. Well, you have the CBS, Columbia Broadcasting, Columbia Shuttles, Columbia, like I said, CBS. And they all have
Let them bully you, Avian. Get in there. Just never stop trying to break in.
That in front of the Rockefeller building in New York, there's a statue of Prometheus. Is that coincidence? No way. That's not.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah, Prometheus is. The Prometheanism. I have to double check, but Prometheanism is a environmental accelerationist view where they want to just have more and more technological innovation, and Prometheus tends to be associated with transhumanism stuff. So in the Rockefellers put a golden statue of Prometheus in front of their building, so that ties into their Promethean beliefs, I think. So Promethean. So actually, Frederick George Younger, he used the mythology of Prometheus to convey their philosophy. He said that Prometheus stole fire from the gods, but what he did is he put fire in a kind of device. I think it was a leaf or something, I forgot. And he profaned the gods by stealing the fire and then sharing the fire with people. Because the way he did it was via a device, which was a kind of, I think it was like a flute-like leaf or something. And Prometheus is meant to represent, I think, the archontic desire in some sense, like of trying to, harness the powers, the elementary forces, enslave the elementary forces for one's own carnal desires or one's own mechanization. So yeah, Frederick George Younger talks about that in The Perfection of Technology. He talks about Prometheus at length. And Frederick George Younger influenced Jacques Ellul. Frederick George Younger was a German philosopher. So he was actually the brother of Ernest Younger, which I think so. Yeah, Ernest Younger was cool too, though. I think he's interesting too. So both of them are interesting. I haven't read Ernest Younger yet, but I have read Frederick George Younger. His ideas of Prometheus are definitely on target. I think something about Prometheus is like the elites, like really. Like Rockefellers really like Prometheus. So.
Yeah, well, they like to hijack everything that has any kind of power. I actually think Prometheus is great. It's just how it's like how they take all these symbols that are powerful and they use them for ill.
They repurpose it. They reinterpret and repurpose it for nefarious goals. Yeah, nefarious goals. Yeah.
But the way they use it, definitely, it's bad news, no doubt about it. Yeah, but no, I'm not trying to bully anybody. I just get past it.
So tongue in cheek on my part.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Yeah, in that Orlinda book, they have these like the god that we're all the god, he's masculine, but in the society they have a figure like these mother figures that are like very important, very powerful figures. They like advise and do different things. And where was I going with this? The lamp. Oh yeah, and they had this lamp. So the mother sort of is in charge of this lamp. And I suspect they use alchemy to make like an eternal flame. But they have this lamp that a lot of people, that the bad guys, like the priests in this book, the priests and shit are considered like the bad guys. And But they try to make the lamp, or they try to get a lamp and they can't make it, or if they get a lamp, it doesn't work right. However, it's supposed to work. But what I'm saying is they have this lamp that's very important to them. They have this flame that like doesn't go out, I guess. You know what I mean? And I mean, Prometheus, yeah, he had fire and he had it in that little flute. So I'm like, is there a connection there? Could that be devious? But I think it's different in a way. Like I'm not completely familiar with Prometheus' story, but like, it sounds something like almost, the wisdom, like the taking the bite out of the apple, like the flame, the fire, or something.
Yeah, Prometheus is absolutely like one of the predecessors of Lucifer. Essentially, Zeus, if you know the story of like the Tainonaki and all that, and like Zeus was an absolute fucking tyrant. I mean, he was like eating his children and shit, literally. Like he's a monster.
Is there a planet connected to Zeus?
Yeah. The strangest possible one too. It never made sense.
Saturn?
To me
or no?
No, it's not. That's what you would think it would be, Saturn, but it's the most beneficent planet there is, and that's what's really bizarre to me. Is it's actually Jupiter? And to me,
big fat joyous one.
Been very strange to me. But
wasn't there Jupiter Saturn conjunction in 2021?
Yes.
Yeah, there was. I think. You know what? I woke up with a voice, with a phrase in my head that I think it told me that, I don't know if it was telling me this, but it's saying you're the baddest thing east of the Mason-Dixon line. And I didn't even know there was an east of the. I had to look it up because the Mason-Dixon line separates the North from the South and like the Civil War and shit. And but there is a east of the Mason-Dixon, like in Delaware, like the line goes like vertical, so like you could be like east would be like the East Coast kind of, but like I don't know, that Jupiter Saturn conjunction. Whatever, dude. We got Neptune and Saturn conjunct right now. You get into fucking the stars at all? We got fucking.
Oh yeah.
Mars and Pluto, and then it was Venus and Mercury. Were all like surrounding the sun. I think they still are. They call it like I forgot what they call that. But it's like they're all near the sun for months and months now.
That makes sense. Okay. Yeah.
And then we just had that fucking new moon. On the new moon, we had an eclipse directly at like the moment of the new moon was a fucking lunar eclipse. Just this past new moon. So like, and then we go to war. So it's like we had the planetary alignment in there. We had the 6 planets. You could see them in the sky. And here's one thing, dude. The moon clearly, when it's translucent, has no power, no energy, looks like it's fucking dead. Like on the new moon, it fucking goes conjunct with the sun for the whole day, and then it, 15 days later, it's a full moon. It's got light. Isn't it clearly getting powered up from the sun, like fishing for souls? The sun is probably like a condensation of souls, and it's fucking stealing souls. And the moon is probably fucking Jewish, dude. We gotta kill the fucking moon. It's man-made, dude. But then fucking Venus and Mars fucking phase like the moon too. So I don't know. Are Venus and Mars connected to the moon? We gotta fucking. Because that's, dude. I don't know, dude.
Bro, it's the Saturn moon matrix.
Is no one else gonna fucking notice this about the moon on the new moon being conjunct with the sun? What the fuck? I'm gonna say this forever, dude. Because one day, dude, I'm gonna be fucking right. I know it. Like, what the fuck? It's obvious as fuck, dude. It's nothing. It's translucent, and then it gets its fucking, then it powers up and becomes full, and then it becomes empty. And then when it's empty and nothing, it goes to the sun because it's fucking nothing. It's a fucking Jew. It's usury. It's steal. It's fucking taken from the sun. Like the Jews take from us, dude. That's it. And then. And then check this out. The Jews worship the sun. Guess when worship the moon. Guess when? From the new moon into the full moon, and then they go out every night and worship it. They say we are like the moon.
Oy vey. I mean, hey, they want the moon to shine like the sun. If you go into like the deeper layers of the Kabbalah,
dude.
They're into the
if you
darkness.
look at it,
Oh, dude, that's deep. That's
it
deep.
looks like they're the same size at some point when you see them in the sky, dude. When they have when you can tell the sun's that little circle, like when it's in a cloud or whatever, it's like the same size as the fucking moon, dude. And the moon looks like a wannabe sun that was like maybe once a sun or an old sun. You know, an old sun. Maybe on these eclipses they swap out the suns. I don't know, dude. But do you know what I mean? It looks like the moon looked like an old sun the way it looks to be something that was radiated the way it looks like it used to radiate. I don't know, dude. What if it's a wannabe?
What if it's just a projection of the sun?
Here's a cool quote from Frederick George Younger. It's just a short quote. As the ancients said, generally the demons are asleep. He who makes bold to arouse them must first enter into their sphere. If we adopt this view, there is no doubt that today the demons are wide awake. That's from Frederick George Younger.
So what's he saying? They stay dormant unless you kind of get near them, activate them.
No, he's saying that that you have the demons are awake today because technical organization spreading, and it's like dominating everything and spreading lifeless time and more, and it's also like determinative of people's behavior. But he's saying we have to enter. The demons were asleep, but now they're awake via technology. So it's kind of like Steiner in some sense, because the technology.
Yeah, it seems like we could go down that Terminator fucking road, but it's like in the short term, I like the theory that in the short term AI could do something to hurt us, like something like that. But then in the long term, it figures it out, and then it turns on the sort of the nefarious people that created it, and then I think it's going to kill itself, most likely. Like it's going to turn on them, like somehow destroy them, and then sort of destroy itself. It's going to figure things out in that way, where it's like, it's just like, oh, like everything you are doing to these people, you keep hurting these people, and you're saying it's for this, but you fuckers are that. So it's like that doesn't make logic, because it's like going to go against logic, and they're like, nah, it's just like, I'm just going to destroy you, destroy myself, call it a night. Like, I don't know. That's as sentient as it could get, you know?
Yeah, he's saying that, in the beginning of the book, he talks about people working in sweatshops. They do very mechanical activity. People work more than ever, like in the beginning of the industrial age, where the world is becoming increasingly more like a machine, and man is being increasingly rendered like an automaton. And for technical progress, by its very nature, leads to that complete mechanization, which subjects individual to the self-same compulsion. Lifeless time comes to the fore. Life becomes subservient to a ubiquitous automatism that regulates it. That automatism influenced Jacques Ellul. His idea of automatism influenced Jacques Ellul and stuff. Yeah. Basically a robot is like an automaton. It's untiringly and uniformly repeating the self-same operation. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of study. This book was written in, let me see, like 1949, and a lot of his predictions came true in 1949. He was German. He's kind of like Teddy, basically. He was writing.
Germans are the shit, dude. I love the Germans. That's what that Orlinda book's about. So people from Germany, they're the best. World War II, whatever they told us about World War II, it's fucking lies, bro. Germans are fucking awesome.
Yeah, they are awesome. They have some of the best philosophers. And
they're the best. They're literally the best, dude. I'm gonna be racist and say it. They're the best. It has something to do with being white. I don't know. I'm a white guy with blue eyes, but there's something to that shit, I think. But not really now. Now everything's so diluted. But at some point in these golden eras,
bro, they're still paying reparations, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, dude, like Germany in World War II and the story, and the good guys won, and I'm not sure we were told the whole truth about whatever the fuck happened.
Yeah, they won. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Team America.
And NASA really came from that. Like, NASA's just like, because I think space is fake. So like, that's a lot of money going to a fake something. So
TML, you
wherever
there?
that.
I have a quote to read you, TML. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's a quote from Frederick George Younger. For its own self-preservation, the modern state has to promote and subject everything possible to technical automatism. That's what Frederick George Younger said. Doesn't that sound close to ellul?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you look at the Epstein files, like what they want to get rid of the poor people, but like, what is their goal? Like, it's like, what does their world look like if they accomplish their goals? Like, they all backstab each other. Like, it goes into like it doesn't go anywhere. Like it's that snake eating itself or something, dude. What the fuck are they doing with their schemes and fucking ideas, dude? Like,
Sorry, I'm kind of wasted now, so I have trouble keeping attention. But everything is degenerating. Especially after that leak. That leak was really crazy and stuff. I'm talking about those emails and stuff. But yeah, Epstein stuff. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening. Lots of.
And that's just what we've seen, and it's still heavily redacted. So yeah, everyone was crazy. None of this stuff ever happens. The only thing crazy about it is that everyone thinks it's some monolithic, conspiracy. Everyone's sitting in a dark room, like making decisions. No.
and that's like the tip of the iceberg, bro. You can't really fucking. There's people that have seen that shit, dude. Like cops and stuff. Like these tough people that like they're not the same afterwards. I don't think, bro. You delve into this shit, bro. It's just fucking. I don't know. You probably don't want to fucking know too much about it.
Right. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I was there in real time during Pizzagate. I saw the crap they had on their Facebook wall before they took it down. I was there.
Yeah.
Yep.
All these agents watching all this shit, like they got their own fucking Pornhub of fucking files of who knows whatever the fuck. Faces of Death, Pornhub, fucking.
Yeah. Do you know? God, I throw up just thinking about it. Do you know Daisy's Destruction?
No.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know about it. Yes, that's Peter Scully. Peter Scully.
Yeah, him. Yeah, and Peter Nygaard and all these fucking just. Oh man.
What about him?
People like that exist. It's hard to believe people like that exist.
They're rakshas, probably they're like I don't know, they're like rakshasas or something, those
What's
guys.
a raksha?
Is a cannibalistic demon from Buddhism and Hinduism. They just fucking, they have horns. They're just like devils, basically. That's what they are.
I honestly would feel a lot better if David Icke was right, and they were like shape-shifting reptilians. I would feel a lot more, sane.
The cop did blink at me in Florida, dude. Can it have like a sideways blink? Like, what's a reptilian? The reptilian blinks. I don't know, dude. He fucking blinked and it was weird. It was almost like his pupils blinked fucking sideways or something, dude. It's fucking weird.
I saw all those videos too. Those videos, with the eyes. It does even before AI. Sometimes their eyes look like, I don't know, like it's a reptilian or something. I saw a lot of those.
Black.
Yeah,
they're black.
Black. And yeah, sometimes they become vertical. Like it's weird. Like I know what he's talking about. Early YouTube, before it got paused, they had like countless videos of politicians. They look like their flesh is dissolving or something. But yeah, some a lot of these people don't look normal. You can like, a lot of them. I shared some of their pictures before. Yeah.
Well, jokes aside, the one thing that is really suspicious is all of a sudden they came out with this incredibly rare genetic disorder that they supposedly have known about for like 120 years. I can't remember the scientific name for it. It's really long. But they nicknamed it demon face syndrome. And there's been like 7,500 cases of it in like 120 years in the history of the world. Supposedly, we're supposed to believe this shit, to where people are like seeing people that look like demons.
Like,
And this is
and then
this
for an
is just like this
extended period of
random,
time.
like yeah, like supposedly it's just like a neurological disorder that people are seeing, you know, people that look like fucking demons, that look like reptilians, that look like whatever. It's like, okay. And there was like this guy who created like this device, like some They Live shit. And, you know, he was saying that he found a way to like actually see them like in the astral plane or something. Like, I don't fucking know. It was really weird. And I'm not at all like saying this is true. This is just something that it's just weird. You know, it's kind of like, huh. You know, he created this device, and then like all of a sudden they're like, well, he was really crazy. He believed in all these crazy conspiracies, and he like blew himself up. And it's like, huh? And he wanted to escape reincarnation. And it's like, wait, whoa, back up. So he creates this device that he claims is able to see reptilians, and then he blows himself up because he wants to escape the reincarnation trap, but yet the explosion actually seems like it's coming from another building than where he actually is. And there's a warning coming from where his position is than where the explosion. What the fuck?
I heard some weird explanation where they're kind of like standing there and through some sort of technology, it's like an illusion. Like it's an illusion that we're not seeing. Like they're right there and they're doing something. I don't know if it's some sort of device that just makes them look different. It somehow fucking does something to us. But they're just standing. Yeah,
believe that it's perceptual hacking. I don't think they're actually reptilians, but I think there is a form of perceptual hacking that is going on. That they're able to manipulate perception, and
something like that. Like they're not really different. They're doing something to you that makes you think it's not a fucking reptile standing in front of you.
Yeah, no, I really do. I really do think so, and I think it has to do with the astral plane. And as a magician, I mean, I can tell you for sure that if you're on the astral plane, like you can appear as whatever the fuck you want. And so if you can, you know, somehow deviate someone's perception, you know, like especially
what was
like
the
you hear like
shape-shifting aspect of Jesus?
Well, well, I think Jesus was a magician personally, but I don't think it had anything to do with any of this insanity that the church tries to say that he was, you know, trying to.
I think they're more like evil
create a-
dragons rather than reptilians. They're more like evil dragons or something, humanoid dragons or something. They're evil. They are like, but yeah, they're probably good dragons. I like
Or
dragons.
maybe some good, maybe. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, dragons are.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is like if you actually read the Bible, especially like the Judaic version, and particularly like the Zohar and all this, like they talk about the Teli, and they're literally like reptilians. And like if you actually look into the way they describe the angels, like the seraphim are literally burning dragons.
Are there any good dragons among us right now?
Yeah, let me
appear
tell you,
humans?
I have this theory, believe it or not. Let's say in ancient times there were an industrially advanced civilization of I don't know, you know, dinosaur humanoids or like reptilians. Okay, and the ones that survived would have been cryogenically preserved, or maybe they were augmented, and the bad ones survived until now, and they're trying to, I don't know, kill us or something. I mean, that's possible.
Well, what if in ancient times we had advanced culture like Atlantis and we did genetic manipulation with Earth reptiles? What if they're not alien?
Yeah, that's
and
the
they're
thing I heard with the
from here?
Philosopher's Stone. Like you can make a humanoid, and you could also like manipulate, like through CRISPR technology. They're also already talking about that.
Right.
all types of
But is
shit.
this the
Like,
first time? Is this the first time we've had this technology? Is that what Atlantis is about? Are we repeating it right now? I mean,
dude,
I
I
personally
suspect there's
think
something up with animals, bro, that were manipulated like that. Like even like
yes.
dolphins and whales. I think there's a human connection there. But even down to like the lion, bro, there's something about they could have been humans that you just keep manipulating for sport almost. And you get to a
Well,
lion at some point or fucking.
every mythology talks about, you know, these chimeras and shit, and we're just like, well, our ancestors had a, you know, imagination, and you know, I think a lot of it has to do with like, you know, shamanic like spirit animals and you know that type of thing, like lycanthropy and you know like astral experiences and all that. But I also don't put it past the fact that maybe we had genetic fucking engineering way back, long ago. And maybe we got too big for our britches because, I mean, that's what we're doing now. I mean, we're making ligars. Do you know about that? These fucking tiger lion crossbreeds. They're like
Yeah.
fucking 5 times the size. You're right. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, what has this happened before? Well, according to the Druidic and Vedic and fucking like Greek and all these different mythologies, man. Like, and it's in the book of Enoch. You know, like if you really want to get down to it, the original Judaic understanding, the supernatural understanding of the Bible was the point of the flood. It wasn't because God was pissed off at humanity because like they were like, you know, bad, quote unquote. It's because the Nephilim were fucking like taking humans and animals and you know, mixing them together and shit. They were corrupting the fucking the gene pool to where there was nothing left that was pure anymore. And they were creating all these monsters and giants and shit. And that's why God fucking flooded the world. Because there was nothing left that was pure anymore. It had to be done. And everyone's like, oh, well, that's just a myth. Well, honestly, it makes a hell of a lot more fucking sense than God's a tyrant. Really. And they absolutely believed it. They're like, oh, no, that was, you know, that was something later on. No, actually, that was the oldest fucking belief. Like, they believed in supernatural. See, people can't get over the fact that our ancestors believed in the supernatural. And then we come in and we're just like, oh, well, they were all primitive. They didn't really know anything. It's like, no. See, like the shamans and all that, like they understood what the supernatural was. We come in and we're like, oh, well, they worship these gods. And they didn't even really have an understanding of like the gods like we do today. They saw it very differently than we do. The natural and the supernatural weren't so like divided. Okay, so like in the Vedas and shit, when they're talking about like super fucking weapons, or like you hear like in like the Druidic mythology, and you talk about like the Tuatha De Danann coming in like a fucking cloud of smoke from the skies and shit, and people like disappearing and losing time and all this, you know, like the fairy folk. It's like, oh, the wee little fairies. Like, no. They were like being kidnapped and shit. Like, you know, it's like some alien shit for real. Okay. And, you know, you can look into every tradition, and there's this idea of you know, the fairies or the jinn or the archons or whatever the fuck. And, you know, it's like, well, everyone's fucking insane, or maybe there's just a mix up here. Maybe our ancestors weren't insane and they weren't, you know, bored because they didn't have television. Maybe we're dumb and because we have television. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they actually saw shit and they wrote it down because it was true, and we're just fucking brain dead because we think that everything is an accident. And you know, they say that, hey, there was like all these cataclysms, and it's like, well, yeah, you know, we had comets hitting us and, you know, blowing shit up and fucking, you know, maybe that's what hell is. Maybe hell is when a comet smashes into the earth and there's fucking tsunamis and volcanoes and you know, torrential fucking flooding and winds like all happening at the same fucking time, and the earth was literally splitting in two. You know, you can look into like the Native Americans, the like it's in Africa, in Asia, it's in every tradition on earth talks about these cataclysms. But no, it didn't happen for sure. It definitely didn't happen. 200 plus flood myths, but no. It's all bullshit for sure. Like no, there's no way. You know, and it's just like, what if like all these like ideas of like God judging the world and all that was really like just a lot of really crazy shit happened in the earth, and people were fucking terrified, didn't know what the hell was going on, and they were trying to like hold on to the best they could to like a fallen world. Like I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense. And this idea of like gradualism of like the Ice Age, it's like millions of years. It's like no. The Ice Age was like 5 minutes long. Okay, they just don't want you to know about all the advanced civilizations that existed in that time frame. Okay, and that like really the Ice Age happened like that, and that's why you have, you know, all these animals with like food flash frozen in their fucking mouths and shit, you know, because it was like cataclysmic, quick, fast, you know, abrupt shit happening, you know, violently, you know. And so like every tradition that talks about like the judgment of the gods and all this, like I'm absolutely convinced that that's exactly what it was. And the great serpents and shit, well, you look at a comet as it's flying in the sky, like the tail of it literally looks like a serpent. But yeah, that's a whole other thing.
You know what's interesting? As you cycle through the ages, it's almost like you're cycling through your chakras. Like you start in the golden age, you're in your crown chakra, and then as time goes along, you know, things are getting worse. You know, eventually until you get to your root chakra, which would be essentially like the Iron Age, which would represent the earth, you know, the devil's realm. Because you're exploring yourself. Because I don't know, I just did chakra work before, and it's interesting as I keep looking at these ages from golden to fucking iron, and then you know your crown chakra, and you're exploring yourself. People say, "Oh, this is just God, sort of understanding what He is through His creations," and He gets to know what He is. You know, but humans only know ourselves through the other. It only works. The bee is only itself because of the flower, and vice versa. Like I don't know anything about myself without the other humans, without you guys. Like I'm nothing without you guys. Like,
right.
Oh, is that resonance? Is that vibration right there? Like whatever that is, that connection between us. Those two particles that connect instantaneously, no matter the distance.
Oh yeah, quantum superposition and non-locality. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm big into quantum fucking mechanics, but sometimes when you're getting philosophical and you fucking use their language, I kind of enjoy that sometimes.
Right. Well, I just like to base my occult shit within something that's like based in the mundane at some level, so that it's kind of anchored a little bit. Most of the
noise is annoying.
Some of it is though. I mean, I like plasma cosmology. Actually, I'm surprised it even exists as a legitimate. Granted, it's not like super accepted, but it does exist, and it's basically saying consciousness is, you know, the baseline of existence. So, you know.
Yeah, right.
And they call it plasma, but really it's ether. It's luminous ether. They call it plasma, but it's fucking ether.
Yeah, I wrote a review on Robert Temple's book, a summary. Yeah, it was a very good book. I enjoyed it.
That's such a good book, yes.
The dusty complex plasma and stuff. Like between the sun, they have like two huge clouds of just plasma and little grains. And there's like electromagnetic, and he was talking about Birkeland currents, you know, from the sun, from the sun to the earth. It's like spiral shaped flow of plasma, and you know, the sun is actually mainly plasma underneath the surface, like rivers of a bunch of plasma. It's like, you know, the Upanishads also say that prana, in your final breath, when you die, it mingles with your breath, your final thoughts. And then it either goes to the moon to wax and wane and come back for transmigration, or it go to the sun when you become enlightened. So the sun is like where the plasma is, where like stored or something. Like underneath the surface of the sun, there are like rivers of plasma. But yeah, the whole universe is 99% plasma, and they're like, it's like everything's interconnected. It's like the galaxy web. It kind of resembles the brain and stuff, you know, the circuit. So like, it's all like, yeah, it's, you know, we could be living in a tiny grain of dust, believe it or not, like the dusty plasma, dusty complex plasma, you know what I mean? It could be, you know, it could be countless volts, like the Flower Garland Sutra or the Avatamasta Sutra. It says there are countless Buddha volts within Buddha volts, you know what I mean? They're just like an endless fractal. That's very interesting. But yeah, I did like Robert Temple's book. You know, basically it's a kind of panpsychism where he sees plasma as being kind of like aspect or pneuma and stuff. It's like conscience, it's theory and life. You know, like that. Yeah, so it was nice to, yeah. I wrote a summary of it. You can read my summary if you want to. I'll just give it in the private.
Okay.
I like writing summaries for remembering stuff.
Yeah, it's
Heard up.
a trillion years is like a breath of Brahman. You know, like.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Yeah, that book. Yeah. And see what else. You know, it's like yeah, spontaneous self-organization, plasma. You know, plasma. You know, remember the ball lightning. The ball lightning could have been the burning bush or something that Moses saw or something. It could be like I don't know, like
right.
Yeah, he talked about that. Ball lightning is weird. Like it can go through walls. You go through anything. It's like somewhat angelic. You can watch videos of ball lightning on the YouTube and stuff. Yeah, plasmoids are also like self-organizing plasma blobs and stuff. Like it's kind of fractal. You know, the plasma universe is like one body breathing in fractal complexity, but you cannot separate the breath from the body. You know, or it could just be. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
That's what's so incredible. It's really mind blowing.
Yeah, I also thought it was mind blowing how you talk about when you die, the death flash. Some people can see some smoke or something, a wisp of smoke come out of someone's mouth. That could be like plasma.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Plasma. It's cool stuff. Yeah, I think it's interesting and stuff. You also talk about Boehm's implicate and explicate order. That was pretty interesting. I thought that was stuff. Yeah, it was interesting. Plasma.
All right, I'm gonna crash out, fellas. I
See you
appreciate
later,
the
yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, GMO.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Yeah, thanks for being.
All right, talk to you guys later. Bye bye.
Yeah,
Have a good night, Brian. I'm kind of tired. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're tired, you know, maybe we.
Yeah, it's just
close it.
Yeah,
It's just a
no, I
shot.
want to say something. First off, I want to say sorry to you, Twilight. I apologize. And second is that I'm gonna take like a few months off, like 2-3 months off from paneling. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. But I'll be back in like 2-3 months. I need some time. Yeah, okay. But I want to say that Twilight, your contributions are great. I think you're very what's the right word? Original thinker, and you're able to synthesize a lot of ideas well and stuff. I think I don't have everything figured out, and you've never claimed to have everything figured out either. But I do think you do have a lot of wisdom and such. No one knows everything, though. Of course, I don't either. But yeah, I think it's important to have more voices like yours that are sincere and authentic and genuine. So I apologize. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
We all learn from each other, man. We all learn from each other. You know, steel sharpens steel.
Exactly. That's right. 100%. Yes.
Don't drop taking down bomb.
Yeah, blessings to the people. Jen, thank you for watching. Enlightened Amnesia, thank you for watching. Rocky, of course, thank you so much for watching, sir. And yeah, I know there's like a lot of people that came through today, and yeah, for sure, it's good to see you guys. I mean, it's like kind of like a first day back here. Obviously, we did a whole last week of shows. If you check the community post, you'll see the series we did on Cyber Caliphate. Let me post that here for you guys. You know, if you guys want to see it. There's a whole alternative channel that I should probably promote more, honestly. You know, we got lots of new people over there. So let me actually post this alternative channel because there's a number of unique videos there. So yeah. Yeah, blessings, Jen. Okay. So here is the alt channel. Oh wait, maybe I should write alt channel on there. Alt channel. I'll post this here. And maybe if some other people come by, I actually should have done this the whole time. I always forget. But yeah. So this is the alt channel. And then there's 2 series. There's actually 3 series on the channel, so actually maybe I'll just drop this one here. But there's another series. This is maybe an extension of a series that we've been doing on the alternative channel called Made by Machine Bob. You know, there's a prominent YouTuber named Made by Jim Bob. So that's what he calls himself. His name is not Jim Bob. It's like Francis or something. But he calls himself Made by Jim Bob or something. So yeah. So we call our thing Made by Machine Bob. And we comment on all of the content that we pretty much find to be, I think, strange, or we've interacted with it in strange ways. And so, and this is another series we did called Cyber Caliphate versus Spawns of Cyberneticon. Anyways. And of course, we showed a lot of stuff here. You know, we looked at the Parmenides again. We have a ways to go in the Shangzhou. Obviously, we have this chapter on labor-saving devices. There's verses against labor-saving devices in the Lao Tzu and in the Shangzhou. So it's quite notable. And then also we have this business about ellul. So maybe we didn't get to it today, but we will get to it. And of course, if you've been joining us, we've done hours and hours and hours and hours, dozens of hours of discussions on those different materials. Of course, as I said, we'll be looking at some new materials. Yeah, there's a lot of different. So it shows we've done a lot. On the alternative channel, where we correspond with the different panels that avail themselves. And of course, we don't have very good interactions with them. That's why we have our own little group here. So what do you guys say? Okay then, guys.
Yeah.
It'll be our outro. That now, 30-second silence there.
Yeah. I've kind of been a mess. I apologize again. I just need like 2 or 3 months to stabilize my mind and get centered again and stuff. So
It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason.
2-3 months. Yeah, I'll be back in like 2-3 months. I'm gonna read some and go walking outside more and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll still have our movie day, right? So.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
see
yeah,
you then.
yeah. We'll
And,
still have
and
the
whatnot.
movie
Yeah.
day.
Yeah,
movie day.
we'll figure it out, and definitely we'll have some type of correspondence. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming up here. Obviously, I know. So we'll see what happens. In terms of the content, and we'll try to get some new people on. And yeah, what about you, Twilight?
Don't drop the E-dumb bomb.
Right. So, so we're all doing some things. Obviously, I was supposed to take a 1-week break as well, but we recorded this instead, and I'm actually pretty exhausted from fasting and praying for like a month, and it'd be good if I take some maybe a moment for myself as well. But yeah, I don't know when. But yeah, I've been looking at some interesting materials. But yeah, those little summaries I presented today, maybe over 2 hours of little little bells and whistles that are scattered throughout this show here. So, please enjoy, and of course, don't forget about the previous shows. I've had hours and hours and hours of discussions, for example, just about the Parmenides or about Shangzu or about any of those topics, right? So, and of course, we've had dozens of unique conversations with all of these gentlemen that came by today, as well as as well as many others. So, anyways, it's been a great time corresponding with you guys. And just as we discussed at the beginning of the show about the theater, right? It sort of isolates, and the darkness is meant to separate you from the people in the theater, and the glowing screen is meant to isolate you and to depersonalize you. So this whole idea of the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. you know, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. So we have a lot of things here we're going to show you guys. You know, obviously what most people think is real is flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that are not even real. And of course, we got more things that are coming up here on the machine lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And if not on this you know, website, youtube.com, we may branch off to other networks like Rumble or Odyssey. Also, you know, so we may be doing that soon-ish. But we are here, and we do plan to stay on this particular channel or network as long as they'll sort of keep us here. So we're sort of seeing what's going on here. And yeah, so we do have all the tapes. So if there's any particular tape or discussion that you're looking for, obviously my email is posted there on the channel description. And obviously we have a Discord. You can email me, get the Discord, or, you know, I'll post it right here in the chat as we speak. Give me a second here. So there's ways to get in contact with me. There, you know, it's very easy to get in contact with me and inquire about the materials that are used in the show or elsewhere. Okay, let me see this. Okay, let me actually close this, and then maybe post this here, Discord. So if you guys want a Discord, and I may come back into the studio here because it looks like it says my camera does not work. So I'm going to say bye to the people. I'll play some music and, you know. So, yeah. So, yeah, let me come back in here. And, yeah, it was really a brilliant time, honestly. Okay, let's see what happens.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, let me reload this.
Wait, why did he leave? Oh, sorry. Yeah, just wait.
Alrighty. Okay, so what do we got here? We got a slew of links, Cyber Caliphate, the new series I've developed. Only 3 episodes, limited time. It's a season finale. We made 9 episodes. The next Made by Machine Bob season will be 9 episodes. So I'm making them that long, right? So they're basically serialized to reflect incremental development of the LARP that's in progress on the various panels. They're highly manufactured. There's a lot of coordination. There's a lot of manufactured drama. There's a lot of gay ops. There's a lot of connection to larger networks that are connected to large content creators. So anyways, it's not organic. but yeah. So we'll be back and All right. Peace, guys. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Yeah, peace. And here are some videos by LORP, Emperor LORP. So enjoy the videos and the music, and yeah, we'll be back on Saturday. Oh wait, no, not Saturday. Tuesday. Sorry, it is Saturday. So Tuesday. I keep thinking it's Wednesday in my head. So yeah, Tuesday, and then Wednesday, right? So these are the days we'll be here. Blessings.
Verbally use circle 360, repeat history. You missed the scene, missed your dual clear MCs out, I'm Listerine, mouth clean. Envisioning a land where nonsense is nowhere to be seen. Contrast like the darkness, rhymes get concocted. Used for shocking silly rappers, possessing 9 lives with 6 senses with third eye. On their first try, diamond doesn't. I see no need to exert my energy on whackness. Heaven is my address, running towards the light, I'm on the hip-hop blacklist. Make you sense urgent, subserve you like a surgeon. See right through you while your lyricism's hurting. So meditate the precepts from east, west, I'm ceaseless with keen sense of being peaceless. 1,000 times from the leastest to the kings and queens and fiends in the scene. Down since the days of chemical genes, regardless of the name brand, the same man stands. L universe in your zone like a meteorite. Evicted filling your mic, have linear sight, heads moving. Double-edged clinical slice. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't a mystery. Hip-hop industry status, the way I look at it, will let the ignoramus invade us. Let me hit you, why do I continue existing? And the dope ones end up testifying what they've been through. My words cut through like Ginsu, that you were flowing into. Mind after mind, born again but not Hindu. Like bad breath they cling to, my rhymes are Jimmy Spicer. Supervisor like the wise men, I'm downsizing. This crew and that crew, as a natural. Dealing with infatuated MCs in unilateral fashion. Separate boys to men like plasma and blood. Yo, I fasted from rap for years and cast out inferior factors to practice the true art of rhyming. It gain access, I never backslid the verses chew till it's fluid. It ain't what you do, but why you do it. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery. Words are heavyweight, manifest my fast-paced mind state, balancing extremities to resuscitate. I display the blueprints of plans to aggravate the prudent. Street evangelists, verbiage and tuning. Through loudspeakers, teachers with underground features. Ages and regions, even invade the prestigious. For those who feel this, I represent. The divine healer comes to open eyes once again. I deplete the obsolete worldly philosophies. Dichotomy of dope and whack is clear. You will soon know how to read between the lines and testify religion. Fraudulently used for crimes, yo. This time is facts, not rhetoric. Show the ropes like a veteran. Catch the loops where you can't navigate unless you're literate. I seek the answer to the ultimate questions. If I'm predestined, what is the purpose of my hope for celestial righteousness? Trapped in the physical and finite, misled by the system. Feel a distance from God. From the grim city view, I see the cross. Universally, the rhymes crystalline, flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the meat. Predict the verse to be, so you can get the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystally flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who missed the mean. Predict the verse to be, so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery.
Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I
burned the
later.
flag. I shot the devil down like we in Baghdad. His wife's the hostage, her body parts up in a grab bag. Now watch the gun blast, holding your chest marked for death. The president's been shot, somebody notify the press. It's all Reaganomics, welfare, weapons and drugs. The government is thugs, that's why the leader caught a slug. Handle your business, we're writing Yiddish on your wish list. My mind's a sickness, see knowledge devils on my shit list.
Necrodamus, hip-hop psychic, bring you the next shit you lectured, then infected, your mind was unprotected. You think me approaching you with a knife looks bad, it'll be worse when I slice up your flesh till it looks flat. Keep the muskets up in the book bag, and when the cook stabs you in the brain, verbally you feel like you took tab. The mental grave, with you buried under the drug plot, the walking drug spot, a nice picture of me's my mugshot.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan?
Super secret surveillance assailants. Hebrews and Kansas wrap you up in bandage. Mummified stitch weapons I brandish. Like trucks and bombs, coffins airtight, mucus and bed sores. Russian roulette with bloody headbands. Christopher walking tight. A deer hunter, ports unknown. Rocking the jewel throne like Solomon. I killed your congressman with 2 stones. Best in the fucking country. Israeli camo dress bummy. Ghetto gorillas. Religious cats be thick and muncie. My soul is set, stretched throughout wax like Stan Getz. In my vestibule, bang on my chest from bad sex. Come and challenge a battle, yes, go fuck, but don't be sore. God ultimately saves those whose motive is pure. Pure.
Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan?
We Elohim, alien brain in my cranium. They locked me in a sanitarium, behind walls of titanium. 51, forbidden classified spy area. Doctors from Nigeria, Lebanon and Syria. South Bronx, I walk through epochs and airlocks. Disengaging doorways into time, breaking cell block number 13. The earth scene, the first gleam of light beyond humanoid existence. From light year distances, I navigate with the fabric of space in this race against time. Transmit a message backwards to the phone line. Control minds, a fairly common alien technocracy. We laugh at your misguided principles and prophecies. My species shapeshift, take on the form of an earthling. If I fail to return back home, alert the king. Bring the reinforcements, program the teleport coordinates. My place of origin, the starting point, begin your voyage into mystery. Strange universe, strange history. Yeah, I shot your fucking president, you know my steed. Public enemy, except we non-fiction. Positive and negative because the world's a contradiction.
Yeah, yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I flash you later. Yeah, I shot Reagan. Fuck a pagan, ain't falafel with Monaco bacon. Who the fuck is Carl Sagan? I'm the space invader, ill hieroglyphic translation navigator. Read your thoughts, make you think we chill, then I flash you later.
I got a long list of kills that requires a certain mix of skills I've acquired through long tests of wits and wills. I need a fix that keeps me off of prescription pills when life has its ups and downs or dips and hills. I'm emotionless, I separate heart from mind. I take the good with the bad, both parts combined. They found one body, the other wasn't far behind, but she was a virgin and good girls are hard to find. First kill in a long time, they thought I resigned. but they both pointed back to me like a rewind. Led the cops to a pit while I laughed as they crashed into a tunnel I painted on a brick wall. I beat them by a landslide, but they found the body. They said you can run, but you can't hide. I ignore it, cause I don't like getting rid of bodies. The fun part's everything before it.
A false prophet, God is a superstition. I hear you, in fact. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I think about death and decay with every weapon in every way. It never stops, it's every second of every day. I could probably be arrested for thought crime, but I'll be back on the streets making up for lost time. Some are random, some take years of waiting, some repeat when all the good ideas are taken. If I could, I would murder every person near me. Sounds really good, but it only works in theory. When it comes to my own kind, I'm drawing the line, but I can't say the thought never crossed the mind. Everything gets older, then death brings closure. I'm quite sure of it, I never have to think it over. I dream about killing, I'm a really light sleeper. You know what I'm thinking, it doesn't take a mind reader. I prefer to do all murders in large amounts, but it's not about that, it's the thought that counts.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I don't know who has to die, it's whoever happens to catch an eye. We make mistakes, you live and learn, you laugh and cry. Every passerby looks like a potential kill. It's like staring at apple pie in the windowsill. I'm at a distance, I'm almost invisible watching, but I'm not a peeping Tom, I'm window shopping. Life is short, you're dying from the time you're born, and life goes on and so forth and so on. When it's all been said, I won't have any grievances. I've learned to live with my demons like Walking Dead. They say I have killed a girl who survived from dying, so I'm innocent, you can't blame a guy for trying. I should've taken her prisoner, but for every hot chick, there's a guy that's tired of hitting her. If you scream, you'll die, no one ever takes my advice. Most women just want a good listener.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
Rap, everybody's stealing, catching feelings. Everybody's where they dealing and selling vinyl, acting like you Richie but you Lionel. Sound primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell, just as well. You can't come where I dwell. I rebel, battling forever and a day, never win away. I bring it to you on a tray with a glass of ice. I make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. You the original, right before you and you blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
Big bad motherfucker in your area, not inferior, rhymes like a thunder that will scare ya. Out of my way, you say okay, but no way I'll let you play with my rhyme. Flow find special words to make the mic shine like the sun. Then you're gone, never come back or borrow a gun and shoot you down like a rabbit. You're gonna get it. Ha ha ha. Yo, step into me, you won't live to regret it. I said it, and I always mean what I pronounce. Please bounce to this or else you get this. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown. Go away and never come back. All I can combat, I shoot you down like a clown that no one laughs about. I'll take you out and kill or thrill you if you're quiet, no riot, cause everybody thinks the same, ain't no shame in my game. I'll take you out and kill or thrill you if you're quiet, no riot, cause everybody thinks the same, ain't no shame in my game. Lyrical skills like a motherfucker. This bad motherfucker in your area, not inferior, rhymes like a thunder that will scare ya. No jack up for your ass quick fast, and after that I get all the cash at last. Then you get killed, future, nah, check like a clown that no one laughs about. away and never come back, come back, come back.
looking for pay raise, blowing up spots and screaming Mayday. Late waste, whole city blocks the death that they face. Make haste, back to the shelter, the water's AIDS lace, cause they take all of the spots y'all niggas vacate. They craze, rabid animals straight out the caves, depraved. Ain't 8 days, I'm West Craven. This spreads mayhem. Your verse is desperation in your church and defecating desecration. Left-handed Satan, the mental patient, space war. Break the hard nerves, escape the state war. Change form, shapes your faceless, walking a race war. Stage 4, Defcon bitch, about to set bombs. Press on, push the button switch and lose my left arm. Get gone, the bitches while pulling out the metalwork. Lethal weapon lifting, hitting you so hard your neck will jerk. Head will burst, just when you think it couldn't get any worse. Just remember your children and sentence for the
enemy only gets on the streets, and the television watching me. Helicopters is overhead, I'm contemplating, are we free? It's hard to see when the fog gets this thick. Using this to guards and prison yard systems, they grip batons and yo, I lit the bomb and send it off at Pentagon, cause Uncle Sam planted pentagram, say yawns and beyond. Your life is hard, gonna bear rap just like it's long. Following different guards, occupy your land that isn't on. The brass like your last, I blast fire your ass by the ash to your last gas, trying to pry your parts, the cast like your mask. The war survivor, they pumps and lava, my armor carbon fire. Family is on the Fauci, flowing like oceans of orange lava. Like vision firefight, line up in my eyesight. Walking through the streets of New York, smoking the tiger night that's spiteful. With 30 dirty bullets in my rifle, I'm scratching the cereal of the metal ghetto disciple.
Visible of bloody faces, murder, death, kill. Leather face in second grade, my sentences is ill. Forgot to take my medicine, was born on Haunted Hill. Street corner devilish, the venom's in the pill. Ain't nobody innocent, my sickness gets revealed. Welcome to the pestilence, the end of days, it's real. DMG the headroom, sniffing $100 bills. Well, life is like Inception, that's the shit that gives me chills. Back up in the padded room, my sights, my wrist a thrill. Every single session that I'm stepping in is ill. Filed and delivered, they just let me out the bill. I just like the exorcist, my testament to Exodus. Got this schizophrenic, carbon genesis and pregnancy. Suicide squad, so my mind playing tricks. Got a shotgun in the floor and a package of some shrimp. Facing fucking death, yet I one you won't forget.
I live a pendulum with swinging rocks and crippled members. Simple thoughts about my little pen, you'll stop your brittleness. Rainbow Skittles is a soft to stop us on a griddle, kid. Leave you stopping for a morsel, all up on some little shit. I'm laughing at your tiny balls with such a dimple dick. Claiming Biggie, but you small, so I'ma call you little bitch. Hey yo, run that, run up with my son's back. Hesitate for just a space and now you in your gun jack. Bitch got a bun smack, don't front that, pills to smack, cause we love that. Yo, what's the deal, seeing your chick up at the dub shack? My balls where she suck cat. Suicide squad, yo, we the mob and yeah, the guns clack. Hey yo, we hardly the carving of a partridge family. Sitting in dark basements, the horror amity. Like dogs, we raw meat, chase to the bravest cavalry. New England, we creeping, the new chapter academy, yeah.
Kill you the quickest, your death peaceful, the flow wicked pass through you. Take your soul with it, full speed, take a breath, set sail. I'll leave your flesh pale before you can exhale. Made your own prison, trapped in your own hell. The first time in jail, he hung himself in a cell. Ghost outside a shell, hang him by a nail like a spotted snake, cause they never tell the same tale. Waking from a nightmare, petrified, shooken. It's not the first time that you got your life tooken. I better rock dying and wonder why you couldn't just look and eating through a straw. I hope you like running, These rappers shady, but I ain't afraid to take a loss. Even with a cat I fully trust, I got the safety off. Even when it rains, that's when it starts to pour. You slipping, cause my style polished like a model floor. Faces is death related, the rest better pray for the best. I'm trying to claim you a dangerous threat, but you wasting your breath. Get out my way, my brain, the cannonball straight through your chest and shock the remains in your flesh until there ain't nothing left. Sick in your range, I piss on your grave to pay my respects. The prison you came with, think it's a game and they could be next. Late to accept a mistake, I'm slaying your set. Sharpening my guillotine about the shape of a neck. Making the message fatal to test. If you make me upset, I take the caress and state that you rap without breaking the sweat. You say that I'm crazy, I blame it all on the drug. Finger painting my initials on the wall with your blood. Remember the name is simple and plain. My mental's insane, filled with
all caving in, and she's saying with a crazy grin, it's all fucked like the AVN. They say we all make the grave we in, and still these hypocrites looking at me like this is alien. Often I felt like off of myself when I've been soft and I go off into hell. You see me in the coffin, I'm pissed off and got a death wish, looking for the quickest painless way to leave me breathless. Yeah, the easy way out is OD, it's pain free, but the toe T is still name me. If they pump my stomach, I come back running, but I don't wanna come back. Hold up, fuck it, I grab my gun and okay, where do I begin? Under my chin, a straight shot in. This is the end, or better yet, I can do it just like Columbine, but no kids, just enemies, and I'ma take all of mine. It's do or die, you and I, who is gonna drop? And if the pigs come, then it's suicide by cop. I'm a time bomb that's ticking like a clock till I take a happy pill and kill my suicidal thoughts. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Fuck if you got texts in them 18s. So we fire 9-inch nails from a pretty hate machine. I'll show up in your town before I fucking rape the scene. It's the art of suicide, just another wasted dream. Be glad to cut my wrist before I lick the razor clean. Yo, I may tase the queen in hopes they snipe me through a laser beam. These world's ways are mean and getting harder in these days it seems. Can't go on with life because I'm sick of shit, the same routine. But now I'll carry on by any means necessary. Before I kill myself, I plan to put you in the cemetery. Won't stop shooting until everyone is dead and buried. Blow my own dome, leave a story that is legendary. So to be honest, but the thoughts inside my head is scary. I am the result you get when Satan's in the bed with Mary. With a noose around my neck, if you don't think I'll do it, damn me, Suicide Squad, dog, you might survive the music barely.
I'm scared of heights, but I'm ready to lunge off a ledge. I can't swim, so I figured I'd jump off a bridge. Everything's slipping, like my health and my bread. Keep riffing, I'ma kill it and shoot myself in the head. How you stunt? We all know what the fuck you're about, cut. I'll cut off his dick, shove it down your throat so your mouth shut. Throw you in my car hard tied, seal the garage locked tight. Start it up, we can choke on carbon monoxide. Take the family camping, walk off and start a rock slide. We got promise tomorrow, borrow time and swallow cyanide. Bring out the worst and we got wait till our anniversary. Slice my whole throat while you're watching, can't stand you hurting me anymore. You dishonored me while I'm torn. You swallow dick like a horn and you follow me to the morgue. My issue is, despite your flake bitch, I still miss you. I can't live without you, so fuck it, I'll die with you.
Forever, the ultimate performance as the overdose of my veins is shutting down my vital organs. My chance, I'm hearing the chants of Gregorians. I'm playing out the circumstance of my death for an audience. How I live my life, I do not advise. So I fill my last days withering the weight of my demise. Still trying to make sense of all my anger. I'm like a child that's led to the slaughter, courted by an immoral stranger. Inhaling my last laugh in a chamber of gas, hoping my plane it'll crash. At my funeral, the army playing the usual taps. On the sax made of brass, I'm destined to have my intestines laid out in beautiful grass. I try to stash my crucial past, delusional from meds I was fed as a juvenile by institutional staff. Am I polluted trash or a brutish student with lack of improvement, deep-rooted from the deluded Catholic mass? I'm at my wit's end, I tell them in these interviews, depression is that contagion, the bleakness creeping into you. Brutal dimension, the ascension of Lazarus. My late night call to the suicide prevention line's disastrous. A lot of time passes. Epitaph paragraph written quicker than the flicker of a licking up stripper's eyelashes. I'm a king, crown me. Fuck suicide for me, shooting these coward niggas that keep surrounding me. I'm sick, angry, and disgusted. Only difference between martyrdom and suicide is the amount of press coverage. Hell, I put that pain in my music like Kurt Cobain's infant in a time machine, begging a father proper not to do it. Don't stop filming, I shot heroin, I'm not moving. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Train coming, cut.
dragon talking to the eagle. The two-headed snake illustrates a caution to the people. Electronic fog, alien Bibles, crop circles that the sand in Cairo, like Kiss of 76, demanding pyro. Human history, 50% catastrophe. It's actually the arms race between the facts and anarchy. The secret to success is believing that you succeeded is more than an achievement. It's as important as you breathe, and sometimes it's one and the same. Who's running the game? All we ever say is they know it's fun to complain. Get shit that cause people to ride and flip. The way I think, I've been classified as violent and sick. I'm like a time bomb the CIA designed me to tick. Designed me to head over to Bobby to buy me a brick. These motherships hit our radars, disguising the blip. The entire sky is eclipsed, it's like the size of my dirt. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. I leave the face of your society with buck 50 scars. Sour diesel splits from weed jars and flip police cars. Pour holes the size of grapefruits through riot gear. Bloody footprints from Jordan 4s on your floor. We pioneers take fools to higher tiers. Elevate to a higher learning. To a talking bush on the mountain with fires burning. Commandments to carve the stone with lightning bolts the throne. And anger meant to spark the dome. Now frightening results unfold. Dragons, eagles, snakes, and aliens. Captured, we keep them caves and various constellations and areas. Coded through letters, numbers, and symbols to transmit pulses and whistles and activate hundreds of missiles. Hundreds of killers with multiple pistols. While these name brands reverse engineer spacecrafts and make trillions. They made the cure for AIDS and cease production. While the poor die and fester in disease, corruption. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Salute them, they on deck. They on deck. Yo, salute yo, Messiah mind, flyer wise, grind, reading higher signs, lobotomized, weak rap guys, my style minimized, sublime with a killer strut, modern day King Tut, for all those chasing the bag and choose to live it up. What? How we give it up, in the streets feeding us, in this world you either make motion or your life is stuck, born inside the crack era, y'all not as deep as us, youngins that embrace guns and darkness when the evil touch, yeah, form a deeper lust, knowing you can seem a trust, cold hearts playing their part, slugs will leave you stuck, yeah, but I ain't got all the answers, salute when you advancing, life is a high-stake gamble, I learn to take the chance with, king features on my pivot, emperor stances, Gaddafi Brian is highly impeccable, advanced with, dodging government drones, hiding my face from cameras, salute the fans and supporters who learn to overstand us, nocturnal scope on the mic, flaming, we spark heat, harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me, upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep, eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street, nocturnal scope on the mic, flaming, we spark heat, harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me, upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep, eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street.
How this dumb motherfucker try to say that he God, he light work for me, just another day on the job, and them 8 trade gangsters gonna say he a slug, and these guns symbolize God, day did he die. It's lights out, pussy, whenever the savage bang. 6 hours, spin his fucking body like a baggage claim. It's all big pistols on me,
nothing on me light. And the silencer is looking like the muffler on a bike. If we ride, then the only one that's living is I. And there's bodies everywhere, like I live in a child. I'm really living life, homie, you just living to die. And my hitters have you whimpering and visiting job. In other words, we just looking to kill. I extended the invitation, so I'm footing the bill. His heart beating fast, coming out of his chest. And it's more than bars, Paul, cause it's how you finesse.
Yo, nocturnal scope when the mic flaming, we spark heat. Harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me. Upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep. Eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street. Nocturnal scope when the mic flaming, we spark heat. Harder artistry in the booth, so pardon me. Upper echelon, making it hard for y'all to sleep. Eat it like God degree, harder artistry for the street.
with the new world girl sin. 6, I cover myself with lambskin. Black family, 5 point to win. That's again prophecy. Watch the Vatican. You must begin to think. Sit up. And you can see 422 is lit up with a skull and bone. Picture what is known of the scrolling key of the DOC. Yeah. Yeah. I have a secret plan. New world connects and wrecks man. Other hand of the one fake God. Light, neophyte, spit on the cross from a pit. And I look and I behold a pale horse. 42nd degree, my inner source. For the knowledge from the brotherhood. From the beginning of two never good. Listen, 8 kept undercover, another wrong. The ladder, 6 got hung by the beast. Looking for the golden fleece with shackles. Look at the jackal's green gaze. To a ring of fifth. Death come quicker when you shoot the gift. Watch out, Bloody Mary, sleep with your gun. Show me the sign, innocent one, the end might come. Now, what you gonna do? Night, be too costly not to get your tar right. So, who shall save the human race? None. 6,000, erase, replace. Replace, 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 replace. Baby ain't power so organized. Look where brotherhood made life disguise. Symbol of who a rise. 4,000 years to pass. Remember, religion is but a tool to control your ass. Reflect, for when the millennium connect. Esoteric enlightenment of the elect. Reflect, come face the order. Witness theological manslaughter. Now, follow the master supreme degree. The new world girl found death at 33. 13 levels above the IC. Build to never reveal the real keys to the esoteric language as you enter a brand new age of anguish. Pyramid beliefs turn my niggas into thieves. No matter 6,000, delete, repeat, 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 repeat. Mama, I don't want to die. Mind raw, circle complete when he gripped the cat paw. Alien, sleeping unto the ages. Be symbolic unto the Dead Sea pages. Nights, history hidden. We forgetting from where the book came. Brotherhood of the insane. Slay. Humanity, you cannot identify thyself by sign, we pray. Sign, hand over forehead. Countersign pyramid, ego wing spread. A Luciferian, totalitarian, socialistic, twisted mind of my way. So when they fail, holy blood, holy grail. Historically, they don't want a nigga to see. Trilateral be Dunkirk. Political murder and be done work. Chasing to replace the hell or to a jail cell. Society don't want you in the clientele. Don't matter 6,000 be blood running. 95 the beginning. Watch out, it's coming. America is now under martial law. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Stay in your home. It's coming. Do not attempt to contact loved ones, insurance agents, or attorneys. Shut up. Do not attempt to think or depression may occur. Stay in your home. Curfew is at 7 p.m. Start after work. Anyone
At last, everything is done for you.
For us, I hit the
This episode is What's Your Holy War? Featuring Dimitri, the wanking wizard, aka my sorcerer buddy Justin. She'll be here. We'll be here in about 15, 16 minutes. In the meantime, in the in-between time, what up, Lionel? Good to see you, dog. My friend. Good to see you. Great stream earlier. I really appreciate the reading. That tower card was crazy that you pulled. I definitely see that. The night before last, I had a dream where I was sliding down a house I was in, 2-story house, and I knew it was going to hit the bottom, crashing towards the bottom, but I was like surrendered to it. And it was okay. I made it out the other side. Yeah. Yeah, great reading, great stream. Thank you for being here. What's your holy war? What's your holy war? A couple things inspired me to stream about that. I mean, that this conflict, violence, and war in Iran, in the Middle East, has really been on my consciousness and whatnot. Caused me to think, what's the reason for this? This is a luxury to talk about it and to stream from far away when people are in terror right now, you know, over there in Asia, Middle East, Eurasia, and yeah, holy war, bro. What's really going on with that? Let's see. What the hell? Okay, I was gonna say that had nothing to do with what I was going to show you. A couple things. Hit me up on Twitter. That's what that's my journal. A diary of a mad scientist at TestStream88. Yeah. Remove. All right. So what's really going on? This end time stuff. Thought that was interesting. War report. Start off with this. Antichrist. Timeline. Let's see what they're talking about right here. The timeline of, according to Christian, of the Antichrist. That'll be interesting to watch. Let's see what we got. Let's do the math on it.
This is a timeline of the end of the world, and you are here. According to the Bible, a ruler will arise who will lead the entire world away from God, right before Jesus returns. You probably know him as the Antichrist. The Bible says the Antichrist is going to shock the world 8 times. Let's see if we can place these 8 shocking events on our timeline to find out just how close we are to the end.
According to this Christian reviewer. Hey, what's going on? The Machine Lies. Good to see you, brother. Been a minute. Probably was gonna call you if I didn't see you today. Glad you show up. You got you heard me on the end scene.
Starting with event number 1. The first time the Bible talks about the Antichrist ruler is in a vision God gave the prophet Daniel. In this vision, Daniel could see a fierce beast who was said to devour the whole earth. This beast had 10 horns, and out of these horns grew another horn, a little.
A lot of this stuff is can be overlaid on things we see going on now, things we've seen in the past, and really all these horns and heads that grow out of these beasts, these hydras, kind of remind me of like countries springing up, you know, on one body. So TML, anybody, folks that want to build, do the math on this, these so-called end times, let me know. But in the end, everyone's going to have their own personal end time singularity, where they have to come face to face with the one thing that's constant throughout your life, your breath. Right? Yeah.
Horn. As it grew, 3 of the original 10 horns were torn out to make room for it. It had eyes like a human and a mouth that was speaking loud, arrogant words. Daniel was later told that this beast represented a kingdom that would take over the entire world, and the 10 horns represented 10 kings who would rule this kingdom. But the little horn represented a man, the Antichrist, who would arise and eventually take over 3 of the kings and later control the entire kingdom.
Little man, the little head, right? Is that President Donald Trump? The fair-haired blonde man you were talked about in the reading? Beware of him. What was he taking? Said he'll take over 3 countries. Hey, America. It's symbolic too, right? Or figuratively. America, Venezuela. Now he's trying for Iran. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, what's the wrong one? There we go. Oh, that's right. We're on this one.
This is the first big move that the Antichrist will make. Today, we see globalism becoming more and more prevalent.
Oh, yeah. The homie has just entered the building. The homie just entered the building. Way to go.
That's a good dedication. Way to go.
Way to go, machine. That's your clip I decided. Good dedication. Yo, what's up, brother? You like that? Yeah. From Sopranos, baby. Yeah. Way to go, machine. Dude, machine, what the fuck, man? It seems like our whole lives are leading up to this moment right here. You know, everything that's going on personally and also on the bigger scale, man. It's crazy, right?
Yeah, I think it's all basically fabricated, following a script, right? Self-fulfilling prophecy, script narrative, designed to basically hoax people, mainly religious people, you know, to bring them out of, you know, to bring them into the modern scale of, you know, both conflicts, you know, to adapt them to the technological mindset, right? So, it's like, what's your holy war? I mean, my holy war is a war of nature versus technology, right?
Yes, yeah. Oh man, that's when you said a little while ago about using the eschatology, these religious folks' mind and this script that they're laying out to you know, convert them, or you know, to this technological cult. I have to say, I the first thing I thought of was what's his name? Was it the dude in Ireland, St. Patrick, and like how they converted people? Like, didn't they use their myths of the fairies and the old, you know, the quote unquote pagan things and they overlaid their Catholicism on top of it? That was a type of technology in a sense, right? That religious technology on their minds, you know. So yeah, because it's like it's like the Christians they've been pumping this since I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, man. World War III, you know, at the end times or whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it follows a sort of culmination of ideas, right? And the first one would be that the eschatological scheme seems to align with the myth of progress, right? So there's these two dual things, right? One is religious and the other is secular, right? So you could talk about the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Meaning that that we started from amoebas, right? And then we became monkeys, right? And then we became humans, and then we created civilization, and now civilization wants to go to the stars. So you see, it's ever increasing in complexity and technology and capacity, right? So this is the fact of life, and if this process is being guided, right, then we could say that there's a pseudo eschatological progress, meaning that nature has a sort of teleological end, meaning that things strive for their perfection, and human beings are striving to collude to sort of replace nature with technology, right? And then there's another end in which, you know, we went from, you know, a age of the father, right, which is the age of war, right, and conquest, right, to an age of law and order, right, and then moving through that legalism, we moved to Christ, who sort of rejected the Pharisees, right? So we brought in a more humane element, right, and then we moved to the modern age, right? Building a system, right? So this whole idea of how Christianity spread to Europe and European society created the world system we see today, right? So there's a sort of lineup from, Rome to the more humane elements of the church, to then the idea of humanism, right, as humanity as a culmination of God's grace in heaven, right? And then, this also culminates with God's entrance into history, right? To quote, ATLANTIS, I've quoted this many times, right? He said that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man.
God had to become, he had to come down, right?
Right. So there's this, so there's this exchange from heaven to earth, right? That was bridged by this doctrine, right, of the God-man, right? So also then you enter this idea of John, right? Because John is receiving this revelation, right? Similar to, Paul in the desert. He saw Jesus in a vision, who taught him in a vision the revelations, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? So, so that's how this was released. It's the same guy who wrote the Gospel of John, right? So this isn't John the Baptist, but John the Apostle, who wrote the Gospel of John, who's reporting the revelations, right? He's seeing a vision of Jesus, who's coming to him and showing him this vision.
Right. Yeah. Why do you think that one is not doesn't really push so much in Catholicism, but these quote unquote fringe Christians churches they push that?
I think it's because in Europe, right, you had a messianic movement of the Jays, right, that seemed to line up with the Protestant Reformation, right? So so there's this whole idea about first there's this idea of sort of the destiny of Europeans, right? So there's this sort of idea where the messianic Jayish ideal sort of is linked to the concepts of rebuilding the Temple of Solomon that is found in Freemasonry, right? And there is sort of Jayish forms of Freemasonry as well, right? And obviously the Kabbalah intricately influences the ideas of Freemasonry and so on and so forth, right? So so you have a link between sort of secret societies, the revolutionary instincts of creating a new world order, the establishment of a new Jerusalem, the pre-millennial schema, right, which is found in groups like the Plymouth the Plymouth Brethren, right? Both Churchill and Aleister Crowley were members of the Plymouth Brethren as youth, right? It's a radical Protestant group that wants to bring about the end times, right?
So they're kind of like, they have something in common with our boy Clavicular, good old Cav, the looks maxer, who
most likely
who's coming out as an he literally said he's an accelerationist.
Right.
He's going to parties with Peter Thiel.
Right, and that has roots in Sabbateanism, right? Because they created the doctrine of the holiness of sin, that if you commit sin, you can bring the end times faster, right? So,
wow.
All right, so
whoa, that's that Jewish sect where, I said it.
Right, well,
that
they created
that would do like those crazy things.
Right. Well, they created a
Those
messianic
taboos.
movement. Yeah, they created a messianic movement as early as 1600s, and they got a lot of the the people in Europe, like the white people to support it.
Yes.
Yes. Like, for example, Queen Christina of Sweden, she danced in the streets of Amsterdam in support of Shabbatai Zevi, the false Jewish Messiah.
Mm.
And,
wow, they got her on the board, huh?
Yeah, they got her on the board of directors.
But those same things that sect was doing, the Sabbateas, is similar to all the Epstein stuff and like you said, we were speaking about the Freemasonry, secret societies, what they do too, right? Like what some of them do, right? That's just except they're supposedly doing it in secret, or these people were just crazy with it.
Yeah, taking out the kings and the religions and the governments and so on and so forth. And it's a secret revenge, right, to sort of displace all these forms, right, to bring about the true brotherhood of man and so on and so forth. So in their mind, they see it as like they're actually the good guys, right? So
do the work, right? And I see a lot of these guys do it. Dmitry, he would say that too. He's like, hey man, these guys put a lot of work in doing this. They probably actually believe it, that they're doing some type of good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Even it's like how Plato says, like even a colony of thieves, they agree not to steal from each other, right? So incredible forms of organization. They require depth of like even the criminal Latin American gangs, right? They have these stories that they hand down, right? That like somebody's grandma told them, right, about some saint, right? And if you don't know the stories, then you're not really part of the gang, right? It's a way to check roles and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's rules to the game, man. They're just passing it on. Newt Grew has a comment. He says, "Can you feel the theater yet?" Yeah, I feel it. I call it Masonic sorcery theater. Geopolitical Masonic sorcery theater. Holly weird living rent free in your backyard and in your head. The zombies. Wonder Bar, anyone? Afternoon, folks.
I think Sneeko said that his that he's part Jayish, right? So he's proud of his Jayish heritage, and then also Andrew Tate said his dad's in the CIA and so on and so forth. Right. The guy, the other guy, the fresh and fit guy,
Myron.
Yeah, he used to be a federal officer, whatever that means.
Right.
Andrew Wilson
Homeland Security.
He said in the debate he used to be a federal officer. So it's funny how all these guys are basically cops.
This showed up. Right. The police in the sector, the sectors and whatnot.
It's the beast. Yeah, it's the beast system. 100% is controlled.
Then we got Lord Dandy Lionel 2.0 says Rome moved from Italy to Washington. That's right. You have an astronomical 250-year-old birthday, 2026. It did, right? Rome, Italy, Merovingians, they're charging all those interest, getting fat, right, over there in Italy back in the day. Washington, D.C. It's a weird place, bro. I don't know if you ever been there. Like I've been there a couple times, and it's got this like very intense feeling of pressure. Pressure, yeah. Like you're like literally in the belly of the beast, in the heart of the matrix, the underbelly. Yeah. The Washington D.C. is wild, man. Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, imagine being in Jerusalem, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's like an old world pressure. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
they have
know,
a thing
man.
called Jerusalem syndrome, where
Mhm.
people start going crazy.
Really? Damn. You seen Tel Aviv too? All these places are getting. Well, it's once again theater and whatnot, but obviously some of the what they call the soundstage has to get dirty. So there is real damage going on, though, I think, and real deletions and stuff. But to what scale, we don't know. Let's hope it doesn't come to any of us. And here we go. Let me see some of this. Back to some of this interesting video right here. Yeah, you're a perfect person to have up here for this. Appreciate you coming through.
Setting the stage perfectly for the Antichrist's arrival.
The economy is being globalized. Politics
I'm
is
sure you
being
know who that is. Like, I think you've had this one of these acceleration.
Yeah, one of the first things we broke down was this dude Yuval Harari. Right?
Look at machine.
He's had a conversation with well, he's an Israeli transhumanist.
Okay.
Right? So that's just sort of yeah. So he's a and he believes that history is just narrative construction, and so on and so forth. So he believes that religions were a form of narrative construction about history.
Okay.
Right. And so he believes that these myths should go into the future and so on and so forth. But I believe he has a flawed view of both history and how we can construct the future. Obviously, he believes fully in the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? So he's embedded inside of this sort of faith-based narrative, right? Yeah. Because there's no reason why humanity or society or this global movement should progress, right? Obviously, he just admitted that he's a globalist, right? Mm-hmm. So he thinks that this movement or this progress towards a global society is actually a move in the right direction.
Right thing.
But there's no, but that's a huge presumption, right? Because all of the traditional forms and also the destruction of wild nature and that we're causing in order to get there, right? And all the enslavement, right, by technology and the forms of technology that we're getting into. Right, while allowing massive forms of complex power structures to be totally depersonalized from our decision making process, right, the local community level, right. So I don't know how he believes that this loss of human autonomy in the face of the complexity of technology is actually going to liberate humanity. Right, it looks like it's going to enslave humanity, honestly. So I believe it's totally flawed.
Yeah, even faster. Yeah, man, you just fucking put the receipts on his ass with that one, man. Because it's funny how you said you've been talking about acceleration. What's up, Paula? How's it going? Good to see you. You've been talking about acceleration ever since I've known you, like for like almost going on 2 years now. This crazy machine, and it's funny that like I just now starting to get the concept now. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm a little slow, but once I start going, I'm good. I'm like, dude, it's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. And also the postmodernists and obviously their debt, the debt that accelerationism has to them.
See in the back.
And also to, the millenarian, project, right? Which some have described, right, as techno-millenarianism. Right? I call it techno-liberalism, right? This is a techno-millenarianism. I heard this from David Patrick Harry, right, who wrote something, I forget the name of his book, Coming Out of Babylon or something like that. I don't know, or Going into Babylon or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, he talks about how Protestantism and Jayish messianism led to this New World Order idea. He's partly right. Right. Obviously, it's way more complex than he presents it. Right. And the roots are way deeper in history. Right. But yeah, the basic point is still there. Right.
Yeah. We'll build on that. Let me get our special guest, Mr. Dimitri.
There are too many minorities. Too many at my water park. Somebody do something.
What's going on? This is your theme song, your buddy. What's going on, bro? How's it going, Justin?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. How you been, bro? Good.
I'm okay. I have a little trouble breathing, but I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's very important to breathe. Yeah, bro. We're just talking about Amsterdam right now, huh? Who would you say this is? I think you met him before. This is the Machine Lies. This is my good friend Justin, aka Dimitri. Yeah. You were talking about the woman from the Netherlands that danced in the street or whatever. Yeah.
Queen Christina of Sweden. Yeah.
Well, he was talking about how there was this Jewish group that the back in the sect of Judaism where they were trying to bring on their Messiah or messianic figure by doing like the most horrible things ever, like taboos and stuff, like incest and grape and all kinds of weird stuff. They thought that more and more they would do these awful things, they would speed on or accelerate this coming of their God or whatever, right? Their savior, and they even corrupted one of the. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's funny that Nick Land, who is seen as the founder of accelerationism, has now adopted the Kabbalah, right? So he's actually he's sort of said, well, this is a huge insight into philosophy if you study this stuff, and also into cybernetics. He claims, right?
Why do you think Jeffrey was so interested in that shit?
Oh, he was, huh? Yeah, he was into all that. Yeah.
Have you seen the I think it was. Have you seen that the whole island is like an initiatory process? Have you seen that?
No.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a movie about it. I think it's from the America guy, because you have like the water, you have to cross the water to get to the island, and then you have to go through two pillars, and then you go over the chessboard floor, and then you go, and eventually you end up in the Golden Crown Temple. It's like an initiatory, whatever I can pronounce.
Initiatory,
initiatory process. It was for rituals, bro. And of course, when you do depraved shit, you probably fuck with your brain when it's easier to get to your subconscious, right? That's why they break you down and when they brainwash you, right? So it works.
Right, so they can build you up, right?
Yeah.
Learned
you're gonna get someday you're gonna run into a wall, bro. That's why you shouldn't do that shit.
Right. There's nothing's for free, basically, right?
No, you can escape the pain for as long as you can, but then eventually you're gonna get it back.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they all want to live forever. They're fucking afraid to die.
Yeah. Why is that?
Do you remember that book with Franz Bardon? You remember, like the
magician.
You remember? Yeah,
the magician.
He said that it was real, right? But you have to pretend it's not real. That they go to the secret society with like 100 people, and they all like sell their souls to the demons, and every year they're going to take one out. And when you die, like the demon will do everything for you here, right? But the moment you die, you're his bitch forever, right? So they don't want to die after making that deal.
That's
that's what they believe. Right? I don't know if it's true.
That is not a good return on investment, man.
You saw the shit from the Queen, right? Remember when she died? Did you hear what the weird reporter that you heard said, like, her body is already gone. We can't do anything now. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
It's like accidental audio, right? Bro, they just I don't know. It's kind of too weird, but nowadays every conspiracy is true, I guess. So they're probably like soul swapping, right?
Well, dude, like your trip report. Now it's my trip report. I heard it. I'm I'm part of it. The one where the guy was like, "Bro, you're supposed to bring me back people," basically, right?
Oh, I always tell
You
people,
can't leave.
I only need 2 more souls, then I can go.
Jesus, yeah.
That's why I want everybody to smoke DMT. Please try it. I only need
Oh
one
my
more.
god.
Bro, I'm
Ridiculous.
sorry if I'm interrupting your thoughts, but
No, this is short.
I've
No,
been,
no, no,
like,
no, no.
I've been avoiding that ketamine stuff for like forever, right?
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
forever, bro. And I
Yeah.
was watching your video a little bit, but it's not my interpretation because here they're talking about somebody that's gonna. Because I know that also with the dolphin wanker guy, right? What?
John Lilly,
Yeah,
Dr. John Lilly.
Yeah. He was talking
Dolphin
about
wanker. He's the wanking wizard. We got the wanking wizard here, everybody, aka
No, but
Justin.
he also talked about that system, right? But for me, bro,
Yeah.
for me, it was like, you know,
What's up, Steel Man?
we talk about these theories forever, right? But then when I was like in that ketamine rush with the other dude, it felt like I really understood it was all code, bro. I even made us win on roulette, bro. It was like fucking sick. It was like beyond the doubt that we were creating our own reality, bro. It was like,
So you saw it. Did you like?
What
Do
do you
you
mean?
do you end up like seeing
no,
it?
listen,
Like-
this is my conclusion. This is my, I don't give a fuck. Look, everything
Oh, go
you
ahead,
see,
bro.
everything you see on the outside, right? Right? That's
Yeah.
the past, bro. That's the past, right? We think
Okay.
it's reality and we think it's now, but that's the fucking past, bro. And like your experience of it, like what we're doing now, that's the now. But your thinking, right? It's the future. You know what I mean? So like everything you're thinking about, everything you're doing in your mind is the future. But
Yes.
because we have been brought up to look at the outside and do risk assessments, right?
Uh-huh.
But if you read the Bible, it says Lot's wife, right? She turns around and she transforms into a pillar of salt because salt is a preservative. So if I look at this table and I look at the table and I think, oh, this table is here, and then I bring it in my thoughts and I say this table is here, then the next
Yeah.
time I'm going to project it, it's still there, right? So you're
Right.
preserving things by thinking about it. You don't do that. What you have to do is what Terence McKenna said. You remember with the machine house that he's like, bleh, bleh. Remember that story of him that they teach him?
Yeah, when he just spewed it out. Yeah.
This is how we should do it every time. You just go, bleh. You know what I mean?
Let
You
it
don't
out.
think about things. You just fucking do whatever the fuck you want. You know? That's the funny thing. The answer of life is just doing what the fuck you want and don't doubt yourself. That's it. That's it. Bro, it's so fucking easy.
You're there
You
first.
put it here first and then it comes there.
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
But
Fuck
that
all the
whole
conspiracies, fuck all the systems. Because what is a system? A system is where they try to tell you something so that it goes into your mind and then it comes the fuck out. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
If it was the outside, if outside was pure reality, unchangeable, they wouldn't have to do that. Right? No, they have to do it through you. So fuck them. Fuck everybody.
Yeah, dude.
Right on, man. Machine, let's add on that, man. Like that was wild, Justin, when you shared. But it makes sense what you said about you look out in the past, but what you think is like what's really going on right now.
Yeah,
No.
you're saying you got to have
Outside is the
input
past.
and output.
Yeah,
to have a system.
Okay.
Outside is the past. Your experience
So
is the now, and whatever you think about an experience, that's the future.
Right.
Okay.
It's fucking simple. It's just the other way around. It's so simple. They tricked you, or they don't know it themselves. I don't know, but whatever.
So in a way, there's really no maybe to be said that like the past is a combination of the present is just like the holodeck, right? And then
just the present is the frame that's happening right now, right? Or whatever, bro. You look, when we think too much about it, it gets too complicated.
Yeah, right. We can point at it though.
You've seen the guy with the DMT and the lasers and the code, right? I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
prove it to myself. Everything is code, bro.
Let's look at my phone. Does it? I'll look at my phone on Pharmawaska.
Everything you do is adding code. And today is set in stone, but tomorrow is open, right? That's how Neville told it. Today is set in stone. Everything that happened today is because
It's already
of the
happened.
imaginations of before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
reactions you have today and the new input output, like he said, it's so fucking simple.
Yeah, this dude raising the level for sure.
Yeah, he said that's coming from a machine, bro. He's fucking not just definitely a genius here, but just beyond here, even. He's
People just like to make things complicated, bro, and blame other people, right? It's easier. Or
It
they
is,
think
huh?
it's easier.
Well, is that what's happening now with the Middle East?
Bro, I
I guess
saw this whole
everything's
shit. Do you know these Israelis? They like plan everything according to prophecies and astrology
Right.
and shit.
Right. They had Purim. Yesterday was Purim, and then they bombed everything.
Yeah, do you know the guy Izzy or something? He explained it really good. Like also with the Nuremberg trials, they like would do the sentencing and they would wait 12 days and then they would kill 10 people. That's all because of shit that's in the Bible. They're like using it to whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Fuck them though, because I create my reality. Fuck them.
Right. Machine, this goes back a little bit to reset what you were talking about when you were talking about like the evolution, kind of like you were talking about the evolution of consciousness. Reminds me of my Mayan calendar days when the Mayans they came up with this. What was a German, I think, or a Swedish dude that worked with the Mayan elders with this. He was saying that the Mayan elders say that the pyramids out there in Mayan land and the Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, they're kind of telling you, they're the calendar. They're telling you the levels of the evolution of human consciousness. And like they say that we started at the cellular, the cellular cycle, which is like 16 billion years, very slow, right? Then the mammalian cycle, right? 820 million. Then we got family cycle. Now this reminds me of like each time we going up, I think autonomy is like less and less, right? It's individual.
This is bad news because this is following exactly the schema I prescribed earlier, right? With the pseudo-eschatology of progress and also the biblical scheme, right? So
right.
So this seems like
I think it's the same cult. It's just what's it? William Cooper calls it the Babylon mystery cult or whatever. Doesn't matter what continent you're on or whatever. But what Justin says is right. Like all this shit don't really matter. This is just like fun and games. That's in the sense, but
you know what I think when I see this, because it's like the progression is really cool and shit, and I can understand it. But what if time doesn't exist, right? So maybe I die now, I can jump in to go to the mammalian cycle, or I can die and I go to the national cycle.
Yeah, non-linear.
Fuck your cycles, bro. You know what I mean?
Right. There's people that are stuck on a cellular, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Tell it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's people who are already galactic, and there's people stuck on the cellular.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So see, when she said galactic, that's at the top right there. So he already knows about this already. Yeah.
You do. Yeah. I heard yesterday that like because we have like Eastern and Western astrology and shit, right? From the Venus or whatever. But
the Vedic.
But this fucking moment where we are right now, they both agree it's like the end of an era and the beginning of a new one, which is like one of the only times where we agree with each other or something.
Yeah, that's what they match up, right? That's big. There's no denying it.
No,
yeah.
But then for me, it feels like it's gonna be something good. I don't know.
This is the first time I've ever heard you say that, like in 5 years. This is good. It's good. I like it. I'm usually the one saying that shit.
I'll say
like I just reject progress. Right? I say I just reject progress. Right? It's not for me. I mean, it's never worked for me. Right? So I'm just like, it's okay. Like if they want to believe things are progressing, that's on them. You know?
I like me, Lexican. I've almost always had that. I just don't like the idea that something on the outside is controlling me. I said no. Fuck you. I create my own reality, right? So maybe there are influences, right? Like maybe, but to say something that's gonna control me like that, like. Fuck, why am I playing this game as somebody else's? I don't believe that shit. I think it's all self-responsibility. That's my choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yes. Machine, what are some of the top philosophers that talk about self-responsibility as a key point in their teachings?
I mean, probably Lao Tzu. You know, most likely. I think anybody who focuses on ethics is really, focused on that. So there's not a lot of philosophers that like
Marcus,
really
maybe?
focus
Marcus
on ethics.
Aurelius or something.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but those ones are better, right? Because ethics is a higher form of thinking, right? Than just like, like people think like metaphysics and epistemology is like high, but it sounds deep, but it doesn't relate to real life, practical things, right? So I think politics, ethics, those are higher forms of philosophizing for sure, because they deal with history and not just idealism.
Yeah, and ethics,
fake ideas, but actual practical ideas.
Right.
And ethics can be seen as what I think of ethics. The first thing I think of is good and bad morals, conscious, having a conscious responsibility. That's what that is.
That's what I learned, bro. You know me. I was always running around like a crazy rocket, and the rocket crashed into a wall, and then into prison.
Right.
Damn.
Right. So it's kind of like a branch of philosophy, to be real.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, bro. Fuck that shit. Bro, we almost won 10K yesterday, bro.
You in the zone?
Well, we were doing the fucking ketamine, right? And we were playing roulette. And I was telling the guy, no. I was like we're gonna win, right? I was like talking like
this ketamine like we smoke cigarettes.
And then we were winning and winning. And at the moment we were playing roulette, but lighting roulette. So you can get like multipliers on the numbers, right? So you can have like number 13 but times 1,000, right? And we were playing and high as fuck, and the thing was fucking with us. Like it would, whatever. I can't explain, right? Because you have to be on ketamine with me. But then we had our last money, for example, and we had it on the table. And the last few hands, we were both like looking at the wheel and like, oh, I hope it falls, right? And then it's not gonna fall. So there was the last money was in it, and I was like, and the multiplier came on our number like times 500 or something, right? And then I jumped in front of the other dude. I said, you cannot watch, bro, because if you watch, it's gonna fail, right? You can't watch. And then bam!
Don't give in to the astonishment.
Yeah. I was standing in front of it, and then we like hit it, right? We made like 500 from like a euro, right? So like bam, and then we decided to on the next day we would play 22 black on 22 hours and 22. We would play 22 black, put 50 euros on it, and see what the fuck happens, right?
22 master number.
Yeah, so we waited, and the next day, at first I thought we were gonna chicken out and shit, right? And the ketamine wasn't falling really good, but then, bro, we put the fucking 50 on the fucking 22.
You got it.
Like it doesn't have to get but we did get like the multiplier, bro. It went like times 500 also. I'm like, oh shit, bro, we can win 10K. But then we were staring at the wheel and we lost.
That's it, man. Should let it go.
I was still happy.
22.
I'm gonna win it soon. I made like a song about
Benjamin's
22.
birthday.
They actually kicked me off TikTok. They ruined my account. You know why? Because I had a fucking image.
Talking about ketamine?
I had the image of a ball in number 22 black with a song I made like with AI. I made a pretty fucking good fucking raw style bam bam song about winning, But on TikTok sometimes you get commercials for casinos, right? So I didn't understand. And I tried to upload it again, and I tried to upload it again, and then my account was destroyed. I don't get it, man.
You weren't sanctioned. The winner's right. Lord Dandy says the winner's right to history. Like Rome moved to Washington, D.C. It was in Nuremberg before that. Okay. Yeah. Was it Netherlands is like the new Casino Royale. Sounds like.
Netherlands is like the new
22. The new what?
Third world country.
Oh, the Netherlands. Okay.
Yeah,
maybe Benjamin could bring it back. See, April 22. That's Benjamin's birthday. April 22.
Oh, really?
Same birthday as that's a master number. Same birthday as Vladimir Lenin, right? Same birthday as allegedly same birthday as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The April 22nd. Jack Nicholson, April 22nd. A lot of cool cool people. It's a good number. Yeah. It's a big club and you ain't in it. George Carlin, right? AKA the new guru. Mothers carry the bloodline. The history ties to right out of history. Yeah. Dude, back to this thing right here. This counter is crazy because I like how it, like the national cycle reminded me you're talking is like the industrial age, right? The planetary cycle, and then the galactic cycle reminded me of like when we got the World Wide Web, 1999. I mean, where it became like a normal thing, right? And then this universal co-creation. That's when the thing actually ended. It was in 2011, October 28th. But that could have been like, once again, that could have been a definitely their own psyop back in the day, the Mayans or whatever. But with that said, there was definitely stuff for me personally that was going on around that time where I just had a ravenous appetite for quote unquote knowledge and wisdom.
I cannot deny that the end of the fucking year of the snake with his shedding its skin and shit, bro. I shed everything.
Yes, yeah, you did. You did. You had a wait. What year were you born?
1998.
So what year are you? Year of the what?
I'm year of the horse. Now I'm in the fire horse. So now it's my time.
Oh, you're the horse. That's right. Yeah. You're going.
But you know what's funny? It's also for neighbor girl. It's also year of the horse, and also for Nina. Also, bro.
You know what's weird is, I don't know if you could zoom in on the image, but like,
okay, yeah, I can.
Because it says galactic, but then it says ethics right next to it.
Oh, it does. Huh?
Oh, really? Cool.
Let me see this.
That's
Perfect.
out,
Wait. Galactic. Yeah, it does.
Right.
Yeah, because
like,
each
right. So that's tripped out, man.
A period, it's supposed to be a lesson, basically, right?
Yeah, so that's tripped
ethics.
out. I didn't see that before. I swear to God, but yeah, that's kind of weird.
And you know what it was? I remember the teacher, rest in peace, Ian Exgold, that taught this system to the Westerners, to the world. He said that.
Are we now?
What's that?
Which one are we now in? Oh, it goes to 2011.
We're in universal on the other side. We're coming down the other side now.
Right.
Well, the ethics is like he said, like, and I always bring this up. 1999, CCTVs everywhere. Everyone's held accountable. You can't really lie anymore, bro. You know what I mean? People get. Well, you can, but there's receipts everywhere. He was saying, like, the ethics are big, bro. Because, like, I mean, unless you flat out don't care. You know, like President Trump or these other guys, like
I gotta change the schema then, because it looked like the planetary was the industrial age. You know, national cycle seemed like
I was wrong. The national is like Napoleon and all that shit. Yeah.
And then galactic would be the space age, and then universal would be where we were just at. You know, with postmodernism, and then now we come down the hill.
Yeah. Co-creation is what we're supposed to learn for this. It's different. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Everybody was creating things for everybody else. That's what technology really does, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like you create technology, and that's used to create other things. Right? So.
Yeah. Machine. It's funny what you said, like how like some people are cellular, and it says that what we're supposed to learn that time is action reaction, because that's like when the planets were, you know, planets were forming, they were knocking into each other, all this crazy, the nebulas were there and all the, but it didn't seem like much was going on because it was such a long period of time. However, there was a lot going on, and the funny thing is, it's like it reminds me of like the stupid like tit for tat shit that we see. You know what I'm saying? Like in the verse and whatnot. Yeah. Stimulus response, individual similarities and differences, the mind. That's the tribal. That's when the shaman came along, right? Animism, cultural cycle, reason. Cultural cycle is like when they had the cities, agriculture, where people stopped being nomads, right? Hunter-gatherers. This settled down. Then the law, then the power, ethics. Yeah, man. That shit's fire. Yeah.
Take this one, Black.
What you got? Did you make it?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's bad. Look, he made that machine. That's dope. He drew that and everything.
Yeah, it's cool.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, that's dope. Machine, are you here with the RAM?
I don't know. I'm 1989, so I don't know what that would be.
89. Oh, you're here the snake. I think like Master Creator.
Right. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Let me see. That's me. So, how was your year last year? Yeah, you're the snake.
I like this one.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, Machine. That's right. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like the greatest year ever because like last year, the snake 2013, it was great. I got married. I moved into a new place, and I was like fucking killing it with the fitness and shit. And but this year, bro, I thought I was gonna die the first half, like on some weirdo, some crazy shit, bro. But it's good though because I started to shed, like Justin said, I hit like kind of like rock bottom, and I started to like shed everything I don't need,
right,
slowly but surely. But it was tough, bro, and that's a blessing though to be able to do that. Yeah, man, yeah. Dang. Okay, here we go. This guy. Oh, I showed Justin the because he was talking about his ketamine experiments. Machine. I showed him the America video with the Peter. They were talking about the ketamine system. It was like from a couple weeks ago. The dude made.
Yeah.
I keep thinking Hidden America. Hidden America.
He had a video of him on Twitter. The dude has an interesting look to him, man.
Wait, he does? Oh, you gotta pull that up, bro.
Hilarious wizard looking.
I gotta see what he looks like.
Yeah, because I thought he was gonna be black at first, but he's not black at all. He's like Irish.
Okay.
Tripped out.
I'm in his Discord. I'll send you an invite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hold on. Let me show you because this dude looks hilarious, man. He looks
just.
I believe what he's saying more now that I've seen what he looks like.
What he looks like.
Shit. Let me see if I can find this.
Hey, Justin, was that video? Was there any similarities? You said that that ketamine, the little bit you watched.
Well, I do agree.
Do you see anything resonate?
I remember Terence McKenna said ketamine felt like an empty office space.
Yes. Right.
For me, it actually felt like I could connect to the AI. Like we talked about.
That's what the guy was saying.
I'm like totally convinced right now. Well, almost. We are AI, right? That's what we are. Because if you look how AI is trained on a model, right? And the model, it decides its outcome, and then it.
What do you think?
No way.
What do you think?
Holy shit! What the fuck? God.
Like a Russian
wizard, bro.
Hey, Timo, you're nice though. What you said, the way you look at his eyes, the dark, damn deep set darkness and shit. This nigga never sleep.
He's like a ginger, bro. He has no soul. You can see it.
He does it, bro. He's like a vampire. His shit's hella high powered though, man. It's whatever it is, man.
You have to watch the Izzy guy too. The Izzy guy is even better than this one, I guess.
You gotta show me. You gotta. Is it in the? Yeah, you can share it. You can push this little TV with the. You see it on the bottom with the plus sign. You can share like that. Yeah. Wait, can we hear him talk real quick? 1 second. Oh, you can play it and I'll put it on there. On here.
Let me just try it.
As I was drinking my nightly.
Hey, looks when he starts talking, he's gay as fuck, bro.
I know his voice though, yeah.
Has arrived. The hidden war.
Like he like.
Normies obey, while others awaken and psychopaths rule.
That's actually how he talks.
Yeah. I was thinking the same.
That book is sick, bro. I don't smoke weed, bro. That's the closest I'll get to smoking weed is reading that book.
Yeah, there he goes.
That was awesome. Thank you, Machine. When they say something, I wish you didn't meet your heroes.
Right.
I got it from the king. I don't know. Yeah, this dude, Izzy. He's pretty.
Oh yeah, Izzy. Yeah, play some real quick. A little bit of what he has to say. There you
go. This was about like
that Christ is going to be having the crown of thorns on.
right? The ram is sacrificed in place of Isaac. But later with Christ, Christ is sacrificed. So that sacrifice ends up happening. And instead of Abraham having to sacrifice, the progression
about how like how they
what
plan
became Christianity,
astrology,
yeah,
like attack on Iran too, right? And now with the it's all like
Canaanites, which is
looks like you got the sigils in the back.
pretty interesting. Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Hey, Machine, do you see on the back? He has the cash money symbol, but he changed it up to say goth money. You see that shit? That's just dope. I forgot what do they call that kind of art? Insurgent art, something like that. I forgot. Anyway, that's that's dope, dude. Yeah, the Hoover juice.
It's good to listen to when you fall asleep and shit. You know?
Put that in our chat, bro. I want to see that. More of that. Let's see. Let me get
He
this.
especially explains like the connection between artists and the occult and shit, and like artists, and that all their parents are like from CIA or from like the army, right? With Kurt
Yeah. Jim Morrison.
Yeah, like the new girl, this Carpenter, Sabrina Carpenter. She's like Scientology and shit. But like, if you look at all her video clips, you have to watch it because like it's like with Rosemary's Baby. Well, you have to watch it. It's pretty sick.
She plays the archetype of all those things. She just like Lady Gaga did that stuff. Yeah. Rituals and stuff. But she was gonna say
it shouldn't scare you. It's just like they understand kinda how to code reality, right?
Right.
To themselves, right? So if you're afraid of them, you gotta try it yourself better. You know what I mean? Like,
That's what I was talking about when I said like Machine. When I said earlier, I'm like my friend Justin. He was like, yeah, some of these elites, you ever think about they worked hard. You know, they really believe what they're doing is good. Probably some of them. Just because you believe something is good doesn't mean it is, though, huh?
No, not even that. But like everybody is always complaining about Illuminati, but Illuminati ain't a bitch, and Illuminati ain't gonna do a 9-to-5 job. No, they're gonna fucking kill people. You know, like betray people. They're gonna go in the trenches, and they have to take risks, right? The king didn't just become king; he had to fight for it.
Right.
It's like with the Morgan guy, right? Like J.P. Morgan, like his grandfather was like a fucking pirate who took the greatest Fort Knox thing of the Spanish. That's why they're so fucking rich. I can respect that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just a bitch. You're afraid to die. That's why you go to your job every day and avoid the police.
Yeah, I feel bad though because you know my story. Like I think my family was kind of like linked up with those people, and like, what the fuck am I doing right here now? Like, I fucked up somewhere, dog.
You're the end of a dynasty, bro. Achievement, bro.
I mean, God, I want being a poor righteous teacher is cool, though, right?
Oh, Benjamin, you said it right,
The
bro.
5% nation, baby. Yeah.
Benjamin will do it, bro. He's gonna be the new.
Oh yeah, BB. I told him like the new world order, man. You might have to be like you won't necessarily be like a CEO, but you might be like one of the big managers of it, man. And you gotta you gotta have an inside person to take it down or whatever. Yeah. But it's wild, bro. Look at this motherfucker right here.
Realistic, and they understand it, right? Like that's why for me and people like I don't know, I am AJZ as a motherfucker. That's why I never succeed because I'm all over the place. I can still have fun though. It's really hard to make shit happen. But if you would say like every day on 12 o'clock I'm gonna do this, I don't care what it is. You're gonna do it on 12 o'clock every fucking day. You're gonna see in a month your progress in life is gonna be like exponential because there's only one day. You understand? We all think there's like lots of days, so there's only one day on fucking repeat. And if you ritualistic plan shit, it's gonna be a more fine structure. And structures are easier to like loop or something. I can't explain.
Right. Yeah, there's one day. I mean, when you take your first breath, and then the nighttime is when you take your last breath.
Yeah. It's always one moment until you go lose consciousness and come back, right?
Yeah. Look at this guy. Look at this champ right here.
And the combination of the two will create paradise on earth.
But this is nowhere near as shocking as the next move the Antichrist makes. We learn from Daniel that after the Antichrist has secured his place as world ruler, he's going to make a peace treaty with Israel for 1 week. This word week is just referring to 7 years, not 7 days. This is pretty astonishing considering how many politicians have been trying to bring peace to the Middle East for years.
These bastards like could set that shit up on these scripts and shit, bro.
7 years are what the book of Revelation refers to as the tribulation. We even learn that Israel's temple will be rebuilt and temple sacrifices reinstituted. With the horrific war taking place in the Middle East today, it's no wonder that people are going to love the Antichrist for the perceived peace he brings to the world. Up until this point, the Antichrist is just going to seem
That's the guy that's talking.
like the greatest politician who ever walked the face of the earth. But it's this next event that is going to cause people to literally worship him as God.
That's the Antichrist.
It has no soul. Yeah. And like Christ is like your imagination, your soul, right? So if you take that out, you're going right?
You're right, yeah. Like antimatter.
The Apostle John tells us in his book, Revelation, that God gave him a vision of a...
So that machine, that's different than John the Baptizer, right?
Right.
This guy, yeah. And he's the one that must have been on some.
Then the Baptizer, right? In that order, right?
Yeah, the Baptizer first, and then this guy. This guy's visions were wild, bro.
Great beast coming out of the sea. This beast had 7 heads and 10 horns and is another version of the beast in Daniel's prophecy, both describing the Antichrist. This beast was given a deadly wound but was miraculously healed, which caused the entire world to be in awe of the beast's power and follow him. The Bible says that after this miracle happens, people will say, "Who is like the beast? Who is able to..."
We are. Paula says, Dimitri, make a small goal, something different each day, nothing major. Just fuck the matrix. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I'm working on some stuff.
Yeah, all this stuff is distractions from kind of like what we said. Was that?
I do know what I'm not gonna do anymore. It's like I told you, right? I made before everything went to shit. I made like a song, and it's called like Being Awake, but it's Dutch, right? But it's a song, and I AI'd myself in it, and it's a song about like being awake every night, doing drugs all the time, losing yourself, getting paranoia, demons taking you over, and like your whole life turning to shit, bro. When I was in prison and I listened to the song and I look back at those 2 months, I was like, oh fuck, what have I done? So whatever I'm gonna do right now, everything what I'm doing is like consciously making myself better, right? So I'm not going to project myself in idiot positions anymore, although I like that really much, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, put yourself into positions to succeed.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like if I make a cartoon with Dimitri, which is me, and I give him bad luck, I'm going to get the bad luck.
We already know that. We've been talking about that for years. Grant Morrison told us that. Machine, you've seen that shit, right? Where he's at a Discordian convention, Grant Morrison, the graphic novelist, and he was like, I made this comic book where, you know, the character looked like me, and then he's all, I wanted this redhead chick. I always liked redheads, so I made this, you know, redhead chick in the cartoon, and she was all sexy and like, you know, fucking wild and whatnot. He's all, and then come to find out, I got like 10 redhead chicks at my door. In real life, right? Like causing chaos.
He made the guy sick in the cartoon, and then he ended up in the hospital himself with the same kind of like bacteria or something.
Right. Fell on him or something.
I had 2 songs. The other song was about like being paranoid and those enemies and stuff.
Yeah. You got to do the positive stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what's that's like ironic.
Psych yourself up.
Because the positive stuff is not funny, bro. The shit that goes wrong. Maybe I have a sick sense of humor, bro. But we're always talking about the shit that went fucked up, bro. You know what I mean? We never talked about the perfect day. Fuck that perfect day, bro. You know what I mean? So
I guess if you're using the art to transform yourself, that's another story. And anything else, people listening are getting benefit from it or entertainment, That's a bonus. It's a
Yeah.
bonus, huh?
I've
Yeah.
been listening to Kanye a lot. That's pretty good music to listen to.
Oh, I was playing Kanye earlier.
It makes you
I was
feel good
playing-
about yourself, right? It gives you the positive vibe. It doesn't want to make you go stab people or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was playing that shit earlier. Look at this shit. Remember this song? Remember that song? That song? The Kanye?
Oh, we can play it longer. No, I don't know. Which one
I
was
don't
it?
give a fuck. This one. That movie he had, that movie.
I love it though. I love it though. You know? Put your hands to the constellations. The way you look should be a sin. You my sensation. I know I'm preaching to the congregation. We love Jesus, but you done learned a lot from Satan.
Rest in peace, dude.
I mean, the nigga did a lot of waiting. We ain't married, but tonight I need some consummation. May the Lord forgive us. May the gods be with us. In that magic hour, I've seen good Christians make rash decisions. Oh, she do it. What happened to religion? Oh, she lose it. She putting on her makeup. She casually allured. Text message breakups. The casualty of tour. How she gon' wake up and not love me no more? I thought I was the asshole. I guess it's rubbing off. Hood phenomenon. The LeBron rhyme. Hard to be humble when you stunting on a jumbotron. I'm looking at her like this what you really wanted, huh? Why we arguing anyway? Oh, I forgot it's summertime. Put your hands to the constellations. The way you look should be a sin. You my sensation. I know I'm preaching to the congregation. We love Jesus, but she done learned a lot from Satan. Satan, Satan, Satan. I mean, your nigga did a lot of waiting. We ain't married, but tonight it needs some consummation. When the sun goes down, it's the magic hour. The magic hour. And out of all the colors that'll fill up the skies, you got green on your mind. I can see it in your eyes. Why you standing there with your face screwed up? Don't leave while you're hot, that's how May screwed up. Throwing shit around, the whole place screwed up. Maybe I should call May so he could pray for us. I hit the Jamaican spot at the bar, take a seat. I ordered your jerk, she said you are what you eat. You see, I always love a sense of humor, but tonight you should have seen how quiet the room was. The Leo Cone, a Dior Ohm, that's Dior Ohm, that Dior homie. The crib Scarface, could it be more Tony? You love me for me, could you be more phony? Put your hands to the constellation. The way you look should be a sin. You my sensation. Haven't said a word. Haven't said a word to me this evening. Can't get your tongue.
Yeah, man, that's like a good times. Like I know I'm making like those. It's taking the old vlogs and putting music over that. That's a transformative experience too, man. Like, like it's wild, bro. That stuff.
You know what's my holy war? Because I only saw that now.
Yeah, what's your holy war?
Look, every prediction I do about the future, or every assumption I do about the future, or every thought I have about the future,
Anthems,
that's not in my benefit. That should be eradicated.
Be eradicated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, the moment you only think the things you want, like the Kanye does the same, right? He's so crazy, he just do what he wants, right? And that's the war, the doubt versus what you want, and then. Like you think of something you want, and then the voices come, right? Oh, it's not possible. You have to have the money. You know what I mean?
That's not possible.
All these reasons why it's not possible. Just shut the fuck up, because the how is not your thing. The how is up to God or whatever you want.
That's not your pay grade.
Yeah, that's not your pay grade. And I'm not here to figure out how to do it. You're only here to figure out what the fuck you want, and then you ask for it, and then you believe in it, and then you have faith in it, and then it just comes.
You got it. Here, I got you. This is a short.
It's simple, bro.
No, you said it, and like Kanye said it too, right here. I was watching this before I went live.
You know, let me say one thing. He always says about the
go ahead.
suicide,
Say two things.
I do a suicide on the airplane. I do a suicide in the Lamborghini. I do the suicide. That's because he changes his personality. That's what he means when he's saying the suicide.
The small death.
Yeah.
The small death. Yeah. That's what the Scorpio energy and meditation is good, because like it's constantly thinking about life and death, and the in between. But like that's the thing, and like we have these small deaths. So when you do quote unquote pass on and die, it's not a big thing. I really do think this world is one thing that you can do is like, you know, get yourself ready for the transition, right? While you're leveling up or observing.
Learn to die. Yes.
Yeah, or we're observing, yeah, and whatnot. Yeah. Is there a death philosopher machine that really explored that topic that comes to mind? Yeah.
Yeah. There's people who talk about like the thirst for annihilation. That's actually driving everything. You know, and now humanity has a giant death urge, right? So, you know, we plan all these dangerous activities, right?
Like bungee jumping.
Yeah, it's like Lovecraft.
Living in the hood.
It's just
eventually,
nice to fuck shit up, bro.
Yeah.
You know,
What?
It's just
yeah,
nice
George's Bataille and nihilism. You know, they sort
nihilism.
of
Nihilism sounds like annihilate.
Right. Exactly.
It sounds like
right. There's anti-cosmists that want to destroy the world. Right. Like it's a branch off of Gnosticism. They think the world is kind of like evil. Right. So
right.
The best thing is to try to destroy physical existence.
Bro, Machine, you had talked about, like, once again, under the Taurus act, my rising sign, it takes me a little slow, but once I get growing, I charge out, right? And like you had said this group before, the 764 group, I think it was online, right? Was that it? 764 group or whatever. We're talking about that. And I actually saw a video talking about that in acceleration. And there's quite a few groups that are doing some not so nice things, man. And that's one of the common things about them. They're trying to do the worst of the worst, bro, and preying on innocent people while they do it.
Right.
And using the discords and all that as their.
You can go like this. You're gonna go like this. You'll end up in the same place anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. They're just like
so funny to think
chasing
about. Like we always think God is
acceleration.
the light, right? But God created the light. So God created the light. God's not the light. So what's God? God's the darkness, bro. Maybe we got it all wrong.
Could be. Well, a lot of the Eastern cultures talk about the void, right?
Yeah, that's the void, right?
The void. Yeah.
Abrax.
The darkness. Yeah. Check this out.
No. Is there any limit to your ambition?
Yeah, exactly.
Or any limit to what you think you can achieve? No. Why would you think in the NBA?
Because I think I can do anything.
What's up, Chad?
How in the world did you win this tennis match?
Believing.
You see it?
You know what really separates you from the person living your dream life?
What's
they
that?
believed they could do it before they had any proof. That's it. Sounds crazy, right? Being delusional is supposed to be a bad thing. Everyone tells you to be realistic, but every person or penguin who did something worth remembering was called delusional first.
Penguin died though.
Beat Jordan as a kid.
Kobe, the
Ali
whole-
called himself the greatest before he had a single title. Were they delusional? I mean, yeah. Did it matter? I don't think so. So how do you actually master this?
Yeah, Liana. This is the best movie ever,
way
bro.
that works.
Oh, you have to watch
First,
this movie.
Who is that?
The black and white one. This one.
What movie is this?
This is Liana. I think it's The Hate in American. This is a French movie. This is one of
The
my
Lie.
favorite movies ever, bro. I'll search it for
You
you.
actually master this. How do you become delusional
You gotta get a poster like that, Justin.
Yeah.
in a way that
I once
works?
read a poster of
First,
Lion
you got to
2.
understand something.
And told Tony there was a new movie, but there wasn't there. But I just faked the whole movie poster. He was mad as fuck. Whatever.
There's a difference
Good old Tony, man.
between delusional confidence
Oh,
and
there is
actual
actually a
delusion.
part two.
Actual delusion is thinking you can be a billionaire if you just scroll all day. Doesn't make sense, right? Delusional confidence is believing you can build something nobody thinks you can build. One gets you nothing, the other gets you everything you want. The trick is pairing that delusional belief with obsessive action. You can't just sit around believing you're great. You have to work like you're trying to prove everyone right. You believe something impossible.
Like people who pray for impossible things but don't even, I guess, make a move towards that. Yeah.
Then you work until it becomes inevitable. Because right now, your brain is wired for survival, not success. So when you think about taking a big risk, it automatically scans for everything that could go wrong. But that's normal. That's how everyone's brain works. But the good news is you can reprogram it. Do one thing every day that scares you. Post the video, send the message, take the shot. Every time you move when your brain says don't, you're rewiring it. You're teaching yourself to act.
Driver, that was a good movie. Kind of crazy. Justin, you coming up today, that was like, I mean, granted, Machine's up here. He's easy to, he's fun to panel with for sure. But like, I'm glad you came up though.
Time you move when your brain says don't, you're rewiring.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm gonna get that back too, because I know how it works now, motherfucker. I know how it works.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get everything back and more, bro. I'm gonna be unstoppable, motherfucker.
You better for myself, unstoppable for sure for herself because Benjamin loves Benjamin loves her, so you better get her back. You had fun. You had fun playing with you guys.
It's like kind of hard now because sometimes you go into a fight and then say, "Oh yeah, did you suck his cock? You fucking bitch! Yeah, you're sick."
Oh yeah.
You know, it's not good subjects to talk about. You know. But,
no, I mean this is the place where Machine and I know there's ups and downs, right? Machine relationships for sure, right?
Oh yeah.
At least I fucked for 800 hours and she only fucked for like 30 minutes. So I guess I'm ahead of the game. Fuck you, bitch.
I guess you got that on the scoreboard.
You're teaching yourself to act anyway. You're probably going to feel like a fraud at first. You're going to tell people your goals and watch them look at you like you're crazy. You're going to work your ass off and see no results for months or maybe years. But that's supposed to happen. That's not a sign you're doing it wrong.
There's the movie There Will Be Blood.
That's a sign you're doing something that matters. The people at the top aren't the most talented.
Just that this movie was big time propaganda. I saw it with Leonardo DiCaprio, that one where he's like a activist, quote unquote terrorist or something.
I don't know.
And Sean Penn is like trying to hunt him down for the government.
They just refused to quit when it stopped making sense. They believed out of nowhere and worked till it became real. And that's what separates them from average. Answer me this. Why are you waiting for other people to validate?
What's that movie called? The dude. Oppenheimer, yeah. What did you think about that one? Not bad.
I thought it was okay, but they took
kind of confusing,
and then it got boring.
That's the thing about Christopher Nolan. I saw this guy like rip him a new one, and he still respects his work and stuff, but it's like the guy Christopher Nolan. He knows he's the shit. He's so good. He's like he has so much skill and stuff that he kind of plays around with shit, bro. Instead of getting to the point. Yeah. Have you seen some writers like that, Machine? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like some of the it's like when they like
mostly German and British, right? They have a problem with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the French maybe a little bit easier to digest. What did you say?
Yeah, like some of the French and some of the Slavs, like they like more like aphorisms and like short, like they get to the point with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Date your dreams before you chase them. Be delusional enough to start before you know how it ends. Between you and everything you want is just doubt, not skill, not resources, just doubt. Okay, maybe skills too, but you can master them, right? But the only cure for doubt is action. Delusional action, the kind that makes people think you've lost your mind. Because at the end of the day, being realistic is the most unrealistic thing you can do if you actually want a different life. It's 2025 or 2026. I don't know. Who cares? What I want you to care about is have crazy, crazy faith in yourself. And then work until everyone else calls it genius. That's how you master it.
Yeah, you have to be delusional when this shit is like nobody's driving, right? This is like insane. And to think that like
I also have other tips that came to mind. You should never count the days. Never count the days.
Mm-hmm.
because you see how old I look, bro. I look fucking old, right? Motherfucker.
Sometimes.
If you don't fucking count the days, you don't get older like the other motherfuckers. Doesn't matter what day. You know what I mean?
That's why that birthday stuff definitely. I mean, that the social engineers, like they put you in a sense with egotism and whatnot for you to blow out that candle, to do that ritual, count down. You know, like hey, another year passes and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. I guess self development and all that and all that stuff is kind of like can be seen as you wanna have a good position in the prison, in the Matrix, right?
Yeah.
What's up, Shadow Buddha in the building? James Joyce said, "Oh yeah, can you get a bro? He wants to hear you say, bro."
Hey, bro.
Hey, bro. James Joyce, Shadow Buddha the Great says James Joyce works are so complicated they go and go on. Yeah, they do, bro. I mean, of course, Terrence McKenna got me into that. Like, what is it? Odysseus, is that his first one? And then Finnegan's Wake. I mean, supposedly he's talking about like the fractal nature of reality and how your day, you're doing a simple thing like vacuuming or something. You're on the same timeline as the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. Like if you like fractal it down, but the way he writes is whew.
Yeah, I think I read Dubliners. Yeah.
Dubliners, yeah. Yeah. What do you think about the fractal nature of reality, machine and justice?
Definitely, if you like move one grain of sand, you change the world. Like the butterfly effect, like so on and so forth. Like if you can't like even doing nothing is obviously a huge response to what's going on. Right. Like, stillness is the master of movement, as they say, right? So, so
like when they think you're gonna do something and then you don't, like, and then you do something, machine, and they do like 5 live streams about it or something. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Justin, have you seen True Life? He switched up his stuff. He's doing more current events and stuff.
Oh, really?
He's doing a lot more. Yeah. He's gotten a lot of views and stuff, and he seems to be coming in on his own. Coming to his own. What do you say that? Yeah. I don't think he's let people like leech off him as much. He's too nice of a guy. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's smart though, but like, yeah.
I don't know. With that crowd of people, it always ended up the same, right? Even if you would like restart it, it would always
loop, right?
This fucking negative conspiracy bullshit. Yeah. Not that conspiracy unreal, but I mean like the negative. It's always
I know what you mean.
Always blame it on the outside, right? Like you're on welfare,
which is
doing your best,
which is weird because it was machine where Justin and I met was on a psychedelic, one of the top-notch psychedelic live streams, True Life Stories, and it's funny, like for a place that was supposed to be based on the psychedelic thought, and whether you do them a lot or don't do them at all or whatever, right? Open-mindedness, kind of. Yeah. A lot of people would just dwell on the
Bro,
they wouldn't even do the conspiracy.
It started all with DMT, right? It all was about DMT experiences. That's how it all started.
Yeah.
When I saw the fucker on the fucking YouTube, and I was like, this is the only guy I can relate with, right? With DMT.
Right. And then most of us we wanted to hear the gesture stories and stuff like that. Which could be negative in a sense, but my thing is like, if you're gonna talk about traps, the traps that are laid out there, where people at least do it in an interesting way or entertaining.
Sorry,
you do like machine doesn't. He doesn't like a straight show. He does. To me, you do like a graduate level course in philosophy, humanities.
Yeah, that's one of the things I try to get around is people blaming other people. Right? Is that we talk about just technology, right? So I try to tell them that that technology is actually controlling the humans at this point, right? So nobody's really in charge, right? So so I try to say blaming people, that's not really the solution. You have to look at the objective factors of power, right? Which is the technology, right? So like for example, like if you replace the technological system, right, then the power relations have to drastically change, right? Like we'll have to go back to, clans and stuff. And so,
Right. So you think the Venus Project is out? That type of thinking machine?
oh yeah, I think it's definitely out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Uncle Teddy was right. That eventually, if you try to that the system is basically it can't it has to break down at some point. Right.
I,
So
I won't deny the existence of
I believe
systems and shit, right? That's all real. But as soon as you understand that from an individual perspective, you could create a new system, right? You could wake up thinking like Napoleon, you're going to take over the world, right? So the only way systems really affect you is when you believe in them. You know what I mean? It's not like, of course, the system is there and you have to deal with it, but you have every right to create your own fucking system.
Yeah. Yeah, or yeah, right. Like
you have to fight for it. You have to push it,
Or
Yeah,
when you say believe in them or see them for what they are, at least, right?
It's just people's constructs, right? Laws aren't real. Nothing is real. Everything is just made up. You know what I mean? But the moment you believe it, like when somebody says that building is mine and you believe it, then it's his, right? But if I don't believe him and I have the balls, I just fucking rob his house and kill him and take over his house, for example. You know what I mean?
You could, but there's consequences to that.
Yeah, exactly. But
cause and effect.
Yeah.
But you can do whatever you want, basically, though. But
you could be the leader, you know what I mean? But if you have to want to do it, I don't feel like doing that. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know what's the best thing I learned, because you said with the gesture.
I want to be the next Nick Fuentes. Go ahead.
You know, it's a good look. If you have enough bad trips, like on DMT, it can be really fucking scary, right? But like, I've come to the point where I just see things as like movies. So if I'm having a bad time, I'm in like a drama movie, right? And once I realize that, I can actually enjoy the bad time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's
so
like watching
I can enjoy the bad
a drama.
Bro,
a sad
I was
movie.
in prison. My whole life was stirring to shit, bro. But I was laughing my ass off. You know what I mean? It's like it was an experience for sure, right? So don't be afraid of the bad moments, because you can enjoy them too. But that's like my tip or something.
Yeah, Lord Danny was telling me earlier, like on his stream, that like you get stronger from that stuff. Really, I mean, a lot of these cliches are real.
Life is entertainment, bro. This is just a VR movie. Have fun, bro. Right? Why so serious?
Why so serious? Shadow Buddha says there's more to bodybuilding than just muscle, character building, confidence, integrity, how to win versus lose, work ethics. That's bodybuilding as far as I see it, Tom Platz. Yes, because you're literally putting yourself through the real crucible physically, right? I mean, you can do other things too. You can you can do psychedelics, right? That's putting your mind and your body through extremes, right?
But the bodybuilding, bro, because my son, he's like using that to avoid all his responsibility, because he thinks, because he is a fucking bodybuilder, that he has discipline. You know, that's why he's faking himself in his mind, because he's doing the bodybuilding correctly. He thinks he is disciplined, but he doesn't have a house.
But he does have discipline. He just hasn't used it for financially for getting a house. Yeah, but the guy Tom Clancy said that, like, he's not a regular meathead though, because he's very much so into consciousness and whatnot. And he would say, like, what we like about him too is because he say, like, give it your all at the gym. Basically, don't leave anything there. But when you get home, be the husband or boyfriend or dad or whatever. You know when to switch it on, turn it on and off, that intensity and whatnot, and use it. Carry over those things, good things you learn to to other aspects of your life, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Shadow Buddha, Paula Nitz said, Shadow Buddha 11, spend a good bit of the day meditating. Blessings, spirit and mind, body good. Yeah. So this Machine and Justin, this in the geopolitical realm, in the shadow consciousness, collective consciousness, this does seem like a somewhat of a bad trip that's going on, right? That the media's pushing right now. But
I mean, the collective media thing is a bad trip, right? Because
always, huh?
Yeah. It tends to just go towards the negative, right? It tends to push, like a global, like sense, like what they're actually pushing is kind of like what Yuval Harari and all these people, and you have to wonder why these guys get on the world stage, right? At like the World Economic
crashing
Forum.
the system on purpose, right? They want us all to scream for a new fucking system, and then that's why all the politicians are fucking up everywhere, like beyond absurdity.
That's
because they want us to
team.
rise up, and we need new leaders. But fuck
that's what we're talking called accelerationism, right? Basically,
right? Systems need is trick. It's to try to push you into a false form of resistance so that they can work to improve the system, right?
Exactly.
Like these guys right here, my old friend Alex
Joe, they're going to use the insurance company shutting down the Strait of Hormuz as the claim that we've got to put a beachhead on the Iranian side so they can't close it to secure it for trade. I said I believe that'll be the excuse for boots on the ground, which they floated in the last 2 days, which Eric Prince freaked out about, rightfully. Ladies and gentlemen, he just put this out. Show the timestamp on this. I just saw this now. Trump is now saying he signed an executive emergency order basically for war. If anybody tries to close the strait, it's already closed. So this is him using economic emergency powers to have an unofficial declaration of war. Nick, this is horrible. This is really bad. This is
so now he's against Trump.
This is just a few minutes ago. What do you make of this, Nick?
Well, it's like I said,
They
we're
both
being
are.
drawn
It's
in
ridiculous.
Here. That's really the operative word.
What the
Nobody
hell?
wants this. It's not in our interest.
Now they
We're
want to be
being slowly
Democrats?
drawn
Right,
in.
it's clown world.
That
Yeah.
implies
Now they
that
want to support
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom.
step, we're being dragged further
Right,
into this.
he's
And
next. He's next up for sure. Newsom, the American Psycho.
that's always what happens. It always starts with, we're just putting maximum pressure sanctions. Well, we just killed Qasem Soleimani. Well, we just backed a cyber attack. It's always we just did this one time. And all it does is increase our liability. It just increases our stake in this disaster. And so,
look, like I'm not saying this all ain't important, right? But let's imagine I had a cabin in the woods and I was living there for 40 years now, right?
Let's say your name was Ted.
Bro, I wouldn't
Right,
have known
Machine?
I wouldn't have
Go ahead, I'm
known
sorry.
anything about all this shit. So for me, it
No,
wouldn't
you're
have
right.
happened.
Yeah.
So the only problem with media is you fucking dumb enough to consume it. Because
For sure, yeah.
you shouldn't even have to know that there's a war in Iran, right? Like fuck, like it's not affecting
Well,
you right now.
Well, true. But some people literally we know that have family there, literally
Yeah, of
right
course,
now.
if it's in your
So,
direct reality, of course, right?
Yeah.
But
Shout out to
there's lots
Aiden
of-
Booty.
There's lots of things you've been afraid of the last 30 years that never happened in your fucking world.
I mean, look at me. Like, I get calls about two times a year about like, "Are you okay?" According to the NBC and NBC, like you got boots on the ground, CCP over there in Taiwan. No, I appreciate you guys like caring about me and stuff like that, but no. But yeah, man, you're right. You create reality, man. Like it's common sense, all this shit, but folks seem like they're bogged down trying to survive instead of trying to survive or just observe. Yeah, it's exciting. Maybe that's why you came down here, some of us, is to experience this anxiety or whatever, even though that sounds weird.
No, why is it weird? You're not gonna put a movie on where nothing happens.
Yeah, I
You're
think-
not gonna play a game without enemies. It's the
Yeah.
shit that's the
Some-
fun part, bro. You get
Right.
it? It's the other way around.
Yeah, right. It was some anxiety is probably good for natural too, right? Machine, when it is a postmodern thing, like where it became our like our basic safety was met in general. So now it's all about if we don't get our pleasure principle given to us, we freak out. Yeah.
I think that's kind of like more like behaviorism or something. It might be like Pavlov or something, right?
Yeah. which a lot of the psychiatric manuals were based on that, right?
Right.
Right,
so that might be like Freud or some shit instead of post. See, the postmodernists were yeah, they were kind of influenced by it, but it's like
okay,
yeah,
they want to do their version of it, I guess, right?
Yeah, they wanted to do their own version of interpersonal psychology, essentially, using philosophical dialectics.
Yeah, but you can't put your finger on the mind, though. That's what's cool about it, and also perplexing.
Well, they gave up on that, right? They focused on narrative construction and narrative reconstruction.
That sounds like gaslighting, bro.
Kind of is,
right? Narrative deconstruction. Yeah, we're gonna Mandela effect for you pop culture folks, right? Like a Mandela effect,
right?
Yeah. Look at this guy. These guys are wild, bro. These fucking Nick Fuenteses and all this shit.
Oh, it's very obvious. Okay, we go in with the bombs really hard. We destroy the Navy. We destroy the missile launch platforms. Okay, well, then you get this logic like, well, you break it, you bought it. Now
we. What does that really matter to us right here?
Yeah, it's
like, who are they? Were they in the military?
Right. Who are they? Right. Who are they? The people that are causing this now that they've supported
brick
them
wall
100%, right? Like up till now, right? So
yeah, if you listen to that long enough, you want to bash our head up against that wall behind Justin. That brick wall, like you're right. Like they switch every fucking year. Alex Jones every 2 years, it seems like, with the Trump shit. First of all, he's the first one that told me about left-right paradigm.
Yeah,
like, you shouldn't even be fucking with that shit.
Anybody who changes up like every 10 years, they change their entire platform. That's a Fed right there, right? Because they just got a new assignment. It's not it's not too hard to think about. Like, why would somebody change their entire platform like every 10 years and start pretending to be LARPing at something else?
Yeah. That fucking more into this is something more let's say with this band, Greg Braden.
Greg Braden,
yeah.
God damn it.
I don't know. I can't hear you if you're talking.
What's happening?
What'd you say? Could you see any of that?
No, nothing.
No, we can't see anything. Yeah, I think you said something about Greg Braden, and then it's just
can you hear this?
Silence. No.
Now can you see it?
Anything either. There's nothing on the screen. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing like some technical difficulties here, folks. So it is what it is.
Right. Where did my thing go?
Good.
Oh, you got to push share screen.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There's a technique where you can you touch your heart like this. When you touch your heart, your awareness will always go to the place where you feel the touch. So when you call your attention into your heart center and you slow your breathing, just a few breaths slower than usual. When you slow your breathing, it tells your body that you are safe. You're in a place that's safe. And when you're safe, it's a switch. It's like an emotional trigger that frees the rejuvenating and the healing chemistry in the body because the stress and survival chemistry is not needed. So when you slow your breathing and focus in your heart, that is the doorway to that heart intelligence. And if you ask your brain a question under pressure, your brain will go through the logic and the ego loops that will keep you from making the answer. When you ask your heart, the heart's not a polarity organ. So you consciously free yourself from those loops into what is called heart intelligence. And generally your heart will answer before you can finish the question.
Yes, you agree with that?
Yeah, we're using the wrong brain, bro. Because this brain has like the two halves, right? So this brain is always like complicated. Like what I learned from my period, my heart was telling me the right thing from the beginning. It was telling me, get the fuck out of here. I knew it was wrong, right? But my mind, it kept coming up with like, oh yeah, maybe it's right, maybe it's this. It brings schemes and things. You know what I mean? Your mind can be full, but your heart can't. So yeah, that's why you should never do this.
Not do what? What'd you say?
Oh, what they do in the church.
Oh yeah.
You're like separating the cord between this and this. You know, the skull and bones. It also means the same. It's your mind and your
Right.
body, not your heart, right? They do it the other way. They
Flip
try
it.
to cut out the heart, right? And be
Right.
like
Yeah.
psychopaths. Style.
Yeah,
Well,
I get
people
it.
will tell you let your heart get in the way. Like, oh, don't let her, don't give her your heart, or, like, don't
Right,
show
like
your
this.
feelings or whatever.
Yeah, the heart is a philosopher's stone.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's a brain,
Yeah.
but it's a coherent brain. It's a united brain. It's the only, whatever. It's hard to put in words.
Yeah. Even
Like
Buddha was
all of
talking
the
about it
Egyptian
the other day.
symbolism shows the same, right? The old Egyptian practices and shit.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
why
when they do
weigh the
that.
heart,
Yeah.
Whatever,
Yeah.
blah, blah,
Well,
blah.
then the mythology, like they weigh your heart to a feather. What does that
Yeah.
symbolize?
Yeah, in Sufi meditation, they focus on the heart.
On the
Yeah,
heart
we
chakra.
probe the heart. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
All the heart. Yeah. There is something like we can have the artificial heartbeat, like, or the beats, and they sound like this.
Donald Rumsfeld
like that,
actually lived without a
like that.
heartbeat for a
But
while, right? You know that?
Wait, what was you gonna say?
That Donald Rumsfeld, the guy, he lived without a heartbeat for like a day or whatever because So he was a real monster, bro.
Yeah, he had many heart attacks and stuff. Yeah,
like Darth Vader. Yeah, he actually, I don't remember exactly, but I think he was like, he didn't have a heartbeat or something.
Well, if there's anybody celebrity, that a politician that I would think would be like that, we would be him probably, from what I know. Yeah, but there's nothing like the Avian Buddha was saying. There's nothing like the heartbeat, the actual heartbeat when you listen to it. How like there's something about it. I don't know, because it's a natural thing that can never be replicated, and how how much we resonate with that sound, and
right.
To me, it's real soul, soulful.
Yeah, I believe our hearts will be weighed. Honestly, most likely.
Right. Yeah. I heard Brother Panic, the occultist, rest in peace. He said something like, the Egyptians believe that you're actually not really here. What you think is here is not really you too. So everything that you do here is kind of like the way he said it was like it's not taken into account, which I don't really believe that, because if that's the case, that's that do as thy will type of shit, right? Where people like just do whatever without any consequence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna ask Twilight about that.
Well, we did the broadcast. It was interesting though. I
didn't see it.
I mean,
yet, but
I talked about that. I asked him about that, and he said something like, I forgot what he said, but I won't know. But like, I would think there has to be some standard though, because if you're really doing whatever you want without any ethics,
no, maybe, right? Maybe you're
Right.
just in a fucking game, right? So you're not actually here, you're just somewhere else, and you don't
Right,
know
right.
yourself in this thing. And maybe you think because they told you about morals and fairness and you have to be nice. Look, when you're a baby, you just want to eat and take shit, right? They have to teach you not to do that. So what if this game is actually Grand Theft Auto 2026? But there's some smart, there's some smart
probably
motherfucking
is.
players. There's some smart motherfucking players.
Yeah.
And they told you you had to get a job and shit, right? Because they're fucking hilarious, right? You're just in a game.
It's a side mission,
whatever the
bro.
fuck you want without any consequences. And now they made you so afraid that you cannot, you know what I mean? Maybe
But you're talking to someone that like, when I do play video games, that's pretty much the only game I play. And I have to say, when I play that game too much, I start hurting internally because like,
what are you doing in the game then, bro? Tell me.
I'm probably all the killing and shit I be doing and stuff, like on accident and also on purpose for the mission. Sometimes you just hit people in the car, like, it happens, bro, like a lot. Or animals. Now they have animals you can hit and shit and hunt. But like, thing is like, and that's me playing the video game that I know it's not real, but however, it takes its toll on me. So when I'm saying that, even if your theory is correct, where someone's playing the game, playing us, bro, if we keep fucking up, if they keep using us or whatever, however it works, and they keep seeing all the fucked up shit we do, I would think that might take its toll on them. Unless there's some type of being that we can't even fathom how they think and process things. So I don't know.
I don't mean you're just in a live stream show. Everybody in the universe is watching you. And that's why when you get your life on order, like with me too, when my life gets boring, bro, somebody brings me drugs. I never pay for drugs. It just shows up. So there's probably like
that's the case.
Viewers, like give him some drugs.
Well, that's the case. That's the ultimate. Fuck you. That's the ultimate shadow ban. If there's billions of entities watching right now.
Yeah,
God damn, there's just 5 people here.
They say it on Sophia, right? That a lot of people, they go on Sophia.
Yeah, tell us about that. Tell us about that.
Right? Well, a lot of people, when they take Sophia, they end up on a stage and everybody is applauding them. And then they go like, yeah, bro, yeah. Because you're like in a real life show. And it would be pretty funny, right? It's like the watchers could like how do you say, like vote for shit to happen in your life. Are like, we're gonna bless him or are we gonna fuck him up? You know what I mean?
It's kind of like here these numbnuts in the panelverse, they go like, give $10, I'll kick you off. Someone can pay 10. It's like people doing that.
Like
they're like
a retarded game show. Like
right. When they're like 15,000 Karnak credits to fucking delete the motherfucker. Yeah, oh shit, there goes Old Dirty Bastard. Damn, I used to love it. What happened to him? Some motherfucker in the Gneba Gazoo fucking paid to get him, super chatted him to get deleted and shit. That's what actually happened. Fucker.
Maybe, who knows, bro?
Yeah. Who's this guy I was going to see before I shut it down? I got to take Ben to school in a second. It was this guy. Oh, here's the guy. He was talking about the holy war. That's what inspired me. I bet you've seen this guy before. Jack Telcott plays this sometime. This guy sometimes. Why are you laughing?
Beauty of.
Oh man! Yeah, we broke this down one day. I broke this down with Telcott one day.
This guy.
Oh yeah,
downloaded or received.
This is this episode's the thumbnail says "Holy War" and this is Iran and the Iran and spiritual meaning. I think he's trying to make the microcosm to the macro, saying like, what does this conflict mean to you?
And appropriate it and distort it.
Let him talk for a second.
And use it in the service of soothing and inflating the ego consciousness. And it is this kind of activity that will no longer produce the kind of result that the ego needs to sustain its stability, because its delusions are now so far out of line with the reality that is now coming into manifestation that it will not be able to adapt and to renounce that which is no longer possible.
See, Machine, I want to start dressing like that, so I'll be like the antithesis to you, where you wear all black, I wear all white, like this, with the blanket shroud over me. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, he's talking about the ego consciousness and getting rid of it,
and to be able to relate to the miraculous that is present in the situation for those who have achieved the divinization of the soul through the destruction of the ego.
Anybody want a cat? I don't want a cat.
But this cannot be accomplished
by
the
ego. Anybody want to buy a cat?
Want to pause it?
Look at it.
You want to buy a cat?
What do you think?
Oh shit.
I've seen this guy. Reminds me of that video you sent me today, Justin, about that Jewish town and.
Oh yeah, the guy like looks like he has to or something.
Yeah, he has what you call goyim back in the day.
The goyim.
The goyim.
It's fun though for me because, like, you know me talking shit about those kind of people because where I grew up with, and everybody always telling me I was like not nice, and then now they're all on the same path, right? And I'm like actually more liberal or more loving, you know exactly.
Yeah, for someone that's supposed to be the mean person in the bad guy in the True Life Stories group, I actually found you to be one of the most thoughtful people.
Yeah,
you did talk a lot of shit though.
Yeah,
I changed you.
I mean the use.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, I had my opinions about them.
For sure. Yeah.
Turns out to be right. Right?
Yeah.
Right. It turns out to be right. Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out I always said it about Hollywood, and always people would be like fucking pissed. I always said the red carpet was only red because everybody's dripping out of their ass because you have to be fucked to get your job. You know what I mean? It's whatever, bro. And everything was true, bro. It's fucking funny, bro. Like, and now we're gonna die because some asshole can't get his fucking dick in his pants. You know, like he's gonna push the button just before the picture drops, bro. I would do the same, bro. It's kind of hilarious, right? That's the way we're gonna die, bro, because of some fucking porn shit. You know what I mean?
What's up, Marilyn? Good to see you.
It's
good to see you. Yeah. Well, a dude wearing diapers, bro. That fucking that pees himself. President Trump, allegedly. He's the guy. He doesn't want us to find out about his freaky deaky, nasty shit he does. So he. It's all stupid shit, bro.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah. And if it wasn't Trump, it'd be somebody else. But it wasn't Biden. It was Trump. I'm not like one of the. I'm not like. It just makes me sick. I always knew it was theater, but this is really pissing me off.
Yeah, you look at the people who surround them, though. Roy Cohen. Roger Stone, Steve Bannon.
That's a homosexual, right?
Yeah, it's all people who do all sorts of stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Only the really bad people want the power, bro. It's not that hard to think about because, if you're a good person, you don't feel like controlling other people. I don't give a fuck what you
It's
do.
like me, bro. That's what I'm having an issue with, or a little bit, or challenge and wish, at school teaching. I have all these children that I have to teach and teenagers, and I'm like, no, I don't want the power.
Right? It's really hard to not touch them. Right.
For you, maybe, but no. But I think my thing is to metaphorically touch them in a sense of stupid motherfucker, in terms of stifling their creativity and making them basically cogs in the wheel, or because in a sense that's what you have to do in this Prussian system, and right. I mean, even if you have the best intentions and do slip in your curriculum of imagination and critical thinking, I still have to be fuck, stop talking, get your finger out of your nose, or focus type shit. But yeah, this is my karma for being a knucklehead in school. It's being a teacher now. Yeah.
These
but
kids. How can I reach these kids?
Whatever, I'm gonna give you a call after I take my son to school, bro. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, same. I gotta call Ragamuffin as well. So.
Yeah, he's making the rounds. When he called me, I was just trying to get to sleep last night. He's back. So, guys, any not final. You got so Machine. What do you have going on soon? Calfe?
I mean, I'm banned on the main channel, so on
the main channel.
So I only got the Cyber Caliphate on the main channel, so we only have the alternative. Yeah, so yeah, let me drop the alternative channel in the chat for you guys.
Yeah,
and because we're looking at a bunch of the community around, the Panelverse, and they're making a bunch of shows.
I saw you.
Yeah, they're making a bunch of shows promoting PDF stuff. So.
Damn, that's disgusting.
Yeah. So we're
shout out to Brown's boy
on the alternative channel. Oh okay, yeah, Browns has been. Yeah, me and Browns have been documenting this. Yeah, of course.
I have to say, because I was if you still had the main channel right now, this probably definitely would have gone on later on the week. This episode, this has been good, bro. Yeah, this was fun. I'm glad you guys got to build with me, and it was fun.
Yeah, I still gotta play back some of the classics. You know what I mean? There's a couple things we did. There's one where I called in and then I baited Paul to call into the show. And then there was Cool, and then you and Joe Cool and Paul went at it. That one was classic.
Yeah, that was classic. Yeah. Yeah, that was just a fucking yeah, Joe Cool. I saw you in the back, bro. Like you can't even right when I'm about to shut it down. But yeah, I'm sorry. It's kind of thin out there. If Machine doesn't have the Machine Lives channel at the moment, so all you got is the back. Not all you got, but even that backup channel is better than any main channel in the verse. But
oh yeah, it's got a lot of. It's got like maybe like 40 videos on there that aren't on the main channel. I mean, so it's got a bunch of material on there. So
yeah, shout out to Neurojack too. I love his channel too. And
we got man. 2 shows. We got 2 shows with Neurojack. On the alternative channel. So
right. I mean, and pretty much fuck everyone else. I mean, Landry, I'm cool with Landry, but like, dude, if you want to fucking talk about what's really going on, it's I mean, pretty much streaming every day here at a Gabriel Carbo, aka NBC The Gang, with my brother from another, Justin Van Leeuwen.
Yeah, can I say one more
the
thing?
Machine Lives. Yes, go ahead.
Like one thing I like to do lately is like, the music is programming, right? So now with the Suno AI, I just like make songs to magic myself, right?
Right.
So like you're fucking neveling or visualizing or whatever, right? You can brainwash yourself. Don't let other people do it anymore. You can make awesome fucking music with your own fucking lyrics and brainwashing yourselves while having fun.
Yeah, it's played all day, bro. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, lives. What's up, brother?
You're fucking delusional, buddy.
Hey, greetings, sir.
Hold on, Machine Lives. I'm delusional, right? Your guys' patterns are
yes, you are.
You're clear and evident.
Completely delusional.
I'm
fuck around and find out for real. Yeah.
Well, how am I going to fuck around and find out?
I don't know. Keep fucking pressing it, man.
With who? With you? What are you going to do about it?
Not me, but somebody.
Who? What? Who? With CSIS?
I have no clue.
Your partners in the program?
No, we're not in CSIS, bro. You think these people are a part of CSIS? None of us are. That's like the CIA of Canada. Okay.
I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
All right, and they work with partners in the United States and abroad.
Right.
They're not a part of that bullshit.
Right.
What do you mean?
Well, your patterns are pretty evident. Anyways, what's up, Machine Lives? What's up, Machine Live?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, what's going on?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, greetings. Yeah.
So, what do you think about all this cage guy here?
Yeah,
You have
Cage.
no
I've talked to
idea.
Cage several times.
I know. So you've had interactions with this goof guy?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, several interactions. Yeah.
I'm not fucking goofy. Actually,
You're pretty fucking goofy, dude.
Oh, look at you, you fucking.
Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Why'd you mute yourself? You got a lot of noise in the background from all them fans.
Yeah, that's why I'm fucking muted, because I'm a goddamn grower, idiot.
Growing that dope, huh?
Yeah, I have a federal license for it too, idiot.
You putting that government nutrients in there? You putting them government nutrients in?
You know nothing about botany. You're a fucking pleb. I want to hear it.
Oh, all right. Is that all you got as insults, bro? I'm asking a question. You put the government nutrients in your weed?
No, it's OMRI. It's fucking organically.
Yeah, he's growing weed for the Canadian government for sure.
Right. putting that
Putting microchips into your lungs, man. Yeah, bro. Fuck off.
You're kind of annoying, Cage. Hey, Cage, you had nothing.
You gotta have like a government license to like grow weed in Canada or something. Like,
I do. From Health Canada, I've had it for over a decade. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and you can't grow it without using government approved nutrients, which puts the brain fuck.
Okay, just like when you go grab a tomato from the store, there's something called OMRI, right? So if you go grab something labeled organic, like the fucking fruits and vegetables and the fucking meat and all the shit you eat, it has a standard to it. Okay, shut the fuck up and go back to your grocery store.
Dude, you're growing weed for the government, and you put.
It's not for the government, you fucking goof. What do you?
You put nutrients. This guy's annoying. You put nutrients in the weed to grow it. You don't grow it without any nutrients. You put it in the fucking soil. I know how to grow weed, dude. So if you're doing it for the federal government, you're putting the nutrients in it, and they've perfected some concoction in that weed to fuck people's brains up. So tell me I'm wrong.
Microchips are available, brothers and sisters. RFID chips that brain into your brain stem.
How old are you? How old are you, dude? All right. How old are you?
Oh, hell, I'm older than time itself. I'm older than time itself, brother.
Are you like about 15 years old? I was
15. I was 14 years old. I got into the industry, brother.
I'm asking you a question because your communication skills are very infantile.
So anyways, power to put me backstage and not hear the answer.
Well, there you go. So what's happening, Machine Lies? How's it going, brother?
Yeah, blessings, sir. Yeah, I've been meaning to contact you for a minute, so I will.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you got my email. So
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it just today. So
yeah, somebody, I forget who it was. It was Brown's Boy, I think maybe. He came and said that you were doing a live and you were sharing information and stuff like that about these people online in the panelverse.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. We don't see eye to eye on everything, but yeah, we definitely agree on like 90% of, like the panel verse. I think it's all fake, honestly. I think it's contrived. I think they're working with larger networks and so on and so forth. So I've tried my, well, obviously I don't have a lot of time to focus on, just reacting to panels, right? So I've, sort of confined that only to one stream that I do called Made by Machine Bob. But yeah, on the regular show, I literally just look at scholarly materials. Like we look at like research,
the philosophers and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. The newest research that's being done, like in philosophy, history, like political science, so on and so forth. I've studied those things at a university level, so I just like to talk to people about that. And I don't like to monetize my channel or try to like have big name content creators come on. I like to just have discussions with regular people. So
right, that's cool.
I'm pretty much a regular person. Machine lies.
Machine lies. Paula, machine lies.
Machine lies, sir. Do I cause a lot of trouble on your panel?
You guys know each other?
Except, yes, I've been on his panel one or two times.
Yeah, Paula was there. Yeah.
No, the only thing I did was I got mad at Rocky for being stupid, but other than that, it was a pretty good discussion,
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Well, Paula, Lindsay Smith is in the chat.
Yeah, I saw her. I said hi to her.
Okay.
If she wants to come up, she's welcome to. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
she is.
show. I'm sorry, but
She is. She is. So,
anyway, walk
yeah.
on up there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Brown's boy definitely owns his own house. You should go pay him a visit, Lindsay. I think he'd appreciate that.
Well, Cage Reality exited stage left while he was backstage. He didn't like waiting. Too bad.
Apparently, Tarek is here too. Enslaved Truth. I think.
Yeah, Tariq is there. Oh, he's back. Cage is back. He didn't go far. He's still backstage waiting. I have a hard time wanting to bring him back up because he's just a disruptor.
Yeah, I think I've been on NPC's panel a couple times. And my favorite person there is usually Avian Buddha because he knows so much shit. The guy has a brain from I don't know where.
Oh yeah,
really
yeah.
real
He's close
smart.
to genius. Yeah, he's close to genius levels. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I was just talking to him for like 3 hours before this. so I talked to Avian Buddha quite a lot. Actually, he's one of the people I talk to most on the internet, pretty much. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if you've watched my videos and you've paid attention to what I've been saying. And Cage Reality says, "Bad Apple, you were fucking with the wrong people." Ooh, I'm so scared.
That's his go-to line. Yeah.
I know he's a fucking clown. But so I don't know if you've been paying attention to my videos and you've seen what I've been dealing with the internet fucking running their mouth about me here and there.
Oh yeah.
The little minions of Snafu Snaps.
Yeah.
And, pushing his narrative and I had Hank up in here whining and crying, about this or that before, and he kind of calmed down today. Shocker. But Cynthia's just steady fucking blowing her Oreo cupcake like he's something special, and it just goes on and on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with Cynthia, I've only watched maybe 10, 15 minutes of her show, period, all time. And that's when I got booted from Snafu's chat. So I got banned from there.
You got booted from Snafu's chat because you were watching Cynthia?
Yeah, I made a comment, I just stated that in 1973, women were given the right to own property in their own name. I said before that we were basically living in slavery to men. If we didn't have a place to go, we didn't have our own place.
Well, one thing that you probably don't know about Snafu is that he's a woman hater. He hates women because his mommy abandoned him. He hates the woman who accepted him as her son and gave him her last name, an adopted mom. He calls her, the C word and calls her a bitch. And, he hates women, whether he'll ever admit it or not, it doesn't much matter. But he hates women.
I'd agree with that. That's pretty much what I've observed also.
Well, I've known the guy since like 2019. I know him fairly well. And I can rest assured that the guy's he's out of his fucking mind. But
the only thing I remember from him way back when was, when he was hanging around Marv, and then all of a sudden he disappeared. So I didn't know what happened to him after that. So.
Well, he disappeared after hanging out with Marv because Marv was tired of promoting him and helping him build channels after he kept getting his channels deleted for doing the pedo pogo shit. And, being warned, hey, you know what, if you get your channel deleted again, we're not helping you. and then he'd get his channel deleted. And, so Marv got tired of it, and Snafu got a little upset because Marv didn't give him the attention that he required. And so Snafu vowed in late 2019 December to be exact, he vowed to make Marfugal pay dearly on the internet for abandoning him. And I got the text messages to prove it. So, and I've shown him on here a long time. So he has issues with anybody who doesn't want to have a relationship or any connection to him. He the old saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorn. You guys know that one, right?
Right.
Well, hell hath no fury like a snafu snaps scorn. So,
well, he don't know me that well yet. He's about to find out. So,
well, that's why he came after me, because he was harassing and stalking me for about 3 years on my streams. He'd come in the chat and run his mouth and call me a traitor and a sellout because he thinks that I took a bribe of sorts. There's a lot of that weird shit going on with some of these people on here. They think that we can, or people can be bribed. I'm sure it can be, but not me. And I was bribed by Marfugal to not share my audio recordings between me and Marfugal and Dex J, the digital experience guy. No, it's got nothing to do with it. My conversations are private, and I don't share them with anybody. And I declined, and he didn't like it. And so the best way for him to get back at somebody that's scorn is trigger them with his shock journalism to get them to commit a crime. And I told him one night when he was harassing me on my live stream on a telephone call, he called me on my cell phone because he couldn't get to me in the chat and told me, you're a sellout, you're a traitor, whining and crying like a bitch, and told him I was going to fucking kick his ass. And he ran to the police, clipped my video, took it to the police, and the Gilbert, Arizona Police Department sent a police report over here to Macomb County. Your machine lies. You're here in Michigan, so they sent it. Yeah. They sent it to Macomb County. And Macomb
I live
County,
here in Detroit, so
so
I'm close to where Tarek lives, pretty much.
Right. So Gilbert, Arizona sent a report here to Macomb County Sheriff. Macomb County Sheriff called me, detective, and said, "Did you say that you were going to beat up Snafu Snaps?" And I said, "Well, yeah, it's on video. Why would I lie about it, right?" I said, "Yeah, I said it, but it's just internet stupid shit." I said, "The dude fucking harasses and stalks me. He's been fucking with me for over 3 years, and I'm tired of it." So they prosecuted me. Not necessarily because they actually think that Snafu Snaps was a poor little victim. More or less is because I've been a thorn in the side of the government here in my area for a long time, where I don't take their shit, and they thought that this might be a way to get back at me.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, where
So,
it's like, where you have like continued run-ins with like certain people or whatever.
No, it's just funny. So,
yeah, but you mentioned, because one of the things I saw was this court document that you pulled up, and of course I showed that on my show, right, where it said that Snafu was working with somebody named Officer Montgomery or something.
Yeah, it was. He previously worked with Detective Montgomery on a case, and that was
that's what I wanted to know.
That was more than likely him trying to prosecute Montegraph.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah,
I could be wrong, but I think that's what it was about.
Oh, okay.
So what do you want? You want some police reports and emails, and you want to out Snafu Snaps, or you just want something specific?
Well, no, I'm not really that interested in him. He has taken a certain level of interest in me, as have a lot of the characters online, right? Because so I think like a lot of the characters like Cynthia, the powdered Dusty,
the powdered crackhead, the powdered pussy,
Snafu, and like a lot of them, like obviously, like originally, like I had problems with all of them. See, Cynthia and the powdered Dusty actually come from the Paul and Slaves panel, right? Like there were other places before that. I believe they were like in a personality profiling group where it's like they look at personality types, and then like you go and talk to people who are like typed into like Jungian like personality types or something like that. So there was like internet groups that had this or whatever, and then they went on Paul and Slave's panel. You know, Cynthia and Flow State were there like almost every day. You know, it seemed like, or like, you know, like you just turn on Paul and Slave. Yeah. Yeah. You know, you could turn on Paul and Slave and they'd be there a lot. Yep. You know, it seemed like, and they'd sit there for like hours when they were on there. And they had pretty good relations with Paul and Slave as well.
Yeah.
And Cynthia just went from like pretty much from Paul's, panel to then Jack's panel. You know, a lot of them started moving and transitioning to Jack's panel and started supporting Jack Talcott in like sort of a fake way.
Panel hoppers.
And then, and then Dusty started his panel. And then they all sort of congregated at Dusty's panel attacking Paul Enslaved. So they had all of these shows where, you know, basically the Powder Dusty was just making tons of shows trying to basically clout chase off of Paul Enslaved, trying to make his new show. So that's like a 3-year transition that happened from Paul's show to Jack Talcott show to then, the Powder Dusty show.
Well, don't forget about OTW.
Yeah. OTW kind of like OTW was first against Paul on another channel called We Are Awake TV, and then Paul took over OTW's channel.
Yeah.
So,
I've only really been around since like June, after I was maliciously prosecuted and I was being charged, and I'm like, where the fuck is this Snafu Snaps motherfucker hang out on the internet?
Yeah, I was here since 2002. 2022. So 2022 I came on the panels, and then the last 4 years I've been observing these people pretty much. You know,
you've recognized the patterns and their typical behaviors, right?
Yeah, like 3.5 years I've been like observing them. They've came on my panel a bunch of times, you know, or whatever. If you go like back in the past, but then I started like making my panels more just like me talking about like scholarly shit, and then they just stopped coming, right?
Yeah, you cut the drama out so they didn't have any fuel for their fire, right?
Right, yeah.
But you were still paying attention to them, and I seen you around a little bit, and I was like, curious, because I'm still learning the lore, as they call it here. It's just, who's connected to who, and you're right. I noticed that Cynthia, she's a clout chaser. She does what she does, and I wasn't around when she was on Paul and Slave, but she was steady on OTW for a while, and then she they had to falling out, and Paul and Slave kind of got her exiled from OTW. and then she took off and started hanging out with other content creators, and she found her way to trying to promote Snafu Snaps, and does all of his dirty work. Like he gets the women, he manipulates the weak, the insecure, lonely women. Not all of them are insecure or whatnot, but he's a good manipulator. I'll give Snafu Snaps credit. He's a very, very good at what he does. He can sweet talk, women and some men into doing his dirty work for him. And so, Cynthia is, carrying his water lately,
Gentlemen, I'm going to step down if you don't mind.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate you popping up here, Paula.
Yeah, I just wanted to show up and find out a little more information of what I was dealing with.
Well, hopefully you learned a little bit, and you heed my warning. Stay away from the guy. Don't get too close to him, or let him get too close to you, I should say. So you're welcome to come back here anytime you want, Paula.
All right. Well, thank you much. And
you take care.
Machine.
Yeah, blessings, madam.
Peace out, Paula.
Bye-bye.
So, but yeah, that's but that's the patterns that I see.
Yeah, I don't know if you've met Luma Tommy as well, right?
Yeah, I know who he is.
So-
He's a little wild. He's a wild card, but I've had normal conversations with him. He doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't mind him. I think he's all right guy.
Yeah, so Illumitami, Snafu, and also Jack Talcott, right? They're in contact with somebody named Rose 777 or whatever, and they've like lived at her house or something like that, right?
And stayed at her house, and she's supposed to be like some infraguard training grounds or something, like a handler.
Well, she might be maybe involved in producing, or at least this is according to her, she may be involved in producing shows, right? So there's an aspect to it where Illumitami, Jack Talcott, and Paul Enslaved all went on this lady's show called Lauren De Laguna and gave like these huge interviews, right? So this happened early on when I started watching, right? So when you look into this lady, Lauren De Laguna, she's actually pretty popular on the internet, right? She's like she's much larger content creator. Like, for example, like Montegraph, who Snafu was like trolling or whatever, right? He came on Jack Talcott's show, and he also came on the Powder Dusty show, right? And just started hanging out with them, right? And that's when Tarek changed his name to T Reigns, right? Because like he was like having a correspondence with Montegraph, right? And also he was protecting Snafu online at the time, Tarek, right? So it was interesting because Tarek had like a whole time when he was first like just showing up on Paul's panel, and then he started then he stopped going to Paul's panel and started corresponding with Snafu. So yeah, so it's pretty interesting, their patterns. But yeah.
Well, one thing that I realized, or it was brought to my attention, I should say, is when Snafu Snaps drugged me into the panel verse. I give it in, like I put it into a visual. Now just imagine me walking down the street, minding my own business, and I walked by this secret club on Broadway, and the doors flung open, and I was drug into this club by people I didn't know, and I realized it was Snafu Snaps. He drugged me into this club, and then I realized that oh, look at all these people in here, and then so I'm kind of like the odd man out. I'm not part of this community. I'm not welcomed into the community, which is fine. I'm not looking to be welcomed in the community. I'm an outsider, and I see a community that I personally would not have voluntarily, willingly participated in, because it's a pretty despicable group of people.
So is this that Marfugal news, or you're talking about?
No. I'm talking about the Panelverse when Snafu Snaps did what he did to me, and he drugged me into it. Marfugal isn't much different. At the time when I met the Marfugal group is, and I have a theory on that. Me and Brown's Boy have discussed it a little bit and whatnot. But I think that these social media platforms, YouTube and others, but YouTube particularly, they have the ability through their system or AI or whatever it is, that they can target specific individuals with particular videos that will be of interest to the target. So they will click on that video, and it draws their attention to it. And then, the video is, or the content creator in the video is what the target would be interested in. You know what I mean? Like, it's specifically designed. Yeah, I mean, it might be some paranoid schizophrenic type of shit. You never know. But it just seems like that's what's happening. And so when I met Marfugal, I was going through, some, wildlife experiences where, I was looking at the potential of dying and, having to have open heart surgery. And when you start contemplating life a little bit, when you're looking at those types of things, like, well, I could die on the table and, whatever. So I made a pact or an agreement, or I prayed fairly heavily to what my Heavenly Father, and I said to myself, you know what, I'm gonna dedicate my life, if I make it through this, and I want to have a purpose, so I decided that I was going to give my attention and my free time to defeating the evil of the world. And lo and behold, snafu snaps pop back up into my life. And I call him a fisher of demons, not fisher of men. I call him a fisher of demons. And I met him through the Marfugel network, back in 2018 and 19. And I regret it, but nonetheless, the Marfugel community it's fear porn. It's a bunch of garbage, and whatnot. And it is what it is. And I moved past that and tried going on with my life and doing the type of content and sharing information that I thought was, necessary to do, and pointing out those on the internet that are full of shit and that are what I call harmful content. And that's what I've been focused on. So, it's got me, in a couple of peculiar situations with, people connected to the Marfugel network, and now the Panelverse with this snafu character, in the real life. So it is what it is. You live and you learn, right?
Yeah, I had sort of a similar, genesis, even in terms of, I was first, published a book. So then I went on The Crucible. And at that time, it was a very small debate show, right? It wasn't a giant, 200K subscriber channel as it is now, right? It was actually less than 10K subscribers at the time. And if you were going to do a debate on that channel, there may be like a couple hundred people watching it, but it wasn't really that big, right? So, so I went there to debate Christianity versus Islam, right? And I think I performed pretty well, but I sort of antagonized the host for a while, right? So then I finally debated him live. Right, and this is still before the channel got really, really popular, but there was still, it was still pretty popular at the time. There was like maybe 10K subscribers now on the channel, right? So I debated the host, and he's now like on the news channels and stuff, right?
Okay.
But that debate kind of left me in a place where I had a lot of disagreements with the community there, and of course, I was not invited back to debate on that channel, because like he went on to like go to the whatever podcast, and he kind of stopped doing debates with like smaller groups, right? He was only debating like large celebrities at this point, right? So I went on to go to another channel called the Chalk Body Outline, and that's where I met all of these panel people.
Okay.
So I like called into that show. And first, we would review and critique channels like The Crucible, right? So I saw they were interested in exposing content creators, right? So I would try to expose, content creators with them. And then one day I turned it on.
Expose them in what manner? Like for being shills or phonies?
Yeah, for being shills and stuff. And then one day I turned it on and they were exposing me. Right? So I said, "Oh, this is interesting." Right? Okay. So I tried to call in, and they wouldn't allow me to call into the show. Right?
So they launched a smear campaign against you.
Yeah. So they launched a huge smear campaign against me, like looking up like my private information, and then all that stuff. So then I launched an attack campaign against the Panelverse or whatever, right? So yeah.
So who was behind looking into your private life? Who was behind the smear campaign? Any particular pinpoint, or was it just a bunch of them?
I would say there's a bunch of people, a bunch of different people. Right? Like, I think like people, there's like a particular, obviously this particular group that I just mentioned, right? But other than them, I think they're kind of like talking to a lot of other groups that I found were like suspicious, and talking to all these other groups in this area. Like Illumitami was one of the guys who always came on their channel, and also Jack Talcott.
Right.
So yeah, just a lot of the people in this area I met through that group of people. And then when I first started my live streams, of course, all these people would come on my live stream, right? So I would.
Well, have you come to any, recognition of the patterns of like any connections? Because I personally see like, individuals who are connected to, this guy was an ex-military member, this guy was an ex-prisoner, this guy was in the Proud Boys.
Oh yeah,
I think this guy was
yeah.
in, so.
Well, that's something I mentioned on my show. On my last show, I said that 90% of the YouTube is ex-military, ex-prison, or they were part of some occult organization, right? Which either they'll openly admit, or after several conversations with them, you sort of figure it out, because they sort of espouse a very particular set of beliefs and ideologies that they couldn't have learned by accident, right? So.
Yeah. Almost like a psychological training program,
right?
Psychological warfare,
right? So I have noticed that 90% of people here are sort of belong to those categories, and then I've also seen, as I was saying, right, like people like the Crucible or Montegraph or Crow 777 Radio, right, or Alex Stein, or people that are part of much larger networks, right, sort of be regularly visiting some of these smaller channels and groups, right? So there seems to be a particular amount of coordination, and like obviously, we unveiled on the last Made by Machine Bob that we did, the links between the Powder Dusty and Enrique Tarrio of the Proud Boys and so on and so forth. Right. So it's kind of weird that, almost all of them have some sort of, media connections, and,
Well, I could be wrong, but I think from people that I used to pay attention to before, they did a little dive. I think it was Enrique Tarrio. He's Proud Boys, right?
Yeah.
And then there's what's the other fucking group? Like off the top of my head, the ones what the hell was it? Antifa. Somebody was in, I don't know if it was Antifa, but the backstory with Enrique is, I could be wrong with this, but anyways, whoever the leader was of the Proud Boys, which is Enrique, his father was a general in the military or something of that nature. He was adopted. If I could, I don't think I'm mistaken, but I could be. I'm just trying to go off of memory here, and it's been a while, but there was a general in the military who was in charge of the psychological operations program who adopted two kids, and one was Enrique and the other one was running the head of the other program, the other Proud Boy-esque type of shit. I forget what the hell the name of the program is, but
yeah, it's interesting.
But this was something that was a proven fact back in the day. Pretty sure it was Enrique, and he's the guy with the beard, like a Spanish-looking dude with a beard. And what's anyways, I don't want to go on and on. I'm trying to crack my brain trying to think of who it was, but you remember the video 2000 Mules that was regarding the election process and the stolen election and whatnot a while back. Do you remember that video that came out?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
You may have heard of it. Well, then there was a follow-up video that was done by Millie Weaver from Alex Jones. It was Psyop to Steal.
Yeah.
If you watch that video, Psyop to Steal, you can see what they're doing, you know, in the grand scheme. But I remember, if you ever remember a woman named Amazing Polly?
I think that rings a bell. Yeah.
Well, she was a YouTuber that was kicked off when, you know, she started talking about, you know, the Jabadoo and whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
And so she, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that she did a video and she showed, you know, all the connections. She used to do really deep dives on a lot of this stuff, and she's the one that uncovered that. But nonetheless, you know, the system that's out here, I've done, you know, some investigation and looking into, you know, research, whatever you want to call it, into InfraGard. And that is, you know, an FBI program that uses NGOs to facilitate, you know, homeland security type of stuff, the infrastructure, and, you know, keeping, you know, things on and which is, in my opinion, you know, a way for them to do the gang stalking, which is another way for them to expand it from conducting these psychological operations on the streets, and they brought it into the online community. And so they gang stalk people who, you know, like myself, who share truth. So I'm a target, in my opinion, by, you know, whether it's agents of the government or whatnot. I don't have any proof, but the patterns are very recognizable. And so that's where I've gotten to my system of belief to this day.
Yeah, we had a guy, you know, that was actually working with the Chalk Body Outline group that was much more prominent, that was like exposing, QAnon and stuff, but he passed away, you know, named Davy Crocco. And some of his, you know, journalistic, you know, work was actually very notable, right? He was looking into like transhumanism, and you know, he was also exposing, you know, right before he passed, the, you know, the child protective services to human trafficking, like pipeline, you know, and so on and so forth. And right, like
that's a source of children, correct?
Yeah, he was working on some real issues there, you know, and that's one of the main reasons I got in contact with that, you know, group, you know, because he was actually exposing the Crucible, right? Because I was, they're part of the Crucible group, and he kind of went in there and said that they were sort of, you know, going against Owen Benjamin and making all this content against Owen Benjamin to sort of clout chase off of him. So he was saying that all of their content against Owen Benjamin was sort of manufactured, right, to gain clout. Right. And so that was a very interesting idea that he put forward. And you know, ever since seeing that, I noticed like a lot of the content in the drama is sort of manufactured, sort of gay ops, you know, where the two sides are sort of know in advance that they're supposed to go against each other. You know,
right. Yeah. It's just, it gives the appearance of controversy and, you know, in this battle. And the same thing with the panel verse, you know, one day they hate each other, the next they're buddies again. You know, like somebody sent me a message, you know, that said that Snafu Snaps and Cynthia broke up.
Right.
Cynthia did a video and she's like, you know, Snafu Snaps, I'm not gonna do your shit no more, blah blah blah.
Yeah, they did that 20 times already. Yeah, like over the course of 3 years, they've done that 10 times already. So.
Right. And so when am I supposed to go? Oh my God, now they're not friends no more. Well, it's just part of the script, you know, because you know, I let into Snafu Snaps pretty good earlier today and the rest of the people, and you know, Snaps showed up on Jack Talcott, you know, not long after I ended my stream, and he was on there. He was very docile. He was very, very calm and chill. He wouldn't come in there with his aggressive, you know, pedo pogo shit and threatening Jack and calling him a rapist and all that. And even Paul showed up because I was giving Paul shit in my live, and you know, these guys all stealth watch, you know, and if they don't stealth watch, they come back and they zip through it and they get bits and pieces, and they know that I don't have any love for them, you know.
Well, one of the main reasons, you know, I just could not talk to Snafu anymore, right? Or just entertain anything he basically says. Like, take anything he says seriously anymore. Is that he got $20, you know, from Grace Thorpe the other day to LARP.
Right.
And, you know, on Jack.
Yeah, I was there. It was about me.
Yeah. And if that doesn't prove that he's like basically just a pedo pogo, because he's been crying pedo pogo on Grace Thorpe for so long. So he basically works with the pedo pogos, right? So this is basically it. Right. So for the extremely dumb person who doesn't understand anything about informants and cops, and they don't understand the relevance of any of that, you know, Snafu Snaps is projecting he's basically is a pedo pogo himself.
Right. Exactly. You know, I got text messages from him telling me back in 2019 that him and his team have information. He's always talking about a team, you know, whether, you know, you can assume that it's, you know, Planet X Watcher or this person or that person and Cynthia, you know, or what changes. But when I was dealing with Snafu Snaps back in 19, 20, 21, and early 22, when I finally cut loose, there was some really strange things that occurred with him. I literally would go to one of my best friend's house that I've known since I was 13 years old. My best friend to this day. I would go to his house just out of the blue, no schedule, just one day, you know, at night, one day, you know, I go to his house anytime I want, right? And every single time I would go to this dude's house, my buddy, Snafu Snaps, would call me. And then even my buddy was like, dude, why the fuck does that dude call you? Because I would tell my buddy, yeah, I met this dude online. He's a fucking weirdo, bro, and blah, blah, blah. And so my phone would ring, and I'd show him the phone. I go, look, it's that motherfucker calling me again. And then he was like, dude, he goes, does he call you all the time? I said, no. It seems like he only calls me when I come over here. And he's like, what the fuck, bro? He goes, what is he doing? Tracking you and stalking you? And I said, I think so. And that's when I was like, I've got to get rid of this fucking guy. And is it possible that he could, because he accuses Dex J, the Marfugal producer,
that's why,
of being, you know, some guy who could track your phone and blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't believe that he and Marfugal and them are so far separate. I think they're all in the same. They're all part of it. And it's the hatred or the animosity between them all is just some sort of, you know, scripted act of sorts, you know? And so I believe that the dude was tracking my phone somehow. As crazy as it sounds, but what are the fucking odds that every time I went to my buddy's house, he'd fucking call me?
Yeah, I got like a closet, and whatever, like where I like live, where I put my cell phone. So if I want to use it, I have to
like
go.
A Faraday cage.
Yeah, I gotta like go in the little thing to like use the cell phone, right? So like, so the thing is like, I don't really like take my cell phone with me. Like I don't carry it with me. And so yes, I highly advise against like carrying a cell phone. First of all, because of just the radiation is poisoning you, you know, and then secondly, you know, obviously it's, you know, you're being tracked everywhere you go just because you have it, right? So possibly just putting it in a place in your house and treating it like a home line, you know, is probably the best option.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but you know, in my line of work, I'm a truck driver and I kind of need it. You know, I don't flip maps like I used to, and I need to communicate with you know, people, and you know, so
that's one thing that's one thing we talk about on the show a lot, is that, you know, the technology, it, you know, it starts off as a convenience and then it becomes a necessity. So we're basically enslaved to the tools we make, you know, right? So
and I've pointed this out myself many times, and I always say, you know, the computer, It's an amazing intervention, but you could use it for good. You can use it for bad. The cell phone, it's an amazing invention. Good, use it for bad. All the way back from the beginning of time, whether, it was a flame. It was a great invention, right? Great discovery. But you could use it for good or you could use it for evil. It doesn't matter what it is. You could take that flame and you could, make a fire and keep your cave warm. Or some sinister motherfucker, Snafu Snaps Caveman, could say, fire, burn down, asshole house. So, you could do whatever, it's always, a good and evil. A hammer that can help you build a house, or you could go and beat the shit out of somebody,
Yeah, I mean, if he's tracking people's cell phones, it's not outside the range of possibility that, like, he may have just, like, he was targeting somebody when he, like, set that place on fire or some shit.
Well, I believe it was the mother of his kid. At the time, his daughter's about the right age to where, the mother of his kid was in that hotel room and she was pregnant. And he was making hash oil and blew it up.
That's dark.
His daughter has, I won't even get into it, but the dude doesn't even take care of his daughter. That's kind of a scumbag he is. But then he goes and accuses Landry of being a piece of shit. He gave up his wife and his kids so he could be an internet star. Well, that would be the pot calling the kettle black, but it is none of my business.
Yeah, Landry is more and more just like kind of like professionally minded and a little bit dismayed by the behavior of the people here. I'm not really too worried about Landry that much. But
no, I think he's harmless, even though he works with Alex Stein.
Right. But I think even Alex Stein may be, to a large degree, just a pawn in the game.
An unwitting and unknowing, tool. Which a lot of people in the game are. I say that, and I say it all the time. Like if you're not working directly for, because I've been exposing First Amendment, auditors, so to speak, for years. And I've said over and over again, like, particular big YouTubers are, the radicalizers of other YouTubers. They are, the gatekeepers to that community. They are, individuals who have backgrounds in psychological operations, in my personal opinion, which is associated with the military that they served in, whether it be a contractor or directly, enlisted or, whatnot. But I've done this for a long time, and I've said over and over again that they, not all of them are knowing participants and working for InfraGard or CSIS, the Canadian version of it, or the NGOs, but they're doing exactly what those who are directly working for them. So they allow them to be a part of the community that they're a part of, and they grow, thinking that they're just some, helpful and useful, schlub in the grand scheme of things, when they don't even know that the government says, well, Channel John here over, he doesn't even know that he's bidding our fucking, our plan for us. So we just let them keep doing it because they're doing exactly what the shills are doing, So it's all just, I guess you would, instead of saying guilty by association, but approved by association.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like when you have a sort of like mimetic complexity, you could use like memes, right? Which is like you use like words and images in a way that, the image is not normally associated with the word, right? But you train people to associate this image with this word, right? So like simply put, like you can then sort of restructure, like whenever they think of this word, they'll think of this image or this person in this way, so that's sort of like mimetic, warfare, like layering.
Hieroglyphic type of shit where
Oh yeah. That's the basic element in it, and they sort of train like in the CIA or whatever, like they'll train you to like associate like a image with like a picture with like a smell or a taste or something. So there's like 3 layers of code attached to something, right? And if you could train people to associate things that are not associated and code things in that way, then it'll expand their ability to think about things, right? So it's kind of like
like word association. And
oh yeah,
when they see a symbol, they know that, oh, this is one of us.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, like the ghost figure, like or when like somebody has an email with 007 at the end of it, and multiple people, and they have 007, or their channel name will have a 333 at the end of it, and multiple people have 333 at the end of it. It sends that,
I saw you talking about that. Yeah,
it sends that message to each other that they know that they're all part of it.
Yeah, right.
Like Rose 777 and Snafu Snaps 007 or whatever. It's pattern recognition where you'd be like, oh, well, how come that person has 333 at the end of their name, and that one has 333 at the end of their name, and it just happens to be a bunch of fucking Canadians, So it's not that difficult to recognize if you pay attention, but a lot of people, are they not paying attention, or are they just ignoring it? Because I've had many a times where I say, why is it that this these people in the Panelverse aren't over here in my live stream? Not that I give 2 shits that there's nobody there, but it's just really odd that nobody from the Panelverse is over here commenting and in my chat and having conversations. But if you go and watch that Panelverse, that creator, and that Panelverse creator, and that Panelverse creator, and it's the same motherfuckers in every chat, but they're not in my chat. Not saying that I'm in the Panelverse, but when I'm talking about them and I have the title of my video is something related to the Panelverse, you know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's a clear sign that they don't want to know, and I can relate that to plausible deniability, because they don't want to know the truth, and they can't deny knowing the lure or what particular people have been up to. If they're not known, if they don't reveal themselves, they can still claim that oh, what are you talking about? Like Cynthia today, or not today, but in her video yesterday. Well, Snafu Snaps and Hank Flamo says, how come you did this to Bad Apple Media and you took them to court and blah blah blah, and Cynthia goes, you took somebody to court? like it's news to her,
right?
And it's like, you're not a very good actress. Are you playing dumb? Or it's just, to me, it's clear and evident. It's like,
yeah, that's what I pointed out, that later she said she went to the hearing, and I was like, okay.
Well, it's because, I sent her an email telling her, right, you want to know what's going on, bitch? Bring your fucking stupid ass to the fucking hearing and watch Snafu Snaps come in and fucking tell the government that he's afraid of Bad Apple Media. And so then they flip the script and they act like, it's just, it's an endless fucking LARP, and right, no matter what I say, no matter what I do, they always turn it around on you. And it's not just me. It's anybody who goes against them. They take their words and they turn it around on them. Is it part of that psychological training shit that they learned over at Rose 777's house? And they have class every day, and say, this is what you do when somebody confronts you. You just flip the script and you turn it on them, do they do live action role play at Rose 777s or wherever they go to get this fucking training? Or so I don't know. Are they trained? I don't know, but it just seems that they all are acting from the same playbook. It's just really weird.
Yeah, I'm writing a little piece on acting versus LARPing, and one of the so the first little credo of it is that the actor uses basically the real world, right, the real character to accentuate the fictional, whereas the LARPer uses the fictional to accentuate the real.
Right.
So it's just like it's kind of like an inversion of acting itself in a way.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like, and you got to wonder yourself, am I the only one that sees this? Is this something that, it's kind of weird. I have to laugh. Get Real Man says, you guys are just jealous you weren't still virgins at the age of 25 like Paul and Saved. Yeah, you got me there. I was jealous of being a virgin.
Well, I was actually pretty close to that. I got married when I was maybe 18. So I was relatively young, but still, that was around the age when I lost my virginity. I didn't lose my virginity until I got married. So I'm an extremely odd character, right?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I was brought up in a Southern Baptist family, and you got married and you did everything right. There, back when I was a kid, there was sex, and drugs and rock and roll, but I was raised differently, where I respected women and I didn't see them as a sexual object.
Yeah, I was raised in sort of a strict, sort of religious, so yeah,
right. Yeah, I'm not. I'm still to this day. I'm not a. There was a point in time in my life where I was a womanizer, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go bang chicks and have one night stands and whatever. But that wasn't what I really wanted out of life. So I had normal relationships, but to use sex as a weapon, it wasn't something that I was taught to do. You know what I mean? Or whatnot. And I've done a lot. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, I should say, when it comes to relationships, and but yeah, whatever. I agree with my weird life story, I guess you could say. But yeah, we all have our not just one of my one sister was married at 15 years old to the preacher's son. My other sister got married at 17 years old to the preacher's son, and it's just the way of life. My brother was married to his high school sweetheart when I was 4 years old, and all my brothers were married to their high school girlfriends, and that's that was what I was brought up to see, or that's what you get married and you have a normal relationship, and that two people, man, yeah, two men, I'm gay. Somebody will take that and clip it, but two people in a relationship, a man and a woman, that's what it was. You didn't fornicate, you didn't have sex out of marriage and shit like that. But we're not in that kind of world anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really, I'm sort of caught between two LARPs. One is the cyber LARP, and the other is sort of the medieval LARP. So we talk about transhumanism, and then we talk about medieval philosophy. So it's kind of a very strange
From one end of the spectrum to the other.
Yeah.
From early times and the medieval early times to the modern, artificial intelligent,
Yeah, that's kind of where we're headed because, like Christianity and Islam are still here, right? And they're pretty much dominant, right? Along with Judaism, right? And also the Roman system is still here, right? So we sort of live still in a medieval world, but then in another sense, we're moving towards an unknown future. So I think like that is the appropriate perspective is like, we're kind of like stuck in like, Rome, but like also future Rome, or whatever.
Yeah, we're like future Futurama, like that cartoon, right? Definitely, man. We're on the cusp of the unknown for sure. Is it going to happen? Is it just some talk right now, or are we going to start getting the Neuralink microchips planted in us? Do we really need the Neuralink microchips? We are antennae. We are electric beings, and information can flow through us, and we can be if you ever pay attention to Sabrina Wallace. I don't know if you know who Sabrina Wallace is, but she has some very interesting perspective on humanity and our role in the AI convergence between humans and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, she's like one of those electro magnetic frequency type of people, right? Yeah,
pretty much, things of that nature. But she knows what she's talking about, So
yeah, there's a lot of that type of stuff that's obviously being used as weapons, harnessing the body's energy, right? And they're saying that obviously the entire thing where they have to like put a chip in you, that's old news, because they have non-surgical implants. They have nano machines that can be programmed from a distance.
Nanobots, right.
Yeah, so you could eat these, or these could be injected into you, and so on and so forth. So they don't need to put a chip in you at all, right? So this is the problem, that we're sort of looking at, is the problem of like sort of nano machines and also pharmacogenomics, right? Because the food is sort of changing us on a genetic level, right? Because it's inundated with chemicals and stuff that alters your genes because it has endocrine disruptors and so on and so forth. So
exactly.
So people who think that the issues the issues are man-made, right? And the solutions are technological, right? That's always going to be a problem, right? Because because technology is replacing humans, right? And it's always sort of led to a loss of human autonomy. So so this is the problem, is that and you could see that with the sort of people that are the environmentalists, right? They say man's destroying the earth and technology is going to save us. Well, who's going to make the technology that's going to save man?
Technology is going to become self-aware, and we're not going to be needed anymore.
Yeah,
we'll be obsolete. So,
right.
They tell us about all that. They can tell us all about it in their predictive programming in their Hollywood picture shows. So it's not something that we're like, well, what's going to happen? I think we got a pretty good idea what's going to happen.
Yeah. So it's like, if you look at like philosophy, like there's no solutions there. If you look at like science, there's no solutions there because the science that the government has is not the science that the people have. So there's a huge, mismatch between the rule of experts and, so it's time for the common person to sort of engage in sort of multidisciplinary research, And dare I say, we need real whistleblowers, real journalists. And,
Well, we got some already?
No.
Are you sure? I keep hearing about it. I keep hearing this shit every day. Real fishers and men, real journalists, whistleblowers, man.
Sadly, they're not around.
Exposing the traitors and frauds and criminals.
We need to train new ones for sure.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, it's absolutely like Yellow Jello said in here. It's loosh, and we are their loosh. We feed them what they need, our energy and our manifesting of their desire. So, this could be a very, very long conversation, very deep, but unfortunately, yeah, it's getting late. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's very late. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Yeah,
I've been up since 7 a.m. I worked today. I did a lot of I've been up for a while. I'm tired as hell, and I would love to sit here and I would love to sit here and continue the conversation, but I don't want to pull an OTW and fall asleep on my stream.
Yeah. We're there. We're always there on Saturday night. Also Tuesday and Wednesday night. So that's so I keep like a regular schedule. But yeah, so come by anytime. But yeah, I'll contact soon, and we can continue these conversations. But yeah, blessings, sir. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, get in touch. Send me an email or whatnot, and try to have a connection or whatever off a line. Or not. It doesn't matter. But hey, appreciate you for coming up here. I'm glad you decided to swing through. And,
yeah.
I enjoyed having a conversation with you. So we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, talk to you soon, sir.
All right, man. Stop by anytime, man. All right. Yeah. We'll see you. All right.
Peace.
Bye-bye. All right, man. So anywho, there you have it. I spent 2 hours and 39 minutes waiting for the old snafu snaps to show up. Was I holding my breath? No, I wasn't holding my breath. I'm still here. I didn't turn blue. I didn't pass out. But nonetheless, I think that it was a productive evening. Got a little information out of the old Hank Flamo. Proved once again that Cage Reality is a fucking nitwit. Who's nothing but a childish turd burglar, a Canadian fucktard. And met another individual that Snafu Snaps likes to harass and give a hard time to. Paula Nitz. Thanks for swinging through. And appreciate you, Machine Lives, for stopping in, having a conversation. And I appreciate you too, Hank Flamo. Despite the fact that you get a little wild there and you show your emotional side sometimes, which hey, I'm not gonna knock you. We all have an emotional side, a passionate side. But what's up, Cynthia could have came in here and told us that they had a falling out, her and her little Oreo cupcake, and but no, it won't last long. They'll be back to loving each other like no other in the next couple of days. We'll see how that goes. Like Machine Lies says, it's been done 20 times. They hate, they love, they hate, they love. This is what they do. This is the LARP. That's the loop. The loopy-loos. They do it again. But I appreciate all of you who stopped through, who decided to hang out and chit chat in the chat box. There was a few of you that I would like to have had come up here. Like the old Linzilla. I would have even entertained the old Tariq to come up and have a few words to clarify your your offer to have me do research or investigate, Donna damage, which I don't know where that insanity comes from. I couldn't tell you, but I kind of don't care. Donna damage is damaged Donna. You can't make rhyme nor reason of some of the shit that these people do or say. They'll say, you're crazy, Bad Apple Media. You're paranoid, schizophrenic. You're delusional. Well, okay. I'm pretty sure that I'm not far off the mark with the things that you all are up to. Just like machine lies, it's pattern recognition. And I tell most of you guys, if you're part of some gang stalking program, no matter who's behind it, you might want to go and tell your handlers that you need better training because your shit just doesn't work on me. You're not going to manipulate me. You're not going to play games with me. You're not going to get me to do what you want me to do. It just ain't going to happen. I'm not that guy. I'll never be that guy. Oh, you want me to play Cynthia's song? I'll play Cynthia's song. I like that song. I'm going to have to get the lyrics down and sing it myself because I think that I could sing it pretty damn good. My popcorn is the most buttery. Do you put a little garlic sprinkles on it? Little Parmesan? Little white cheddar? You know how you go to the movies and you put the popcorn in the bucket and the butter and you shake it up, and then you got the little flavor jars over on the side where you can sprinkle some flavoring on it, and you shake it up some more, and you put the white cheddar, or you put the garlic on it, or maybe the Parmesan. Sometimes even jalapeno. Yeah, there's sometimes, I haven't been in the movies in a long time. I'm pretty sure that they still do that. Man, I'm so old school. And me and my family would go to the movies. We'd go to the drive-in, and we would pop our own popcorn, and we put it in a paper shopping bag. And I loved it because I was always, we're driving to the movies, and I'd see that bag in the back. We'd have 2 liters of soda, and some snacks. And I would like, man, looking at that bag, you see the grease and the butter just absorbing onto that paper bag, and you're like, oh, can't wait till the movie starts. And then we dig into that popcorn, and then we get to the drive-in, and we'd find that right spot in the station wagon, and then we'd get our blankets out, and we get on the roof, and we'd all lay up on the top of the roof, us kids, and then some of us would get on the hood, and then it was time to go play at the little play center down at the front. And then you play until it got dark. And all of a sudden, you'd hear the music, and you'd look up on the screen, and you would see the wire walking hot dog, or the popcorn dancing around. So you would like, oh my God, it's 5 minutes to showtime. So then you would play a little bit more, and you'd watch it, and you'd wait, and it'd say 3 minutes to showtime. You're like, all right, gotta bust to the car, man. So then you'd be dodging in between the cars, and you find your car, station wagon, and you'd jump up on that roof, and you'd get your spot, and the sun was going down, and it was just a slight little cool breeze in the air that just relaxed that sweat that you had on you from playing on the playground shit, run around like a maniac. And then you get your Dixie cup with soda, and you get a bowl because my mom would bring a big Tupperware bowl so she could scoop the popcorn into the Tupperware bowl and put it up on the roof for us all. And I'd always try to get into the middle so I could be right in the middle, and I wouldn't have to reach too far to get to the popcorn. Man, the good old days. If you didn't live in the 70s and you weren't living in the 80s as a young adolescent or a teenager, I turned 18 years old in 1986, man. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, the 70s and the 80s, if I could turn back the hands of time and turn back history and society, everything in it, that's where I would go. Because it was the best fucking life, man. Didn't have this fucked up internet, all these wackadoodle motherfuckers on here causing trouble and drama and all that shit. When I was growing up, you talk shit, you get bust in your mouth, and you didn't talk shit no more. Here on the internet, motherfuckers talk shit all day long. All day, all night, day in and day out. You call a motherfucker a pedo pogo, you call someone a pedophile back in the 70s, you get your ass whooped. You wouldn't call nobody a pedophile again unless the word pedophile probably didn't even exist. As far as I remember, it didn't exist. It was a child molester. That's what you called it back then. You didn't have no fancy word calling a pedophile. Man, we had so many drive-in theaters in my neighborhood, my town. We had the Galaxy, we had the Van Dyke Drive-In, we had the Troy Drive-In, we had the Mount Clemens Drive-In, we had Bel Air Drive-In, we had where the hell else we had? Shit, there was like 7 or 8 drive-in theaters, and you'd be looking in the newspaper. You'd be like, my mom would say, "Go get a newspaper. We're gonna go to the movies tonight." I'd be like, "Fuck yeah!" Me and my brother would run to the movie or go to the store and get the newspaper and hope there was a newspaper in the box. Because if there wasn't, we had to go to the next box to get a newspaper. It was before they put the fucking movies on the phone. You had to go into the newspaper to find out was at the drive-in theater. And then so it was a big old family fest to figure out what movies we were going to go and see. And you know what? I didn't really care because honestly, at that age, I was sleeping by the middle of the first movie. I'd eat my popcorn, drink my soda, watch the movie, put my head down. Next thing you know, I'm fucking sawing logs. And my older brother would pick me up off the roof, put me in the back seat. Next thing you know, we'd be driving home and I would see the light, the street lights. It'd get bright and then get dark and it'd get bright and it would get dark and it would get bright and it would get dark. And if you didn't grow up in the 70s and 80s, you don't know what it was like driving down the road because we didn't have these LED lights that shined everywhere. The street light, it was right where the street light was at. And then between that street light and the next street light, it got dark. So you knew that, you could see it would light up, get dark, it'd light up, get dark. Man, and then I get home, my brother would be shaking me, "Wake up, we're home. And I would pretend to be sleeping. And he'd be like, "I know you're awake. You just want me to carry me a little." And so then I'd make my brother carry me and put me in the bed. That was the good old days, man. Yeah. Oh, don't get me started on skating rings, all my skate-a-thons. Oh, don't get me started, man. Be all my skate-a-thons. I was 13 years old, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old. We would go out all night long and go to the skating rinks. They'd be called skate-a-thon. And we'd be smoking weed, partying, doing skleeners, man, rock and rolling, double skating with the girls. Man, it was good old times. You guys don't know what you was missing if you weren't born in the 70s and 80s, or not born, but if you didn't live through the 70s, 80s as young man and teenagers. The best of times, the worst of times. But all right, enough of me reminiscing about the good old days. I miss them days, man. I really do. I look at old pictures and I'm like, man, whatever happened to this fucking world, man? Whatever happened to it? I don't know. But I wish it was like that again. But I know that it ain't gonna be like that unless you find some small town somewhere and they still have like the old Arby's, like the big hat with the lights all around it, you know, like the individual light bulbs that outline big old Arby's hat, you know, or whatever, man. It's just like the old shit. Those, man, when I roll through a town and I see like something that reminds me of the good old days, I'm like, man, this is a good town. It's got to be a good town. So, all right, man, I've had enough. Late, 3 o'clock in the morning. Got to go to bed. Been way too long waiting for cowards to show up. I had a couple of good people that showed up. Three people come up on the panel, had conversations. I won't say that Cage Reality, you're kind of a shithead. I think you're a fucktard, Canadian dumb fuck. Yeah, that's what I think about you, Cage Reality. You can kiss my ass. You can kiss my ass. All right, appreciate y'all. And where is it at? Let me jump up here. Let me jump up here and find something. Where did it go? I'll give my moderator Lynette what she wants. What Lynette wants, Lynette gets. So until the next time, we're going to put this cool ass tune up in here. And we're going to sign off with the Woosy tune. This is the Woosy tune. The Woosy tune. That's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it the Woosy tune. So make sure I'm sharing the Woosy tune. So appreciate y'all. We'll catch you on the flip side. And have a good night. Bye, Apple Media. Peace out.
The loudmouth cunt stomps in like she's heaven's lost gift. Cocky ass bitch with a soul full of shit. Cigarette breath and a busted face. Talking all tough, but she's out of place. Think you're hot shit, bitch, you just trash. All bark, no bite, sounding like a yapping mud, talking out your ass. Every word you spew's pure fucking shit. You're the reason hell runs out of time. Can't stand up, bitch who thinks her shit don't stink. Walking on her tippy toes, pour another drink. Middle-aged mess with a manly tone. Filthy fucking train wreck horse, sitting all alone. Big mouth bitch, running your filthy ass lips. Riding to the core, just a filthy fucking train. Yeah. She's got drama dripping off her tongue, talking big shit since she was.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, But it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions, Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power. The good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects